Chapter 820. Are these your men, Mr. Akechi? A pheasant faction commander narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the silent troops behind Akechi. Each of them was bundled up tightly, their thick combat uniforms obscuring their outlines. Even their faces were completely covered by tactical masks and goggles, leaving only a few cold breathing holes. However, his experience could still discern subtle differences. The man on the far left had broad shoulders and a thick back, like a moving wall, his sturdy arms nearly bursting the cuffs of his combat uniform. Next to him was a well-proportioned warrior, the long sword slung across his waist swaying slightly as he walked, the scabbard clacking against his tactical belt with a rhythmic, light sound. A little further away, a sniper quietly adjusted his weapon, his fingers sliding deftly across the barrel, as if savoring the feel. The last member of the team, clad in standard assault gear, each tactical hardpoint crammed with magazines, walked with a rhythm that wasn't quite precise, but certainly quite deft. From the looks of it, Akechi had only brought 4 men with him, including himself and the 100-man ninja team who would be participating in the operation. The total number was no more than 15. And these mere 15 men were to raid the heavily guarded Arasaka villa and rescue the imprisoned Hinako Arasaka from its impenetrable walls. The commander couldn't help but ponder. While such a covert operation wouldn't necessarily require too many men, 15 was still too few. He had expected Akechi to bring at least a full-strength combat team, but he had only selected his most loyal and core members. Quality is more important than quantity. Akechi seemed to see through the doubt in his eyes. A deep voice came from beneath his mask. Extra personnel will only increase the risk of leaks. Even when sacrifices are absolutely necessary, the fewer traces left, the better. He paused. Besides, this number is sufficient, and there will be additional reinforcements later. I understand, Mr. Akechi. Faced with this man, who held equal rank but had won their trust with meticulous planning and intelligence, the Pheasant faction's commanders ultimately chose to trust his judgment. He straightened his back and saluted solemnly. Then we begin perimeter support. Please, his voice unconsciously lowered a few notes. Please ensure that Miss Hinako is safely rescued. This is our shared goal and wish. Akechi said nothing more. He glanced around at the commanding officers present and said, Let's begin. At 9:55, outside the mansion where Hinako Arasaka was imprisoned, a system-certified Arasaka exclusive vehicle slowly entered the security zone. I always thought a four-seater car would be enough. Carl, sandwiched between V and David in the back seat, stretched his numb shoulders. His gaze swept from Oliver in the driver's seat to Jack in the passenger seat, finally landing on Johnny, huddled in the center armrest. Now I realize even Johnny's seat is more comfortable than mine. Stop complaining. Oliver stared at the pop-up camera, slowly opening the electronic scanning door, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the steering wheel. We're about to take action. You're the key person responsible for negotiating with Hinako. The scanning beam swept back and forth across the roof of their car, making a soft humming sound. Through the bulletproof glass, Oliver could see out of the corner of his eye the 100-man ninja team, their optical camouflage activated, disappearing like ghosts into the blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Oliver couldn't help but smack his lips. As expected of Saburo Arasaka's personal guards, this level of security system is useless to them. They're responsible for guarding the Arasaka family in Tokyo. V adjusted his sitting position to make Carl more comfortable. The craftsmen who built the castle are often the ones who know its weaknesses best. With so many guards, they can spot any loopholes in the ordinary security. V paused. If we really went up against these guys, even we'd be in for a rough fight. I hope everything goes well for Nobuyuki-sei. Johnny's silver hand straightened up from the armrest. That old dog Saburo is the most careful about his life. The guard dogs they raise are each more ferocious than the last. He let out a cold laugh, but his tone softened when he mentioned Nobuyuki-sai. But no matter how ferocious a dog is, it's still a dog. That kid can handle it. Heh, kid, but judging by age, Nobuyuki-sai is indeed a junior to you. Carl thought back. He remembered Nobuyuki-sai was born in 1995, while Johnny was born in 1988. Johnny was 7 years older than Nobuyuki-sai. Comparing them at school, one was just in 5th grade, while the other was already in college. But compared to this age difference, Carl was more concerned with another point. He was about to speak, but V spoke first. Hey, since when did you get so close to Nobuyuki-sai, calling him by his first name? V raised an eyebrow and looked at Johnny, a smile playing on his face. Johnny lazily slumped back down. It's true we haven't met much, but it's all thanks to you. He deliberately dragged out his words. You told the guy all my secrets, even the exact brand of whiskey I drank at the Next Life bar. Johnny stuck out his tongue and made an exaggerated expression. Everyone saw it all, so it's hard to say we're not familiar with each other, right? He scoffed, trying to manipulate his limbs to pull out a cigarette, but stopped himself when he noticed the scanner. That guy talks to me every day now, saying he's a fan of my music. It's like he's a groupie, but his music is really good. I thought you'd be more interested in me. Let's talk about how to bring down the company. Carl raised an eyebrow, his tone clear with surprise. With your personalities, wouldn't it be a clash of titans if you got together? Johnny noticed the scan had finished. Why talk about all that nonsense? He narrowed his eyes. Just know what you need to do. Talking too much is just bullshit. Instead of wasting your breath. He thought of wine. It's better to have a few more sips and smoke a few more cigarettes. That's right. Watching the door slowly open as the scan concluded, Carl signaled for the others to stop chatting. With the instructions to enter, a sporadic communication line connected to Carl. I already know what you're thinking. Just do it. Do it. Listening to Hanako Arasaka's voice on the other end of the line, Carl sneered. Got you? Let's just go for it. Then I obey. V looked at the surrounding security and let out a slow breath. There aren't any of us here, are there? None of Nobu's men are here. 40% of them are trusted spies, believing they haven't been exposed, and the remaining 60% are security robots. I understand. V gripped the knife leaning against the car door. Akechi had no fighting ability, so he, the captain of the second action team, had to take action. Chapter 821. We haven't received any notification of a visitor today. As Carl and his team's vehicle slowly approached the villa where Hanako Arasaka was imprisoned, several heavily armed security guards quickly surrounded them, blocking their path. Even though the scanner had confirmed their identities, that they were indeed Arasaka Corporation personnel, the security guards still refused to let them pass. Sorry, even if you are one of us, we haven't received any instructions regarding any visitors today, the leading security guard said in a cold tone, his eyes scanning everyone in the car with vigilance. These security guards had no idea of the villa's true purpose, let alone that Hanako Arasaka was imprisoned there. Their clearance level was too low to access such confidential information. They only knew that, not long ago, several escort vehicles had mysteriously entered the villa area. Subsequently, a group of security personnel, including themselves, were urgently dispatched there with a strict order. No one except the CO was allowed to enter. Beyond that, they knew nothing. At this moment, the security officer was consulting the security captain via an encrypted communication channel, attempting to obtain clear instructions from his superiors. In this hierarchical security system, low-level personnel like him had no access to the specific details of their missions. Their sole responsibility was to maintain their post, intercept suspicious individuals, and then report the situation truthfully, awaiting their superior's decision. However, even as he routinely reported the situation, his fingers were silently working on his personal terminal, recording the details of the interception. This wasn't out of professional habit. In fact, he'd always been perfunctory about the company's required logs. He did so because of a special side job. This security guard secretly maintained contact with a mysterious organization with a particular interest in Arasaka's internal affairs. Every time he submitted logs containing Arasaka's internal dynamics, his anonymous account would receive a substantial payment. This shady income had dramatically improved his quality of life. Even when he went to Hentang Entertainment a few days ago, he was much more lavish than usual. Thinking of this, a subtle smile unconsciously played on his lips, and his fingers tapped more briskly on the terminal. But his recording soon stopped. Before him, the bulletproof window of the car was slowly lowered, revealing the black muzzle of a gun. When you act, you must be quick and decisive. Clearly, David understood this well. The moment the gunshot rang out, V's figure had vanished. V's prosthetic eye clearly captured the trajectory of David's weapon. The blazing bullet tore through the air, leaving a scorching trail in the night sky, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, aimed directly at the head of the nearby security guard. Just as the bullet was about to pierce his tactical helmet, V's Swan Weston suddenly activated. The world suddenly slowed down. V's figure flickered in the cracks of time stasis. He pushed open the car door with one hand and leaped from the other side. His katana was already unsheathed as he landed. The metallic buzz of blade against scabbard hadn't yet faded when he had already crushed the stone pavement. With a scattering of gravel, V slammed into the swarm of security personnel surrounding the vehicle like a cannonball. The katana he named Backer, as if a tribute to his former tribe, slashed a crimson arc through the air. The first strike struck the lead security guard's neck. The nano-coated blade collided with the military-grade tactical armor, sending forth a shower of dazzling blue-white sparks. The armor, clearly reinforced with blade resistance, was sliced through with ease by V's blade like thin paper. Before the blood could spurt, V spun around and struck again. His movements were fluid, every muscle exerting force with mechanical precision. The hum of the blade piercing the air, and the crisp crack of bone breaking echoed almost simultaneously. The security guard's prosthetic eyes reflected a blurry crimson afterimage. The last color they would see. Enemy attack. As V dispatched the nearby security guards with lightning speed, the outer security forces immediately responded. Well-trained armed personnel quickly raised their smart weapons, their holographic sights flashing red as they locked onto their targets, attempting to capture the ghostly figure. At the same time, the hum of turbine engines filled the air. Dozens of armed drones, hovering on alert, suddenly swooped down. Their bellies' rapid-fire machine guns had already warmed up, their barrels whirring with a deadly hum, ready to unleash a storm of metal. The most deadly threat came from the icy security robots. They lacked the fleeting hesitation of humans, their tactical processors calculating the optimal solution in a split second. Mechanical joints silently rotated, and multiple machine guns were trained on the still-stationed vehicle. Their combat logic prioritized eliminating relatively stationary targets, prioritizing the occupants. All the robots' weapon systems simultaneously lit up in red, indicating a locked-on status. However, just as the security system was about to fire, the car door flung open, and three dark figures darted out like demonic spirits. Oliver and David Swanweston activated simultaneously, the world frozen before their eyes. Their movements were mirror image. Arms raised, aiming, triggers squeezed. Their weapons unleashed a frenzy of ammunition in slow time, their muzzles slicing orange-red streaks through the slowed-down space. The drones in the air barely had time to adjust their trajectory before they were pierced through the core by the precise bursts of bullets, exploding into balls of fire one after another. Unlike his companions, Jack chose the most brutal approach. The burly man charged into the crowd, like a rhino out of control, his speed unbelievable for someone his size. Before the men could evade, his massive arms were already swinging. A fist capable of matching the heavyweight champion's military-grade armor and leaving its mark on him had already been unleashed, a punch like a heavy artillery piece. Bang! The front row's security guard's chest visibly dented, his subcutaneous armor warping like steel under stress. But even more deadly was the shockwave. His internal organs, penetrating the protective layer, were instantly shattered to pulp. The bulletproof plate on his back actually exploded with a pop, leaving a fist-shaped bulge. After defeating the champion and replacing the boxing match played in Old Way's clinic with his own, Jack, while still reluctant to undergo a gorilla-like transformation of his arm, did make some adjustments. Jack's arms, now constructed of nanofibers combined with heavy, glove-like subcutaneous armor and hydraulic joints at the elbows, could generate enough force to blow apart the head of a truck. A human body was simply too vulnerable to his fists. The second security guard had barely raised his smart rifle when Jack's backhand punch slammed into him, sending him spinning almost instantly. Jack's rampage through the security group was like a sledgehammer to the 100 ninjas who, receiving the command from afar and simultaneously attacking the security guards around the wall, saw something like Adam's hammer. What a formidable member! The 100 ninjas, not familiar with the current state of Night City Arasaka, had been instructed to suppress their emotions during training, so they didn't feel any deep emotion. They simply silently assessed the threat. As expected of personnel from another continent, a mere combat squad possessed such prowess. Or was it simply that the wise commander's men were exceptionally skilled, as expected of elites, who could navigate the enemy's base camp, even under surveillance, and obtain such crucial intelligence? Their subordinates were surprisingly exceptional. While mentally assessing the threat, these well-trained ninjas sprang into action. Their figures suddenly emerged from their optical camouflage, closing in on the security personnel along the wall like ghosts. Before the guards could react to the commotion at Jack's side, the ninjas' blades had already silently arrived. One wielded a poison ninja tool, its cold light piercing the heart with a flash. Another's mantis blade flickered from its wrist, its blade grazing the throat before even a muffled grunt could escape. Death came silently and swiftly. The ninjas' movements were as precise as machines, each strike ensuring their target's utter destruction. Some took half a step to aid their companions before warm blood spurted from their necks. Another's finger barely touched the trigger before a bloody blade suddenly appeared in his chest. The entire process took only seconds, and the security guards at the perimeter were completely wiped out. Even with only 10 of them, the 100 ninjas acted with absolute efficiency, leaving the enemy no chance to resist. Like a meticulously choreographed dance of slaughter, each movement designed to harvest lives with maximum efficiency. Or perhaps, precisely because there were only 10 of them, the 100 ninjas had chosen only the most elite members, and their speed in dispatching the attackers was even faster than Jack's. While the number of people involved and the fact that Jack's security was the primary personnel were factors, the ninjas, whose primary job was protection, were far more swift in their killing than mercenaries, demonstrating their prowess worthy of the title of Ninja 100. Carl, who had escaped from the car, slowly inching his way out of the situation, noticed the Ninja 100's actions. Amidst the hail of bullets, he paid no attention to the whiffs, instead secretly admiring them. They're quite skilled. Their movements were so agile that even V would have had a difficult time dealing with them. Carl never hesitated to praise those with formidable abilities, for it would be rather stingy to not even praise those with skills worthy of emulation. Bullets sparked on the concrete, but Carl was as absorbed in the action as if he were watching a performance. He keenly observed each ninja's preferred lurking positions, their attack angles, and even memorized the subtle grip patterns of their weapons. These seemingly insignificant individual traits were as distinct to Carl as fingerprints. Even the most well-trained ninjas would develop unique muscle memory through countless repetitions. It was these subtle differences that transformed a cold killing machine into a living, breathing individual. People are never the same. Even clones are two completely different individuals. Expecting a group of people to become one simply by erasing their emotions is excessively arrogant. People's differences must be acknowledged, and the way to bring them together is never to erase their emotions and turn them into robots. Even robots have differences due to the wear and tear of their parts. Only shared aspirations, similar thoughts, and shared emotions can unite people into a whole. Even the 100-man ninja group, so proud by old Saburo Arasaka, wasn't a monolith. While their behaviors were similar and their movements resembled a template, they were still human beings, different beings. Standing amidst the hail of bullets, Carl suddenly felt a craving for sweet tea. There was no particular reason, perhaps simply that memorizing their actions and thoughts had consumed so many brain cells that he needed something sweet to alleviate the fatigue. Although I heard that sugar isn't very useful when thinking is exhausting, consuming too much is also bad for the body. During this brief moment of reflection, Carl, who remained motionless, looked at Johnny, who was waiting in the car. After motioning for him to wait inside, he glanced around. Under the attacks of Oliver, David, V, and Jack, along with a 100-man ninja group that had already begun their operation, these specially selected security personnel were practically overwhelmed. After all, they lacked a sufficiently influential figure to coordinate the situation. However, dealing with this group of headless flies, whose commanders had already retreated, wasn't particularly difficult. The most difficult part of this matter was indeed finding the relevant intelligence. As long as they had information about Hanako's hiding place, rescuing Hanako Arasaka would be easy. Even without me, the Pheasant faction could have done it themselves. At least they had an insider, a powerful one at that, allowing them to skip the most difficult intelligence-gathering phase. Otherwise, if they were in the Pheasant faction's shoes, they would have been in a lot of trouble. When the last security guard collapsed, Akechi stepped on the bullet casing strewn across the floor and entered the villa's lobby. The members of the 100-man ninja group were scattered like shadows at strategic points. Their weapons, gleaming coldly, were still dripping with blood, yet they had already transitioned from killer to defender. In the special monitoring room on the second floor, protected by triple biometric authentication, Hanako Arasaka sat at the tea table. Her hair was styled in a delicate traditional bun, and the Arasaka family crest embroidered on the cuffs of her kimono shone a dark golden hue under the soft light. Saburo Oda, kneeling behind her like a samurai, stood guard. Although his service weapon and prosthetics had been confiscated and locked away, his taut muscles still betrayed his resolve to protect his master with his body. "Miss Hanako, Mr. Oda, I'm late." The sound of Akechi opening the door made both of them look up. In Hanako Arasaka's eyes, she reflected that gentle, calm figure. Goro Akechi's suit remained spotless, and behind his glasses, his gaze was gentle and resolute, as if the bloody turmoil outside had nothing to do with him. Oda-san's Adam's apple twitched. This usually expressionless personal guard's eyes flickered with a flicker of relief. The loyal and unwavering Akechi had arrived. Chapter 822. Akechi, your loyalty will be richly rewarded later. Arasaka Hanako slowly stood up, her gaze calmly meeting Akechi's. Her expression showed neither surprise nor panic, as if she had already anticipated this unexpected rescue. This calm demeanor was perfectly consistent with her leadership style. Calm, controlled, and never easily betraying emotion. "It's my honor." Akechi nodded slightly, briefly acknowledging Hanako's promise of a reward. He didn't engage in formalities, but quickly got to the point. His voice was low and urgent. Please follow me, and leave as soon as possible. Arasaka Nobuyuki is not slow-witted. He will quickly notice the changes here. Once he reacts, he will undoubtedly send his best troops in pursuit. Miss Hanako, we must move immediately. With that, his gaze swept to Oda Sandayo, the loyal guard standing nearby. Although not in good condition, he still had the strength to move. Akechi continued, Mr. Oda's situation requires further investigation. Although we have obtained the unlock code for his prosthetic body, we're still short on weaponry. He paused, a cold, determined look in his eyes. However, with the assistance of the 100-man ninja team, this problem should be quickly resolved. Arasaka Hanako walked forward calmly, the hem of her kimono fluttering gently with her steps. She nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Akechi calmly, her voice steady like an undercurrent beneath the surface of ice. Tell me the details of the current situation. How many people have you brought with you into the villa? How is the deployment of the follow-up support force? How much time do we expect to buy? Mingzi stood at Hanako's side, guarding her half a step away, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the handle of his gun. 10 Elite Ninja 100-man team members, along with my personally selected loyal team, have completely secured the villa complex. He scanned the surveillance equipment on both sides of the corridor, confirming they were all disabled, and continued, the remaining 100-man team members, who arrived in North America, are currently establishing a perimeter defense, working alongside the special agents loyal to you. Mingji paused, as if receiving intelligence. He paused, then continued, according to the latest intelligence, we can at least maintain the current situation until Arasaka Nobuyuki concludes his public meeting with the new president, but... Akechi frowned slightly. We can't rule out the possibility that he sends special forces, Miss Hanako. We must prepare for the worst. Adam Hammer may already be on his way. That mad dog my brother keeps? Arasaka Hanako narrowed her eyes slightly, her slender fingers gently stroking the delicate dark patterns on her kimono sleeves. She paused for about 3 seconds before speaking slowly, her voice as calm as a frozen lake. He's not a particularly significant threat. While that mad dog is certainly exceptionally powerful, he's ultimately just a chained beast. The 100-man ninja unit, each one a hand-picked elite, is more than capable of dealing with him. Her gaze suddenly sharpened as she turned to Akechi. Have you received any information regarding Takemura Goro's movements? Without waiting for a response, she continued, compared to a mad dog like Adam Hammer, who can be held back with enough lives. Takemura is the one we truly need to be wary of. At this point, her voice showed a subtle fluctuation for the first time. I know his talent well. Even though he's now shielded by my brother, and loyal to the wrong person, his blade has never dulled. I must track his whereabouts. When discussing risking her life to delay Adam Hammer, Arasaka Hanako's tone was eerily calm, as if she were discussing a mundane, everyday matter. She saw her soon-to-be sacrificed subordinates as mere pawns on a chessboard, to be manipulated at will. But when she spoke of Takemura Goro, a barely perceptible strain etched itself in her perfectly controlled voice. The instinctive alertness of a human being sensing danger. Because compared to the flamboyant Adam Hammer, Takemura Goro was the true and deadly threat. This top-tier guard, honed through Arasaka's rigorous training, possessed strength surpassing all members of the 100-man ninja group. If he truly acted recklessly, he could very well sneak up on Arasaka Hanako and deliver a fatal blow before anyone could react. Hanako Arasaka always maintained the highest level of vigilance against threats that could endanger her life. As Hanako Arasaka walked out of the villa, gunfire gradually rang out in the distance. She moved quickly, go investigate. No matter how many lives are sacrificed, it doesn't matter. To Hanako Arasaka, even elite ninjas, like the 100-man ninja group, were merely high-level expendables. As long as she was alive, she could have as many of them as she wanted. Yes, Miss Hanako. I will monitor Takemura Goro's whereabouts, and ensure that no threat can reach you. Akechi's response was crisp and clear, without a trace of hesitation. He didn't use vague phrases like as soon as possible or try my best. Instead, he firmly stated, I will. The weight of these 2 words was profound in Arasaka Hanako's ears. A flicker of admiration flashed in Arasaka Hanako's eyes. This response demonstrated not only obedience, but also a determination not to fail. Akechi left himself no room for retreat, an attitude that pleased her immensely. Akechi, she said, her voice carrying a rare warmth. I'm not a superior who doesn't know priorities. With your current strength, completing this mission is undoubtedly a difficult task. She paused. Therefore, I formally grant you the supreme command authority you already held. Oda Sandeo, standing in the back, was somewhat surprised by this. He had assumed that Miss Hanako would immediately assume command upon her escape, but he hadn't expected her to delegate such crucial authority. Clearly, there were deeper considerations behind this decision. I still have some important matters to attend to, and my understanding of the current situation is limited, Hanako Arasaka continued, her voice regaining its previous calm. In the meantime, you will continue to serve as the overall commander, with the authority to issue orders to everyone and take necessary actions. I grant you the right to command anyone and take action. The right to command anyone and take action, in other words. The right to kill anyone and force them to obey orders. Clearly, for Hanako Arasaka, having an effective executor is often more important than directing the entire situation herself, and she has always been adept at giving the most appropriate rewards at the most opportune moment. I understand. A right of command that no one is allowed to refuse? Chapter 823. Although Arasaka previously held supreme command, that authority was ultimately a temporary one granted by Hanako Arasaka while imprisoned. Back then, he was like a man in shackles. Though he held military power, he had to negotiate with the Pheasant Clan's commanders. Every decision had to be made under the watchful eye of the 100-man ninja group, and he had to consult with the Pheasant Clan members, even enduring their questioning and covert interference. But now, everything was different. The command granted by Hanako Arasaka herself was like the unsheathed sword Muramasa, radiating a chilling edge. This authority, bestowed personally by the Pheasant Clan's leader, instantly transformed Akechi from temporary commander into Hanako's true spokesperson. Those Pheasant Clan members, who had previously questioned and challenged him, now completely lost that right. There would be no more opposition or doubters. Now, Akechi held the power of life and death. He could command these pawns to their deaths at will. Even if they were ordered to confront Adam Hammer's steel body head-on, with their flesh and blood, or to investigate Takemura Goro alone, they dared not disobey. To refuse a wise order would be a blatant betrayal of Hanako Arasaka's will. And to rebel against Hanako Arasaka's will? The Pheasant Clan never possessed the ability to do so. In the past, they were tightly bound to the family's power network, without even the slightest chance of struggle. Now, even amidst turmoil and factional strife, they remained trapped, locked in Hanako's shadow, unable to even breathe. From the days of Saburo Arasaka to Hanako's rise to power, the Pheasant Clan remained a captive flock of birds, bright feathers, resounding voices, yet forever imprisoned in a gilded cage. They couldn't emulate the eagle's rebelliousness, let alone the dove's soaring wings. They could only bow their heads obediently, spreading their magnificent tail feathers on the floor designated by their master. Saburo tamed them with power and tradition, while Hanako tightened the chains with an iron fist and a combination of kindness and force. They might flaunt their feathers at a banquet, earning a few applause, but if they tried to break free, they would find their wings had long since withered. Unable to soar above the iron walls of Arasaka Tower, nor escape the invisible reins held by Hanako. Akechi had already grasped the chains that held them captive. And since Arasaka Hanako had granted him absolute authority, wouldn't it be a betrayal of her kindness if he didn't exercise it to the fullest extent? He reviewed the battle plan. The conservative defensive deployments, in his eyes, were riddled with loopholes. The scattered firing points, the timid blocking positions, all betrayed the Pheasant faction's characteristic cowardice. Now, it was time to reshape everything his way. Remove the multi-stage blocking formation. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but the command sent the entire Pheasant faction command room to the rear into a state of utter silence. Everyone on the first blocking line moved 5 meters to the right. I want them to use their bullets from this commanding height to give the enemy a gift they never forget. The air in the command room froze, like lead at these wise instructions. The Pheasant faction commander's Adam's apples rolled in pain, cold sweat trickled down their temples, but none dared utter a single word of no. Invisible chains seemed to click in the silence, tightening their chests painfully, yet they lacked the courage to even raise their hands to loosen their ties, to even allow themselves to breathe. As if such an action would be seen as a sign of defiance. To the professional commanders, Mingji's battle plan was glaringly naked, a blocking tactic devoid of casualties, a defensive line constructed with human flesh and blood. Every coordinate adjustment conveyed the same message. Their lives were merely expendable, as long as it ensured Miss Huazi's safety. No matter how many they sacrificed, it was worth it. How ironic. Just recently, when Mingji was only the interim commander, they had been able to leave ample escape routes in their defensive arrangements under the guise of tactical flexibility. Those carefully planned crossfires and tiered defenses were more about preserving their own lives than stopping the enemy. But now, With Huazi's appointment, the balance of power had completely tilted. Every location Mingji had named would become their graveyard, and all they could do was stand tall and face death. After all, from a tactical perspective, the plan was flawless. The only flaw was the potential cost to the executors of the plan. But who cared? In the corporate chess game, human life was merely a number that could be erased at any moment. These commanders knew it all too well. If they were in power, they would also sacrifice others without hesitation. After all, earning Miss Huazi's favor was paramount, far more than a few lives. As long as they weren't the ones dying, those lives being thrown into the meat grinder were merely necessary chips on the road to advancement. It wasn't until today, when the cold butcher's knife was placed on their own necks, that they finally tasted the feeling of being abandoned. But even so, they still couldn't truly understand the fear those subordinates, who had met their deaths under their careless orders, had felt. What filled their minds at that moment wasn't guilt for the victims, but rather a revelation about the power game. Akechi had simply done what we would do. If anyone wanted to blame someone, blame themselves for not climbing high enough. This was the Arasaka principle of survival. Until death, they would never question the cruelty of this system. In this cage of power built by Saburo Arasaka, cruelty was never wrong. It was the principle of survival. Decades of domestication had ingrained this logic into every Arasaka. And the Pheasant faction commanders were no exception. So, when Akechi deployed them to the front lines, no one was surprised. These pampered commanders were forced to take up arms, not for the sole strategic value of stalling time. Akechi, or Karl, knew better than anyone that they couldn't buy a single minute. These Pheasant faction commanders might believe this command was intended to buy a few seconds, but Karl knew his true purpose. This was simply an execution. Karl was simply sending them to their deaths. Karl understood these men's true nature all too well. They never learn to value the lives of others, never understand why they're dying, and will only be like domesticated poultry, still clinging to the feed in the trough before the butcher's knife falls. So, Karl doesn't intend to value their lives anymore. Karl certainly doesn't like seeing people die, but some people never change. For such people, the mere fact of their death is enough to make Karl happy. Chapter 824. Akechi, how much do you know about biological experiments? After arranging the arrangements for intercepting the pursuers, Akechi, Oda Sandeu, and Arasaka Hanako got into the pre-prepared vehicle. The moment the door closed, Arasaka Hanako suddenly spoke, causing Akechi's heart to skip a beat. Even the usually calm Akechi couldn't help but feel a little nervous at Arasaka's sudden question. This wasn't without reason. Not long ago, he had taken on a commission involving biotechnology, which happened to be closely related to biological experiments. And that was work he was doing under another identity. Arasaka Hanako, a captive, had actually mentioned something directly related to his previous mission at the critical moment of being successfully rescued and about to leave the villa. Such a precise coincidence made Akechi feel a little uneasy. He almost subconsciously wondered if something had gone wrong, and if his identity had been exposed. Just as Akechi was rapidly pondering whether he had let himself slip somewhere, whether his earlier arrangements had let Arasaka Hanako see a flaw, Arasaka Hanako took his silence as a form of embarrassment. She tilted her head slightly, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow in the sunlight streaming in from outside, a thoughtful curve playing at the corner of her mouth. It seems you haven't had much experience in this area. Her voice paused deliberately, as if giving him room for explanation and assessment. But come to think of it, your resume doesn't show much work in this area, nor have you participated in any experiments in this area. Arasaka Hanako's voice held an almost calculated level of consideration. Her tone was so gentle it didn't sound like the tone of a superior, but rather a subtle soothing gesture. She was clearly pleased with Akechi's performance, at least on the surface. So even when he showed flaws in areas he wasn't particularly adept at, she didn't betray a hint of criticism. Instead, this almost tolerant attitude subtly bridged the gap between them. But Akechi wasn't flattered by this deliberate display of closeness. On the contrary, his nerves remained tense as a bowstring, his thoughts quickly shifting to deeper deductions. So there was no revelation, just the mention of biological experiments? He quickly adjusted his expression, a hint of apology forming at the corners of his mouth as he whispered, "I'm so sorry, Miss Hanako. I wasn't prepared enough. Biological experiments. What a coincidence." No, rather than a coincidence, he might have touched upon the pheasant sex's most core secrets. His gaze flickered upwards as he bowed his head in apology, capturing every subtle shift in Hanako's face through the gaps between his eyelashes. The curve of his eyebrows, the twitch of his eyes, even the rhythm of his breathing. She was observing him, and he, in turn, was observing her. After confirming my loyalty, was he finally letting me in on the real secret? His thoughts didn't stop, but instead accelerated. But why biological experiments? He pondered inwardly. While Arasaka couldn't say they hadn't dabbled in that area, their experience in biological experiments was certainly weaker than in biotechnology. Even if there were important matters, they shouldn't be brought up at this critical juncture, having just escaped a difficult situation. Akechi knew exactly what the most important thing to do now was. Arasaka Hanako should be focusing on how to deal with her brother, Arasaka Nobuyuki. Unless Akechi's eyes had grasped something, unless this matter truly transcended factional struggles, taking precedence over confronting Nobuyuki. It seems that after confirming my loyalty, they must immediately disclose these core secrets, so that I can assist later. Akechi came to this conclusion in his mind, otherwise, he would never have mentioned it at such a sensitive time. But what would biological experiments involve? Even if Saburo's digital lifeforms, as he and Seinobu had deduced, might exist, that shouldn't be related to biological experiments. It seemed things were more complicated than he imagined. Could it be that Saburo Arasaka secretly had clones? Having transformed into digital lifeforms, he had given up on his commitment to completeness and decided to pass on only his will. So, he wanted to use his clones as a base, insert his digital lifeforms, and recreate Saburo Arasaka. Akechi pondered this possibility. If so, then this matter was undoubtedly more important than factional struggles. After all, if a true leader like Saburo Arasaka was gone, there would be no struggle at all. It was the same reason why the Pheasant faction went to such great lengths to rescue Hanako Arasaka. As Akechi pondered the possibility of Saburo Arasaka's clones, Hanako posed a new question in that puzzling, enigmatic way that only those in a position of power could offer. Akechi, have you heard of KK? KK? Akechi stiffened his facial muscles slightly, his pupils constricting imperceptibly for a moment. Miss Hanako, you mean? He carefully drew out the last syllable, his eyes maintaining a carefully balanced mix of confusion and curiosity. Catching the flicker of confirmation in Arasaka Hanako's eyes, Akechi added the second half of his sentence perfectly. The legendary mercenary KK? It seems you know him well. As a member of the counterintelligence department, this is my duty. Akechi's fingertips seemed to unconsciously stroke the cufflinks of his suit, a hint of nervousness evident. Even with someone like KK, even if I blindfolded myself and blocked my ears, his information would still seep in through every crack. It seems even though you only recently arrived in Night City, you've been deeply influenced by him. Noticing Akechi's nervousness and stiff expression, Arasaka Hanako nodded slightly. I'm talking about him. That's him. Akechi combined the two questions Arasaka Hanako had asked about, connecting them together. Biological experiments, KK. Are these two related? If they were to be combined, Akechi couldn't think of a connection. Just as Akechi was considering whether or not to ask, as a subordinate, Hanako Arasaka clearly wasn't going to continue the conversation with Akechi in this manner. After a few tentative conversations, Hanako Arasaka had solidified her impression of Akechi. He was indeed a very proactive person. With someone who could think like that, she could already reveal some things. Follow the latest wiring I programmed into the vehicle. It's time for you to see some important secrets. Chapter 825. Under the desperate protection and sacrifice of the Pheasant faction members, Oda Sendai drove the vehicle carrying Akechi and Hanako Arasaka, and quickly left the North Oak district. Utilizing the covert technology of the faction's hackers, they infiltrated this unsurveilled Badlands area. After deploying the necessary means and disguises to avoid satellite surveillance, Akechi discovered a subterranean biotechnology laboratory belonging to Arasaka, much larger and more staffed than the one they had seen a few days earlier. It was filled with Pheasant faction members, individuals who had not been mobilized even for matters as important as rescuing Hanako Arasaka, and who were even unknown to other Pheasant faction leaders. In other words, the mission these individuals were carrying out was more important than Hanako Arasaka's life or death. They were the true key to the Pheasant faction's survival. Akechi stood in the laboratory's basement, peering through the glass toward the lower levels. He could see people in white coats milling about. Many noticed Hanako Arasaka's arrival, but they didn't even bother to look up and greet her politely, their minds fluttering. Miss Hanako, these personnel weren't mobilized during the previous rescue operation, Akechi asked quietly. Who are they? They're Arasaka's core experimental team. Arasaka Hanako's voice was as calm as if she were discussing the weather, but her next words made Akechi's pupils shrink suddenly. They're conducting KK's cloning experiment. The key secret had been revealed. The connection between biological experiments and KK had also been unraveled. The experiment currently underway is indeed very closely connected to the two, as both are indispensable. KK's cloning experiment? Akechi's voice unconsciously rose slightly, but it didn't surprise Hanako Arasaka. Even she was speechless when she heard about the experiment. If she was like that, how could Akechi, who once held a low position, be so shocked? Arasaka Hanako said slowly, yes, it's the cloning experiment of the legendary mercenary KK. But this? Akechi's eyes were fixed on the movement in the lower laboratory. After a few seconds, he turned sharply to Arasaka Hanako. This action should have been offensive, but in his shock, it seemed natural. From what I know, although mercenary KK is exceptionally skilled and has excellent combat ratings, he was just an ordinary mercenary when he debuted. His growth follows a clear trajectory. Just like the legendary mercenaries of the past, unique yet logical. If the sole focus is on combat effectiveness, this cloning experiment doesn't seem cost-effective. I understand. Your confusion is wise. Arasaka Hanako tapped the glass curtain wall in front of them with her fingertips. As a former outsider, your doubts are perfectly reasonable. After all, you haven't truly entered the core. KK's trajectory is truly impossible to replicate, just like those of all legendary mercenaries. If we simply aim to create another mercenary. She suddenly turned, the cold light of the laboratory freezing in her eyes. Then it's like we're trading the cost of leveling a continent for a lone peak on the sea. The glass curtain wall reflected her suddenly dilated pupils. But this is the core of the matter. Do you truly understand KK's uniqueness? KK's peculiarity. Akechi had a vague sense of what was going on. Carl, Akechi's alter ego, naturally knew of his own peculiarity. He had also learned about it from the existence of a possible roaming AI, so he was naturally prepared. However, he wasn't in the habit of using his own body as a test subject for detailed examinations, so he wasn't sure exactly what his peculiarity was. Now it seemed he might finally have some answers. However, the answer Akechi later received from Hanako Arasaka was different from what he had imagined. It was quite different. KK's body is very special. Hanako's fingertips gently traced the glass curtain wall, leaving a fleeting trail of mist. At the previous Arasaka party, he captured a rogue AI, which was later handed over to my father. Her voice suddenly dropped, as if reciting a taboo. That rogue AI offered my father a secret in exchange for freedom and a deal. After a secret conversation, one that was never recorded, a conversation that even my father's personal diary had been erased, my father released the AI. But before reaching an agreement, it revealed a secret to my father. A secret it had only revealed to Saburo Arasaka. To Saburo-sama? Indeed, something that changed my father's mind and made him reevaluate KK's value. I even considered that if KK had the decency to not join forces with my brother, then perhaps even betrothing Haruko to him wouldn't be out of the question. Betroth Miss Haruko to KK. After saying Haruko, Miss, there was a slight pause in Mingji's words, as if he was considering the wording, or he was not used to adding another name to Haruko's. However, this slight pause, as if the shock had not yet subsided, was not noticed by Arasaka Hanako. She continued, speaking of something even more crucial regarding KK. Indeed, while no one knows the precise details of that secret conversation, since even my father's personal journal was deliberately deleted and destroyed, he later revealed the secret to me. Arasaka Hanako gazed at the scene below. KK's body can hold anything. KK's body can hold anything? Akechi understood these strangely familiar words, but he wasn't entirely certain of his suspicions. Yes, his body is extremely special. Evaluations show it's practically perfect for the relic. In other words, anyone whose personality data is transferred into his body through the relic chip can be fully reborn, and the level of compatibility is even higher than that of a clone. Does that mean? Yes, that means anyone who possesses KK's body, through the relic, can be reborn into a perfect, flawless life. This life is a true second life, without any flaws or problems. Arasaka Hanako laid the truth before Akechi. This is Saburo Arasaka's true purpose, or the true secret behind the Pheasant faction's current actions. KK's body. Relic. Perfect rebirth. Eternal life. This is an experiment in immortality. Chapter 826. This is an experiment in immortality. Arasaka Hanako's words exploded like a thunderbolt in Akechi's mind. He finally understood the true purpose of Arasaka Hanako and the others. In this power game of this iron jungle, what could be more important than factional struggles? Eternal life. Undoubtedly, this was the ultimate proposition that transcended all disputes. No matter how rebellious or combative Arasaka Nobuyuki might be, he could not escape the shackles of human lifespan. Even if he could force the opposing factions into a desperate situation, forcing them to flee in panic and on the verge of collapse, When his life came to an end, all this would be for naught. He could only struggle madly in his limited years, gnawing at everything he could reach like a trapped beast. Even more tragically, he could never be sure that his will would be inherited by future generations. This anxiety about inheritance was like a thorn in his flesh, forcing him to gamble everything before death. It was the shackles of life that forced him to choose such a tragic way of life. And then he changed. Because someone appeared. A like-minded person embarking on the same path. Lifespan suddenly became unimportant. He no longer had to risk everything. His will could be carried on in another way, through immortality, a legacy far more enduring than the continuation of flesh and blood. But to his opponents, this spiritual legacy was nothing but a vague illusion. They sneered arrogantly, their eyes focused only on the tangible immortality of their own. The immortality of the body was the true power, while the continuation of the soul? That was just a fairy tale for the losers to comfort themselves. This was the fundamental difference between Arasuke's Nobuyuki and his opponents. When Lai Xian chose to pass on his will among like-minded individuals. As long as those who share his convictions remain alive, this path will continue to expand, grow, and converge into a never-extinguished river of thought. His opponents, however, took a completely opposite path, imprisoning their self-consciousness within the shells of immortality, trudging alone through the eternal desert of time. That is a path to immortality that can only be traveled alone. Without companions, without the need for successors, and even without room for a second consciousness, their immortality is like a meticulously crafted crystal coffin, dazzling yet cold and suffocating, forever containing only one soul. The immortality of the will is a fervent belief that spreads, like wildfire among countless hearts. The immortality of the body is the act of forging the self into an immortal tombstone. Which is truly true? The answer to this question may lie in the initial desire of every seeker, like a road traversed by a cold wind. Some fear the flame of the flame being forgotten, so they choose to burn themselves, becoming a flame, bringing warmth to those walking the same path, allowing them to continue on this icy road. Some fear death itself, so they use technology to freeze their dying breaths into eternity, forever preserved in a coffin so cold they feel no coldness, lingering beside the icy road, forever existing, yet never moving forward. Akechi couldn't say whether these two options were superior or inferior. From a human perspective, everyone's choices have their own reasons and thoughts, and they can't be generalized. But from his own perspective, as an individual, Akechi preferred the former. After all, he couldn't really accomplish much alone, and he knew that. Akechi took a deep breath, the cool air coursing through his lungs, clearing his mind. He stared at Hanako Arasaka, his voice low and measured. Has this experiment reached its final stage? No, it hasn't. Hanako shook her head. We did collect biological samples from KK through special channels, and successfully created clone embryos. We even used spies to borrow the latest biotech technology for resurrecting ancient organisms, adapting it to clones, but... Her voice gradually took on a strange quality. However, these embryos still have developmental defects. While they're barely usable, Hanako paused, seemingly choosing her words. The physiological functions of these bodies inexplicably and rapidly deteriorate. The research team speculates that this may be due to a mismatch between the transmission rate of consciousness and the carrier. Mismatch? Deterioration? So there are a lot of failures? To say Akechi has any particular feelings about those failed replicas from his time as Carl would be a lie. Although those creatures were cultivated from his biological samples, and were, in a sense, part of him, to Carl, they were like mosquitoes sucking blood. The embryos that Hanako Arasaka's scientific team cultivated, which were parts of themselves, lacked any volition. In other words, they were more like cultivated organs. Wouldn't it be nice to have a mosquito suck a portion of your blood, using the nutrients to nurture its own offspring? Akechi thought of a comic he'd seen, one in which a child born from a mosquito sucking your blood, using the nutrients, was, in a sense, the child of the one being sucked, but that was just a joke. In reality, mosquitoes sucking blood is a form of feeding, no different from humans eating. It's impossible for humans to eat to produce nutrients and reproduce, and then say that the next generation is the child of food. That would be too bizarre. So for Carl, that's how it feels now. It feels like this. The experimental team has stolen his hair, blood, nails, and other possible organisms to feed on, creating children that bear some trace of him. But to say that they are actually him is not quite the case. It's more like a leafy sea slug. After these creatures first feed on a certain algae, they no longer need to eat because they steal the chloroplast genes from the algae and integrate them into their own chromosomes, allowing them to photosynthesize like plants, using solar energy to convert carbon dioxide and water into nutrients for survival. In a sense, this is also part of the existence of fusion genes. Carl feels that the leafy sea slug is a more appropriate description of the experimental team's current behavior. After a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, Akechi's gaze grew focused and penetrating, as if he were trying to penetrate every detail behind the experiment. Miss Hanako, his voice laced with deliberately suppressed excitement, regarding the issue of the mismatch in consciousness transmission rates and the body's failure. Is there a possibility of optimization? Arasaka Hanako's lips curled up imperceptibly. Akechi's reaction was exactly what she wanted. The glint in those eyes was the unconcealed longing of every immortal seeker. Clearly, this subordinate was on the path and aspiration she desired, and this was intentional. She spoke slowly, imbuing each word with alluring weight. Currently, the research team is exploring a completely new direction. She said, "We call it the Hybrid Carrier Project." Hybrid Carrier Project? Indeed, we intend to retain the unique advantages of KK, while using the recipient's DNA as the primary framework. Theoretically, this hybrid carrier will not only inherit the stability of the KK sample, but also resonate perfectly with the recipient's consciousness. Hanako looked directly into Akechi's eyes. This is true immortality. Clearly, throughout their previous conversation, Arasaka Hanako had been testing Akechi's attitude. She seduced him step by step, constantly using immortality as bait, drenching his expectations, and hoping to draw him out of his true self. She was so adept at this tactic that it was almost subconscious. In her opinion, everyone has something that tempts them. As long as they grasp that temptation, they can be manipulated to their advantage, aligning them with their own path. In her view, immortality was clearly the greatest temptation, and Akechi's demeanor had convinced her of this. As expected, no one could escape temptation and their own grasp. Arasaka Hanako smiled with a hint of satisfaction. This subordinate, who had previously demonstrated unwavering loyalty, now had the utmost protection. Faced with the promise of profit and a tempting future, he would fight tooth and nail until the day his worth was no longer there. Behind Arasaka Hanako and Akechi, Oda Sandeo's expression shifted slightly as he listened to their discussion. This change stemmed from Arasaka Hanako's words. From what Ms. Hanako had said, if this experiment succeeded, would Akechi be one of its users? After a brief hesitation, Oda Sandeo's thoughts quickly settled, and then a cold logic unfolded within his consciousness. Yes, that makes sense. No, it's simply the optimal solution. Once such an immortality experiment succeeds, it will inevitably require a group of reliable pioneers to verify its stability. And in a company rife with betrayal, what better test subjects are there than the loyal dogs personally trained? They've long been tamed, trained, and branded with the mark of Arasaka. When they are granted the power of immortality, they won't question it, won't betray it, but will simply wag their tails and beg for mercy like dogs with a bone, shedding tears of gratitude. And when the experiment is finally completed, when Miss Hanako truly enters the realm of immortality, this technology will no longer need to be hidden. It will spread like a plague, seeping like poison into the very bones of every powerful person. Those high-ranking company directors, government officials, presidents, kings, dictators, they may resist the corrupting influence of money, they may ignore the threat of violence, but who can refuse eternal life? Who can resist the allure of immortality? At that moment, Arasaka's will become the will of the world. Oda-san's prosthetic eye flickered slightly, data streamed silently rolling deep within his iris. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, as if he had glimpsed some almost divine truth. That's right. Miss Hanako's plan went far beyond defeating Arasaka Nobuyuki, or even ruling Arasaka. Her ambition was to reshape the world order, to make Arasaka's emblem the cross of a new era. Those powerful who claim to rule the world will eventually kneel before the altar of immortality, offering Arasaka their loyalty, their wealth, their souls. And all of this began at this moment, in this laboratory, in Miss Hanako's consciousness. Arasaka will control the world. No, more accurately, Arasaka will become the world itself. As Hanako Arasaka, Akechi, and Oda watched the experiment, their minds swirling. The number of those left behind in the North Oak district to be sacrificed was dwindling. Even if the Pheasant faction tried their best in North America, they only had enough men to rescue Hanako Arasaka. They were far short of the numbers needed to confront Arasaka Nobuyuki, who had the support of Michiko Arasaka. Flames roared through the streets of North Oak. The acrid smell of burning alcohol fuel mixed with the whiff of scorched metal filled my nostrils, setting this villa district, previously untouched by Night City, ablaze with flames reminiscent of the rage used to drive out homeless people during urban renewal. The twisted wreckage of vehicles, like skeletons gnawed by a giant beast, groaned under the weight of the heat. Takemura Goro stood in the center of the flames, the scorching air ripping his clothes and sending sparks flying around him, yet he remained unmoved. In his palm lay a twisted fragment of metal. It had been crushed beyond recognition, its edges jagged like a tear, its surface covered in blackened burn marks. As Takemura's fingertips traced its curve, muscle memory instantly awakened a long-lost understanding. As a former guard to Arasaka Saburo, Takemura Goro clearly had a deep understanding of the 100 ninja group. In a sense, he was considered their leader. He was all too familiar with the texture of this special alloy in his palm, light as a cicada's wing, yet stronger than steel. Like the principles of Bushido, it would rather break than bend under critical impact. This material was used only for one purpose: the 100 ninja group's specialized ninja tools. The weapons of the 100 ninja group were specially forged. Just as the lances of ancient cavalrymen would break upon impact to protect the rider, so too would these tools, if blocked, break and spread within the target, causing further damage. The metal piece warmed slightly in his palm. Goro Takemura already knew who the mysterious group that attacked the villa complex was. He had arrived in person at Arasaka Nobuyuki's request, and he understood that Arasaka Nobuyuki had insisted on his presence. When the Pheasant clan had previously sought his help, he had flatly refused and informed Arasaka Nobuyuki. Now, Arasaka Nobuyuki had asked him to handle the Pheasant clan and the 100 ninja group. Clearly, this was a test of trust. Goro Takemura clenched the metal sheet, which couldn't even penetrate his skin. He would capture the members of the 100 ninja group and the Pheasant clan, and he would bring Hinako Arasaka back, because he had never changed. His loyalty lay with the head of the Arasaka family. The wailing of NCPD sirens echoed from the periphery of the fire scene, but Goro Takemura had already vanished into the thick smoke, leaving only the discarded fragment, which gradually glowed a dark red in the blaze. Chapter 827. After inspecting the laboratory with Hinako Arasaka, Akechi, who already knew the Pheasant clan's most crucial secret, offered her a suggestion. "Miss Hinako," Akechi said, "the experiment isn't complete yet. Can't we use this opportunity to win the support of others who desire immortality? Shouldn't we temporarily retreat and remain in hiding until the experiment succeeds? Once we have the leverage to win, we can then deal with Arasaka Yorinobu. Considering that he will undoubtedly send people to search everywhere after you escape, to ensure your safety and the secrecy of the laboratory, we should immediately return to the main island." Akechi's proposal was impeccable. North America had long been the domain of Arasaka Yorinobu and Michiko Arasaka. With the Pheasant clan members constantly under pressure, remaining in enemy territory would be tantamount to self-destruction. The laboratory itself might be able to remain hidden for now, employing the safest place, most dangerous strategy. However, if Hinako Arasaka also remains here, the situation will be completely different. Once Yoriaki realizes she hasn't returned to the main island, he undoubtedly launch a comprehensive search across North America. By then, with his partnership with the new U.S. President, Rosalind Miles, he'd likely have no trouble finding Hinako. Akechi continued, "Arasaka Yoriaki has likely noticed something, but he'd likely focus on blocking the coastline for the time being and won't likely commit much land-based forces. I suggest we first travel by land, disguised as a tribe of nomads, to leave the Night City area, and then attempt to escape the North American continent using submarines. Once Miss Hinako returns to the main island, we officially confront Arasaka Yoriaki." Although Arasaka Yorinobu was equally powerful on the main island, compared to the current danger in North America, returning to the main island would at least give Hinako Arasaka some wiggle room. Once the immortality experiment was fully completed, the situation could be reversed. By then, it wouldn't be too late to make a final break with Arasaka Yorinobu. While the advice was wise, it came from a place of loyalty. However, Hinako Arasaka shook her head slightly at his suggestion. "I can't leave North America," Hinako Arasaka said firmly. "Board members from other regions are arriving in Night City. This is the first general meeting since Yoshinobu took over as CEO. All senior executives must not only swear allegiance to him, but also hold a meeting to hold him accountable, and comply with Arasaka's cooperation with New America." She raised her chin slightly, a sharp glint in her eyes. At that time, all remaining opposition within Arasaka, any neutral forces that can be won over, and Yoshinobu and Michiko's camps will gather. This is precisely why Yoshinobu was so eager to imprison me. He must not allow his biggest opponent to participate in his coronation ceremony. Returning to the main island is nothing but a slow death. I must convince the others in this meeting to join forces against Yoshinobu. Michiko is a fence-sitter. Once she sees Yoshinobu losing power, she will wisely choose sides. Hearing Hinako Arasaka's words, Akechi hesitated slightly, then spoke cautiously. But Miss Hanako, I'm afraid we don't have enough leverage to convince those people right now. Eternal life. The experiment isn't complete yet, and their most alluring promises remain theoretical. Faced with a group of people who are both afraid of death and terrified of Arasaka Yoriyuki's power, they're more likely to choose to cooperate with Yoriyuki, or even turn their guns against us. His voice was low, with a clear practical consideration. By then, eternal life will be nothing more than a new master for them. Expecting these people to add icing on the cake might be possible, but asking them to provide timely assistance is probably too difficult. Akechi, your advice is truly sincere, and I understand your concerns. Arasaka Hanako's voice was calm and firm. But if even I can't convince them, then what if the true master of Arasaka steps in personally? The true master? Akechi's voice was filled with just the right amount of confusion, as if he hadn't grasped the meaning of her words. Indeed. A hint of coldness crossed her lips. Yori Nobuyuki merely used military technology to assassinate the true master, managing to temporarily steal power from him. He's been acting recklessly there, squandering the family fortune. The true ruler has been watching his son's absurd actions from behind the scenes, ready to personally rectify his mistakes. Son? Could it be? Father originally wanted to see what Yori Nobuyuki would accomplish after ascending the throne, to test his ability. Hanako sighed softly, her tone devoid of any warmth. But he's been so disappointing. He even sought cooperation with the new America, and even attacked his own family, imprisoning a blood relative. Now, Father will no longer tolerate this. He will appear, and put an end to Yori Nobuyuki's absurd farce. Sir Saburo, are you safe and sound? As they talked, the three of them reached an elevator. At Hanako's signal, Oda activated the elevator's access, and the three of them stepped inside. My father has always been far-sighted. He always has a backup plan for any possible accidents. Arasaka Hanako's voice was particularly clear in the elevator, and the metal wall reflected her calm silhouette. His body indeed ceased to exist in that sudden assassination, but my father's spirit has never died. The experiment we are conducting now is precisely to welcome his return. Even just the manifestation of his will be enough to convince his followers, who is the true master of Arasaka, and to abandon the usurper Yoshinori. The elevator doors slowly closed, enveloping the three of them in the narrow space. Hanako watched the figures descending one floor after another and continued, upon reaching this filthy land of Night City, I secretly extracted my father's consciousness. He is now waiting for us below. Your loyalty has earned my father's approval, Akechi. You will soon have the honor of meeting him in person. It would be my honor. Akechi bowed his head slightly, his posture humble and submissive. However, from an angle unseen, his gaze suddenly sharpened. As expected, he had guessed correctly. He and Yoshinori had been right. Arasaka Saburo was indeed alive in some form, at least his consciousness had not yet dissipated. And Hanako Arasaka was intent on leveraging this lingering will to unleash a power surge capable of subverting the entire Arasaka clan. Luckily, he had successfully infiltrated the core of the Pheasant clan under the identity of Akechi, earning their trust, which they believed was sufficient for their loyalty after numerous trials. Otherwise, if Saburo Arasaka and Hanako suddenly launched an attack, the situation would have truly spiraled out of control. Thankfully, the entire plan was now under their control. Next, it was just waiting for the Pheasant to walk into the Hawk's trap. Come to think of it, Johnny seemed to have a grudge against Saburo Arasaka. Dogs love chicken, so Johnny wouldn't be picky about it. Just don't be too picky. Chapter 828. The elevator descended steadily, the feeling of weightlessness lasting far longer than Akechi had anticipated. Just when he thought it would sink to the center of the earth, the car finally came to a stop. The number displayed on the touchscreen was -12, a result that surprised Akechi somewhat. Based on his previous sensation, he had expected it to be dozens of floors underground. It seemed that this elevator either had a special safety design due to the Badlands' geological conditions, resulting in a slow speed. Or perhaps, there were dense authentication and scanning procedures embedded between each floor, which made the descent so time-consuming. If that were the case, then Arasaka Saburo was truly cautious. Was he afraid of dying again after having died once, learning from his mistakes? The elevator door slid open silently, revealing a dark, oppressive underground space. The concrete walls were rough and thick, clearly reaching the standard depth for a structure rated for nuclear explosion resistance. The air was filled with a low hum of equipment and the cold smell of metal. Arasaka Hanako's voice echoed beside him, clear and solemn. When urgently transporting father from Arasaka Tower, to avoid Yoriaki's eyes and ears, we only remove the critical components that sustain digital life. Her gaze swept over the somewhat sparsely furnished surroundings, her tone unwavering. The furnishings here may be crude, but what you are about to hear, what you are about to face, will be the will of my father himself. Remember your etiquette, Akechi. You are about to meet the true ruler of Arasaka. Yes, Miss Hanako. Akechi bowed her head respectfully, her posture impeccable. Arasaka Hanako nodded slightly, her gaze shifting into the shadows. She softly called father. Her voice seemed to trigger some mechanism. The low-pitched hum of the equipment in the air suddenly intensified, and a faint blue light emerged from the darkness. Particles rapidly condensed and reconstructed, ultimately transforming into a clear holographic image. The figure stood with his hands behind his back. From the side, his face was stern, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. It was none other than Saburo Arasaka himself. I'm here. Arasaka Hanako's voice echoed through the empty underground space. The holographic image of Saburo Arasaka slowly turned, his cold gaze sweeping across the three people present, pausing briefly on Arasaka Hanako and Oda Sandeo before finally settling on Akechi's face. Is this the man who helped you escape Yoshinori's clutches? His voice was steady and commanding, yet tinged with a faint electrical hum, as if transmitted through some medium. Akechi Goro. If I remember correctly, you demonstrated considerable talent even during your time at headquarters. I read many of your reports on external corporate activities, but I never expected you to be in my presence so quickly. Talented individuals will always rise to the top. Faced with this rare compliment from Arasaka Saburo, Akechi dropped his gaze, his demeanor humble yet barely concealing a hint of just the right amount of excitement. It is my great honor to receive your personal praise, Saburo-sama. I never hesitate to praise talented individuals. Unfortunately, some, despite being given the most trust, continue to disappoint. Arasaka Saburo's voice was cold as steel, and the someone he mentioned was clearly referring to none other than Arasaka Yorinobu. Akechi maintained a respectful demeanor, secretly grumbling inwardly. This digital ghost's tone was exactly like that old man's when he was alive. Akechi's thoughts raced silently. I just don't know if, when facing death, I will panic like that old guy and subconsciously play the family card. If even this is exactly the same, then this is really a 100% perfect replica. Is this some kind of limited replica pool in the game? If so, that's pretty bad. Despite his inner turmoil, his face remained calm, maintaining an impeccable deference. Even if Arasaka Saburo had spoken, such family matters were beyond the reach of a mere courtier like him. His status within the Arasaka company was no different from that of an imperial dynasty, and any courtier who discussed the emperor's family affairs would generally face a fateful end. At this moment, all he had to do was listen in silence. Thankfully, Digital Saburo didn't indulge in a lengthy rebuke. After a few cold words of criticism for Arasaka Yorinobu's rebellious behavior, his holographic gaze shifted to Arasaka Hanako, the gorgeous pheasant he trusted most, capable of handling matters, yet unable to escape his grasp. Compared to Arasaka Yorinobu, Hanako clearly satisfied Saburo more. She was sufficiently obedient and docile. Ever since she successfully mediated the conflict between the rejoined family, Yuriaki, and Saburo at the funeral of her eldest son, Arasaka Kei, years ago, which threatened to tear the Arasaka apart, she had first tasted power. In that conflict, she realized that power could lead her out of the inner mansion where she had been imprisoned for half her life, and from then on, she actively embarked on the path of striving for power. But she had always been sensible, knowing clearly that the source of all power came from her father, Arasaka Saburo. She had never dared to truly disobey him. Her so-called struggles only expanded the cage that held her captive, from the Arasaka ancestral home to the entire empire. In essence, she had always been the pheasant her father had carefully nurtured, and no matter how magnificent her wings were, she had never truly escaped her cage. And what Arasaka Saburo always desired was an obedient pheasant. Clearly, this time, his daughter had not disappointed him again. After his accidental death, it was she who secretly defied Arasaka Yorinobu, risking her life to quietly remove the core component carrying his digital consciousness from Arasaka Tower. It was she who rebuilt the temple of his consciousness deep beneath this filthy land. And it was she who, to this day, meticulously carried out every instruction he had laid down, without deviating. She remains the most competent captive bird. After gazing at his most satisfying work, the one he had personally mentored and supervised, Saburo Arasaka spoke. Have you made your plans? Yes, father. Arasaka Hanako raised her head, her eyes gleaming with cold determination. Yori Nobuyuki would never have imagined that I, having just escaped and should have retreated to the main island to seek refuge, would voluntarily return to the heart of Arasaka Tower. What you need is the key to the highest level of authority in my possession, which is distributed throughout every Arasaka tower worldwide. Saburo Arasaka's voice was like a thorn in the eyes of time. Once this authority is used, Yori Nobuyuki will surely notice. You only have one chance to use it. Are you prepared? Yes, father. Arasaka Hanako responded without hesitation. I will thoroughly expose Yori Nobuyuki's incompetence before all board members and demonstrate your continued presence. If you appear, even he will be forced to submit, just as he has been for the past 50 years, relying on my unexpected. Yoshinori, who had just stolen power, was truly disappointing. A cold sigh echoed from the hologram, as if a judgment had been foreordained. But for Akechi, who had been listening with his head bowed, this conversation revealed something. The memories and cognition carried by this digital ghost clearly ended before his death. In Saburo's mind, Arasaka Yoshinori was still the son, who had never broken free from his yoke for 50 years. The so-called rebellion was merely a farce that took advantage of his death. What a surprising miscalculation, a double-cross. Akechi's lips curved silently in the shadows. It was a smile familiar to the residents of Night City, but now it appeared on a different face. Chapter 829. After deciding to head to Arasaka Tower and force the incompetent and rebellious son, Arasaka Nobuo, to submit to Arasaka Saburo's will during the first board meeting convened by Arasaka Nobuo, the entire pheasant faction began a complete retreat. Ostensibly, they were creating a smokescreen to protect the recently escaped Arasaka Hanako's escape from Night City. In reality, they were secretly mobilizing forces, planning to suppress Arasaka Nobuo at the board meeting and then launch a sudden attack to subjugate the other factions within Arasaka in one fell swoop. Amid this intense planning, Akechi, one of the core planners, secretly met with his direct subordinates outside the Badlands. Most members of the Pheasant faction were still not given sufficient authority. They had neither the opportunity nor the qualifications to enter the highly confidential laboratory beneath the Badlands. It could be said that the combined value of all these individuals was far less than 1/10 of the laboratory's safety. Therefore, the responsibility of controlling these Pheasant faction members, who still had some value, fell entirely on Akechi's shoulders. As a key figure in the Pheasant faction, Akechi not only had to work with Hanako Arasaka on a quick plan to break through the blockade and enter Arasaka Tower on time, but he also had to lead this group of individuals through various locations, attracting attention and containing Arasaka Nobuyuki's forces, while ensuring he himself was not captured. Following the Arasaka tradition of using those who are useful to the fullest, Akechi shouldered a tremendous workload. However, Hanako Arasaka did not forget the dedication of this loyal subordinate and promised him two things. If necessary, Akechi could abandon these Pheasant faction members at any time, and only needed to ensure his own safety. These people were essentially pawns, to be used as bait in times of crisis. If the Pheasant faction successfully regains control of Arasaka, Akechi will be appointed president of one of Arasaka's global Arasaka towers, truly ascending to the pinnacle of power. Currently, although Akechi's position is merely that of a section chief, he already possesses the authority of a minister. However, above the minister is the director, who barely has the rank of attendee at regional Arasaka Tower meetings. And that's merely an admission ticket. Further up are the board members, who truly control the decision-making power. The true rulers of each regional Arasaka Tower are the vice presidents and presidents, the kings of their respective regions. The president position promised by Arasaka Hanako is undoubtedly a supreme reward for Akechi's loyalty and ability, unattainable for ordinary people. Within the Pheasant faction, if everything proceeds as expected, Akechi's advancement will undoubtedly set an unprecedented record. Never before had anyone risen to such a high position with such rapid momentum, and even fewer had he demonstrated both talent and unwavering loyalty. This would undoubtedly be a significant shakeup, even for the traditionally conservative Pheasant faction. It's foreseeable that if Akechi truly ascends to the position of president, he inevitably face skepticism and even criticism from many Pheasant faction elders due to his rapid advancement and his faction's shallow foundation. However, for now, the overall situation remains uncertain, and plans are still being implemented. Akechi, having already earned a certain degree of favor from both Hanako Arasaka and Saburo Arasaka, is undoubtedly the key figure in effectively overseeing the entire Pheasant faction's operations. If I don't take action now, I be the boss. Akechi gazed at the assembled team before him. These were the members he had personally led and considered his die-hard supporters. This thought crossed his mind, and he nodded slightly, then asked, "Is everyone here?" "Everyone is here, awaiting your instructions, Lord Akechi." It was Shizi, the hacker on the Akechi team, who responded. Having not seen Akechi for a long time, Her eyes seemed to gleam. Almost a week had passed since the last mission. This carefully selected team from the Pheasant faction had been under strict surveillance since Hanako Arasaka's imprisonment. Not only were they unable to regroup, but even their personal freedom was severely restricted. If Akechi hadn't contacted them through a covert channel before the operation and sent someone to extract them, they would have likely been secretly executed or purged from within Arasaka by now. Thinking back to the Pheasant faction members and the 100-man ninja group who sacrificed their lives to help Hanako Arasaka escape, which of them wasn't more important than this team, which wasn't of higher status than them? Yet, they were the ones who survived. This clearly showed signs of Akechi's hidden manipulation, and the realization moved every supporter present. It undoubtedly showed that Lord Akechi truly considered them his own. Akechi's team originally consisted of 12 men, 3 of whom had been killed during the operation, and were later replaced. Compared to the 9 veterans, who had always accompanied Akechi and participated in the operation personally, the 3 newcomers felt an indescribable emotion. This was the first time they truly understood the weight of the rumor that Akechi valued his subordinates. They had long been prepared to die and be abandoned, just as every superior they had ever encountered would have done. But they had never expected that under Akechi's command, they too would be considered worth saving. He not only notified them through covert channels, but personally escorted them out of danger. This act, tantamount to a life-saving grace, deeply moved them. Sir Akechi, worthy of his name, didn't treat them differently simply because they were newcomers. Instead, he protected them all equally. Having been pulled back from the brink of death, the 3 team members truly identified with their leader. And far more than the 12 members bearing the name Akechi shared this sentiment. Surrounding them were over 50 members of the Pheasant faction. Each one of them had been implicitly deemed expendable by the higher-ups, yet without exception, Akechi had saved them. This favor, this life-saving grace, so precious it was beyond comprehension. They stood there in silence, their eyes fixed in the same direction. No one uttered a word, but a resolve quietly coalesced in the silence. Even abandoned individuals, when they felt the favor, felt gratitude. They all knew clearly who owed their survival. No one who could enter Arasaka was a fool. They knew they were abandoned, and they knew their salvation lay not with the high-ranking officials or the great Miss Hanako, but with the wise man standing before them. Is it my imagination? I feel like you're deliberately trying to win people over. Oliver, cloaked in the Pheasant faction crowd, his face concealed in his operative uniform, said in the chat. You act just like one of those ambitious men in stories about to achieve great things. Come on, what's with all that winning people over? Faced with his companion's teasing, Carl's reply in the chat was a hint of helplessness. Aside from my own subordinates, who I brought out of duty and trust the rest, I carefully reviewed their files. They didn't deserve to die in this factional struggle. They simply had to choose sides in their work, because they were in Arasaka. You can call me soft-hearted, but I still treat them as human beings. Most of them worked hard to graduate from Arasaka or other academies, passing through numerous exams, and having complete families. Don't you think it's a shame to see them die in vain, because of this inexplicable power play? I think you're the only one who cares about this. Arasaka is like a dynasty, and the death of many people during dynastic changes is normal, not to mention that they are already enemies in some sense, and they are just pawns that can be ignored. But perhaps it was his friend Carl who inexplicably cared about strange things at strange times. In his words, maybe he simply didn't like seeing people die? Oliver looked around at the Pheasant faction members, whose eyes seemed to be burning with a certain fire, but he felt that what he saw was very special. It's unlikely that a new faction will emerge in Arasaka after the Pheasant faction is eliminated. It shouldn't be that way. After all, that's just how many people there are. It's just a spark. Hawks, doves. Come to think of it, if Carl were thinking about it, wouldn't Oliver felt like he was thinking about something strange again. Chapter 830. Everything has been arranged. Akechi led the Pheasant faction in a 2-day operation to attract the enemy's attention. Despite the rigorous pursuit and search conducted by Arasaka Nobuyuki's subordinates, Arasaka Nobuyuki's meticulous command, and the covert assistance of his spies within Arasaka Tower allowed him to successfully lead the Pheasant faction until the day of the board meeting. Although this process was not without its costs, the elite team that initially accompanied Arasaka Nobuyuki to rescue Hanako Arasaka was completely wiped out by Arasaka Nobuyuki's combat forces. Akechi still managed to retain Arasaka Nobuyuki's attention for 2 days, forcing him to deploy a large number of troops to the coastline to prevent Hanako Arasaka from evacuating by sea. He even managed to escape his pursuers at the last moment and return in time, delivering a near-perfect response to Hanako Arasaka. Hanako Arasaka generously praised Akechi's achievements. In fact, his performance even exceeded expectations. He not only fully deserved her trust and respect, but also completed the mission with almost impeccable execution. Upon learning of the complete sacrifice of his elite team, Hanako Arasaka made a promise. After eliminating Arasaka Nobuyuki, she would authorize Akechi to select members from all the Pheasant Faction's action teams until he could rebuild a team as elite as, or even stronger than, his original one. I will never forget your contribution, Akechi. Hanako Arasaka nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping across the group of people behind Akechi before returning to his face. You will accompany me through the secret passage into Arasaka Tower. Your personnel will remain under your command. Your performance recently has fully demonstrated your ability and loyalty. This time, all the action personnel will be under your unified leadership. Her voice deepened, revealing an unquestionable resolve. However, this isn't just a sign of trust in you, it's also a test of you. After this is accomplished, I require you to swiftly eliminate and control the forces under Nobuaki Sei's command, taking full control of Arasaka Tower. According to Hanako Arasaka, if she could only welcome her father, Saburo Arasaka, back at the board meeting, all the rebellion and chaos caused by Nobuaki Sei would be completely ended in that moment. As he had for the past 50 years, Nobuaki Sei would once again submit to his father, kneeling before Saburo Arasaka's absolute authority. Everything he had done since Saburo's death would serve as irrefutable evidence, completely crushing his already shaky position. And this time, Saburo Arasaka would not allow his son any room for resistance. With the immortality experiment beginning to show signs of success, his son, who had been repeatedly tolerated due to circumstances and personal interests, had finally reached the limit of tolerance. However, the power Nobuaki Sei had accumulated over the years could not be underestimated. Over the years, countless people have gathered here, drawn by his ambition and incited by his words. To prevent these individuals, encouraged by Sei Nobuyuki's desperate efforts, from taking any action that harms Arasaka's fundamental interests, they must be eradicated with the swiftest, most thorough, and most severe measures possible. Having repeatedly impressed her with Akechi's performance over the past few days, Arasaka Hanako chose to entrust this honorable task to Akechi. She trusted Akechi's ability to handle it. And Akechi's response did not disappoint. Understood, Miss Hanako. Akechi's gaze briefly flicked to the device Arasaka Hanako always carried, and he spoke in a steady voice. I will never let you and Saburo-sama down. Next, you stay by my side. Hanako nodded in appreciation at Akechi's unwavering response. She pondered, taking a slight step closer to Akechi, her sleeves fluttering slightly. I believe you have the ability to handle multiple tasks simultaneously, and as a reward for your loyalty. Arasaka Hanako paused, her words imbued with a solemnity almost ceremonial. I will formally grant you the presidency at the board meeting. You will stand by my side, asserting your authority. And my absolute trust in you, before all those who are incompetent and disloyal. Yes, Miss Hanako. This time, Akechi's response was tinged with uncontrollable emotion. Even he, at the moment of being publicly awarded the presidency, felt a surge of emotion. Arasaka Hanako nodded slightly, her gaze once again fixed on his handsome profile, as if trying to decipher something deeper. She remained silent for a moment, but ultimately she said nothing. Hanako Arasaka was no longer the type of person who could be captivated by appearances as a young woman. However, when she looked at the young, talented, and dashing Akechi, she couldn't help but compare him to her bodyguard, Oda Sandayu. If Akechi weren't so lacking in ability, he might have been the bodyguard she found more satisfying and admired. After this thought, Hanako Arasaka turned and walked calmly towards the vehicle that had been prepared. A car meticulously modified to conceal its identity, yet seemingly indistinguishable from an ordinary sedan. Accompanied by Oda Sandayu, she took the back seat. At this moment, Akechi glanced at the assembled group before him. Among them were his subordinates, who had been dodging and attracting attention for the past 2 days, as well as those summoned by Hanako Arasaka, who had just handed him command. Akechi surveyed the group without saying a word. He slowly raised his arm, and pointed at the towering Arasaka Tower, clearly visible even from the Badlands. Arasaka Tower has always adhered to a single architectural principle. The tallest building in any city must belong to Arasaka. In other words, anyone seeking to cause trouble for Arasaka, or even aspiring to join them, need only look for the tower that stands out most prominently on the skyline. And now, at Akechi's fingertips, that massive tower, a symbol of power and ambition, became a silent command, a direction that drew all eyes. Akechi's arm still pointed toward the tower piercing the sky, the eyes of all his followers fixed on his fingertips. The next moment, he uttered those heavy, fiery words. A declaration of war uttered by the historical figure who shared his surname, ignited by ambition. A rebellious oath once shouted by the General Akechi Mitsuhide, echoing through the dust of the Warring States period. Now, from the mouth of Akechi Goro, a man who also bore the name Akechi, those words resounded with similar ambition. The enemy is in Arasaka Tower. Chapter 831. Akechi, pass the word down. Have all loyal warriors proceed to the designated floors, and make all necessary preparations. All arrangements have been made. Very good. Now follow me. Through a hidden passage, using the authority granted by Saburo Arasaka before his death, Hanako Arasaka activated a hidden elevator within Arasaka Tower. After giving her final instructions, she gestured for Akechi to follow her. The elevator door slowly closed and began to ascend. In the silence, Akechi keenly noticed that Hanako Arasaka's body was slightly tense. Though she maintained her usual dignity and composure, at this crucial moment, a hint of barely suppressed tension permeated her air. Akechi's gaze quietly passed over her pair of golden prosthetic fingers. Hanako Arasaka suffers from a condition called Raynaud's disease. A condition common in women. It's caused by vascular dysfunction, often triggered by cold or emotional stress. Symptoms include intermittent paleness, cyanosis, and redness in the fingertips, often accompanied by numbness and tingling. Perhaps unwilling to expose any vulnerability that might be discovered, Hanako Arasaka chose to completely replace her natural fingers with gorgeous golden prosthetics. This act is undoubtedly bold and decisive. After all, not everyone has the fortitude to undergo a complete transformation, discarding all fingers simply to cover up a physical defect. However, as far as Akechi knows, current genetic engineering technology should be sufficient to cure Raynaud's disease. He still cannot understand why she would rather give up her flesh and blood fingers than pursue more gentle genetic treatment. Even if Arasaka's expertise in genetic engineering is indeed slightly inferior to that of biotechnology, that's only when compared to industry giants. For its part, Arasaka is at the forefront of nearly every technological field. There's virtually no area they can't master if they're determined to dabble in it. Not to mention, Arasaka also possesses a top-notch network of corporate espionage and intelligence. In fact, any technology they truly desire is rarely unsuccessful. Not to mention manageable conditions, like Raynaud's. Even more complex and challenging ailments are no problem for Arasaka's regular medical team. It's precisely for this reason that Hanako Arasaka's choice of prosthetics over gene therapy is all the more remarkable. Does this mean she's actually opposed to genetic engineering? Keeping this strange observation to herself, Akechi didn't pay much attention. After all, what was about to happen was more important, far more important than focusing on Hanako Arasaka's personal preferences. For Akechi, paying special attention to a single person only occurs in two situations. One type involves a friend. Understanding their preferences and eating habits is crucial. After all, if you're having a meal together, you can't always order something they don't like or can't eat. The second type involves the target. For those you're about to target, a thorough understanding of their every habit and preference can be exploited to smooth things over. The elevator smoothly stopped its upward journey and landed on an unfamiliar floor. Akechi glanced at the indicator light. It wasn't the jungle floor he expected, filled with simulated ecosystems, as he already visited. Instead, it was a place he had no recollection of. Not even the floor was indicated on the indicator light. Akechi believed he knew the interior of Arasaka Tower by heart. He visited every hidden floor, even the CEO's office floor many times. It could be said that if he chose, there were practically no off-limits areas in the tower. It was as easy and natural to wander around his home. Yet, this floor, he had never set foot there, and he had no memory of it. Before entering the meeting room, he even had to go around to this floor. What hidden meaning did this place hold? As Akechi pondered, the elevator doors slid silently aside, revealing the entire floor before him. The space was somewhat cramped, and the ceilings were low. At Akechi's 1.80 meters, he would have had to stoop slightly to enter. The entire area was shrouded in darkness until the elevator arrived and the lights gradually came on. This scene almost instantly made Akechi realize the nature of this place, a hidden floor. He had heard similar rumors. Some high-rise buildings secretly inserted hidden floors between regular floors to conceal undisclosed secrets. Akechi had always dismissed such claims as urban legends, but now it seemed that the rumors might not be entirely false. A simple visual inspection of the building's exterior would reveal the unusual height differences. But in Akechi's memory, the facade of Arasaka Tower was neat and continuous. Although the heights of the different functional areas inside did vary, His previous observations from the hovercraft showed that the exterior sections roughly corresponded to the interior floors. Though invisible from the outside, a hidden floor existed directly before him. This meant this floor had been secretly created through some special means. Perhaps the water structure in the upper garden, the lofted attic below, or some other architectural technique had cleverly created this gap, hidden from the outside world. Akechi glanced at the elevator touchscreen, which also displayed no floor numbers. He had a clue. This seemed to be an absolute realm accessible only by wielding Saburo Arasaka's supreme authority. Oda, go get that thing. Faced with this hidden floor, which required crouching to enter, Hanako Arasaka clearly had no intention of entering it herself. She gave her instructions to Oda Sandeo quite naturally. Oda nodded silently, then ducked into the low darkness. A moment later, he reappeared, holding an object. It was a metal box about the size of a suitcase. Akechi's eyes instantly locked onto it, a sudden, inexplicable unease gripping him, as if the contents of the box emanated some invisible yet deadly threat, quietly tightening his instincts. But he remained silent, asking no questions. At a subtle glance from Arasaka Hanako, Oda Sandai held the metal box out to Akechi with both hands, his gesture clearly indicating that he was the one to take it. Akechi-kun, you need to take it. Ms. Hanako, this is. Arasaka Hanako's voice came calmly, revealing the box's true nature. This is our last resort. If I can't convince those rebels, you activate it. Could this be? Yes, just as you thought, it's a miniature nuclear weapon. Chapter 832. Mini-nukes. Well, Akechi thought, this shouldn't surprise him. What are mini-nukes? In the classification of nuclear weapons, some prefer to call nuclear weapons, with an explosive power below 1,000 tons of TNT equivalent mini-nukes. In a category where larger weapons are easier to make than smaller, these weapons tend to be rare and practical, guaranteeing precise strikes. Akechi had grown accustomed to the presence of such weapons hidden within Arasaka Tower. When the military-tech nuclear bomb was detonated in Arasaka Tower in 2023, public opinion, fueled by military tech, began to accuse Arasaka of harboring nuclear weapons. Arasaka didn't deny it at the time. While this was certainly due to Arasaka's precarious situation at the time, with the death of Arasaka K, the leader of the North American operations, leaving him with no time to deal with the military tech, the bigger reason was that Arasaka actually did have a nuclear bomb hidden in Arasaka Tower, and its yield was even greater than the one detonated by military tech. Arasaka's analysts were more curious about why the bomb's power was so low than they were about dealing with the military tech. Calculations suggested it shouldn't be that low. It's a rather awful joke, after the truth was revealed. But when the nuclear bomb hidden in Arasaka Tower was handed to Akechi, he admitted he couldn't quite laugh. A while ago, while playing the role of Carl, he had cleared out a Pheasant Clan stronghold. While clearing out that stronghold, which effectively served as a warehouse, Carl had checked the relevant storage logs, which showed records of nuclear bombs being stored there. These had been deployed during the Unification War to prevent military technology from attacking Night City, but had been removed after the war. Now that he thought about it, if nuclear bombs were deployed around the periphery at the time, how could Arasaka not have them within Night City itself? But judging by the size of this nuclear bomb, it's probably only useful for destroying important documents at a critical moment. This isn't to say that Carl disdains nuclear bombs, but rather that miniature nuclear weapons aren't particularly powerful. What's the approximate power of 1,000 tons of TNT? Before arriving in Night City, Carl remembered seeing a news report about a massive explosion at the port of Beirut, Lebanon, equivalent to nearly 900 tons of TNT, caused by the long-term, illegal storage of 2,750 tons of highly explosive ammonium nitrate. That disaster not only completely razed the port and surrounding area, but also shattered windows in buildings as far as 15 miles, about 24 kilometers, away, ultimately injuring over 6,000 people and killing 190, undoubtedly a horrific human tragedy. However, the core blast radius of that disaster was relatively small. Regardless of the affected area, the core blast radius was approximately 100 meters, and buildings within a radius of approximately 300 meters were completely razed. And that was a tragic incident that occurred in 2020. In the year 2077, especially after a previous nuclear explosion, the city harbors a pang of fear. Arasaka Tower, built with nuclear-resistant materials and structures, would likely be inadequate to significantly impact the military technology company across from Arasaka Tower, given the floor and height of the explosion. At most, it would destroy the tower's upper floors, causing it to collapse. This isn't so much an attempt to bring back weapons buried within Night City, as it is a last-ditch effort to conceal certain secrets. Akechi understood, and with a serious expression, he took the briefcase from Hanako Arasaka. What if it explodes if it fails? It seems that old man Saburo Arasaka might have a backup somewhere. Considering that this nuclear bomb was clearly intended to destroy the upper levels of Arasaka Tower, and Hanako Arasaka had previously stated that she had taken Saburo Arasaka's digital signature from Arasaka Tower, could there be a backup somewhere inside Arasaka Tower, at least in the lower levels? That guy is really like a disgusting cockroach. If you crush one, you never know how many more there are in the dark. But he won't give you a chance to struggle. As Akechi took the briefcase, his eyes flickered, intentionally or not, at the items Hanako Arasaka carried with her, which contained Saburo Arasaka's digital signature. The mark won't disappear. You already left your mark. Even if you have backups all over the world, I already memorized it. Whether or not you scattered a bunch of Horcruxes like Voldemort, as long as I memorized them, you can't escape. Akechi clearly saw through the underlying plot. This must be Saburo Arasaka's final command to Hanako. If the situation gets completely out of control, she must be annihilated in a nuclear fire along with her rebellious brother, and all the company executives who refuse to submit. And then, when his experiment in immortality truly succeeds, this true hero will return and calmly take over everything at Arasaka. For Saburo Arasaka, this wasn't a difficult decision at all. Sacrificing a daughter, a son, and even a group of top executives? He was used to it. He had faced far more severe trials before. Arasaka Takashi, his most cherished hope and his successor, died. Arasaka Nobuyuki joined forces with the Japanese government to besiege him. Military technology clashed with Arasaka, and the latter emerged victorious. Yet, even under such heavy blows, he remained undefeated. As long as the technology for immortality remained within his grasp, everything was merely a temporary retreat for him. Arasaka Saburo cared nothing for the lives of his chess pieces, he cared only for Arasaka. And as long as he existed, Arasaka's rebirth and rise would never be a problem. He would always be the chess player, and that would never change. Would it? Carl's fingers unconsciously clenched around the handle of his suitcase. After retrieving the nuclear bomb, they returned to the elevator and headed for their designated floor. Nothing remains constant. This time, you truly pissed me off, Arasaka Saburo. This time, Arasaka Saburo, you truly disgusted me. Once, Carl loathed him. He loathed his rigid, Showa-era mindset. He loathed the way he brandished a samurai sword and talked about glory and sacrifice, like a rotting corpse crawling from the graveyard of the old Japanese army. That old-fashioned, decadent, and thoroughly idiotic demeanor was despicable, yet at least it could be categorized as a kind of understandable evil. But now, Carl understood that it was all just superficial. What he felt now was a deeper, more physiological nausea. Arasaka Saburo's very existence was a desecration of the very concept of being human. He had long since stripped away the last vestiges of his humanity. What flowed through his veins was probably cold calculations and a lust for immortality. He treated his children as replaceable parts, death as a reversible arrangement, and even the destruction of his closest relatives as cold chips. This wasn't hatred. Hatred still required a touch of emotion. This was pure disgust, like turning over a damp stone and witnessing the pale insects wriggling beneath. You didn't hate them, you just felt a tightness in your throat, a desire to burn them all clean with fire. He was no longer just a despicable bastard. He was a human-shaped pile of filth. The most human-like thing Carl had ever seen. If the bomb detonated, Carl was confident he could escape. With his current abilities, escaping with V and the others wouldn't be difficult at all. Legend has it that Morgan Blackhand had a record of taking out everyone on an entire floor in seconds. But no matter how confident Carl was, he hadn't forgotten a thing. There weren't only V and the others present who could escape the blast radius. If it exploded, would he be able to escape in time? Yes. Because he was KK, he would do it. But this wasn't a question of whether he could escape in time or not. Treating people like pawns and showing no regard for their lives is wrong. This is something no human should ever do. You old bastard, you're dead. Chapter 833. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a well-prepared team appeared before Hanako Arasaka, Akechi, and Oda. Hanako Arasaka didn't see any Arasaka insignia on this team, but from the information she had previously gathered, she knew they were part of her own forces. They had used the backdoor access left by Saburo Arasaka to reach this floor via a dedicated elevator. Realizing this was the team Akechi had arranged, she turned her gaze towards him. Is this the escort team you prepared? Yes, Miss Hanako. Akechi, carrying the briefcase containing the miniature nuclear weapon, nodded slightly. Professional personnel have been deployed to key locations, and my men have already infiltrated this floor. However, the current escort we have is certainly not as elite as the 100-man ninja squad. That team suffered heavy losses in the earlier chaos. When I came upstairs, I had already transferred their remaining personnel to the mezzanine to assist with the defense. This team before us is an additional professional assistance group I hired. They were originally stationed downstairs, but considering the situation, I have them taking over the 100-man ninja squad's defense. As long as they are paid accordingly, their loyalty will be guaranteed. Loyalty to money? That's enough. Arasaka Hanako understood the current manpower shortage, but she still gave Akechi a second glance at his decision to disperse the remaining 100-man ninja squad to other areas. From a purely tactical perspective, Akechi's decision was impeccable. It would be a waste to concentrate elite forces like the 100-man ninja team on guard unless it was a critical operation like rescuing her. However, considering that he was transferring the ninjas away from the core area while ensuring sufficient manpower for himself, this move was worth considering. Akechi was clearly, in subtle ways, gradually emphasizing his own importance. However, Hanako Arasaka offered no objection to this almost obvious tactic. If the negotiations had gone smoothly, there would have been no need for combatants like the 100 ninja group to intervene. Saburo Arasaka's century-long accumulated authority alone would have been sufficient to control the situation. On the other hand, if the negotiations failed, after Akechi activated the nuclear weapons, everything would have been annihilated. At that point, there would naturally be no need for combatants to intervene. Rather, preserving the legacy of the 100 ninja group in such a scenario would have been more strategically rational. It was clear that Akechi's maneuvers during the ascent were sound. He adapted quickly and always maintained a precise and measured control of the situation. Hanako Arasaka always gave full autonomy to those who acted intelligently and knew their limits. "Let's go, the others should be here by now," she said, walking forward calmly, Akechi following close behind. Only Oda Sandaya paused for a moment, his gaze scanning the team Akechi had hired, known for its money loyalty. As he gazed at these people, Oda felt a subtle and strange feeling. Subtle because he faintly sensed a hint of danger from each of them. And strange because, for someone of his battle-hardened level, it was truly unusual for him to be wary of every single one of them. If it were just one or two skilled mercenaries, it would be normal. Professional mercenaries are full of hidden talents, and the presence of individual masters is not surprising. But for each of them to exude a subtle sense of oppression? This was definitely not normal. Was it the tension of the nuclear bomb in Akechi's hand that had me instinctively tense, my senses hypersensitive, seeing everything as a threat? Oda thought to himself with a self-deprecating air, feeling like a stressed cat, seeing danger everywhere. This was definitely not the state a professional should be in. He gathered himself, refocusing his attention, and indeed, he noticed some non-threatening figures in the crowd. One of them was taller, his movements vaguely marked by training, as if tempered by some kind of discipline. Yet, his stance exuded an untamed wildness, the air of a survivor who had spent years on the streets, forging his own unique style. He possessed a paradoxical tension. The lingering vestiges of his past systematic training clashed with the street savvy he had instilled, creating a subtle dissonance, as if two distinct combat grammars clashed within him, unable to merge, instead manifesting a strange, abrupt, and fragmented quality. To Oda Sandeo, this strangeness and disharmony was a fleeting flaw that could decide life or death. It seems I was overthinking. After all, he's just a self-made man working for money. A flicker of contempt crossed Oda Sandeo's heart, who believed he lived out of loyalty and honor. This glimpse of contempt caused him to let go of his earlier, seemingly reactive, feeling and quickly catch up with Arasaka Hanako. Though Oda Sandeo's gaze lasted only 2 seconds, that piercing gaze made every hired man present unconsciously tense. Only when his figure completely disappeared around the corner did the invisible pressure quietly dissipate, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's pretty scary. A sniper rifle-wielding soldier, his face covered by a helmet, muttered in a low voice. It was Oliver. I almost thought I was going to be exposed. Oda Sandeo, another man beside him, said, his voice grave. It was Jack. This guy's aura is even more menacing than in the video. V, also disguised as one of the mercenaries, joined the conversation in a low voice. Remember when we saw the video of him hunting Johnny? Back then, I just thought he was formidable, but now, face to face, and knowing the action is about to begin, I can truly feel the pressure. He turned to David beside him, his tone tinged with concern. David, are you okay? This is probably the first time you've faced an opponent of this level. Relax, don't be too nervous. I'm fine, David's voice was calm, yet a hint of tension lingered. I'm not particularly nervous. I met him as part of the action team during the president's visit. Adam Hammer and Kenichi Saburo were there too. Compared to them, Oda Sandaya doesn't seem as intimidating. Compared to Adam Hammer, that's true. Beside David, the man Oda Sandaya had once considered lacking in authority. The man in the wedge slowly removed his helmet. It was Arasaka Nobuyuki. His gaze was calm, yet his voice held a certain resoluteness. But the point isn't him, it's the nuclear bomb, isn't it? A bionic dog stalked out of the simulated ecological jungle on the floor. It was undoubtedly Johnny. He sneered, then took cover, his gaze sharp at Nobuyuki. It really brings back memories. I'm not sure whether to consider them good or bad. Nobuyuki, are you ready? I come to my senses. Arasaka Nobuyuki replied calmly, his tone unwavering, but a burning memory seemed to flicker in his eyes. It's not a repeat of yesterday in 2023. After all, I failed that time. He paused briefly, his voice suddenly becoming as still as steel. But today, I will personally bring about the end for Saburo Arasaka. If it weren't for your relationship with Saburo Arasaka, I almost say it's a filial gift. Oliver's words elicited a smile from Nobuyuki Arasaka. That's fine. He should accept the gift of filial piety. Chapter 834. When Hanako Arasaka once again stepped into that familiar place, where she had been under house arrest not long ago, the long table was already filled with people. After the negotiations with the new American president concluded, the Arasaka side removed the chair that symbolized equality, leaving only the main seat vacant. Now, aside from that supreme seat, the remaining seats were already occupied. Has Nobuyuki not arrived yet? Hanako Arasaka's gaze slowly swept across the conference room. Every face represented the pinnacle of Arasaka's power, but the most crucial person was missing. She showed no signs of urgency, simply walking calmly towards the long table and taking a seat under everyone's gaze. Sorry, I'm late. Hanako? Why are you here? Michiko Arasaka frowned slightly, her gaze piercing Hanako. Although her voice was steady, her right hand quietly reached under the table and activated a hidden device. Hanako didn't notice Michiko's movements hiding under the table. She glanced around the room, confirming once again that Arasaka Yorinobu was indeed absent, before fixing her gaze on Michiko's face. Where's my brother? Why isn't he here? In this conference room, Arasaka Michiko was the only one qualified to speak to her on an equal footing. And so, from beginning to end, Hanako's gaze never lingered on anyone else. At Arasaka Hanako's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed her face, and she spoke softly. He said, "We can start without waiting for him." "Then let's not wait for him, and start." Arasaka Hanako spoke, walking naturally and calmly to the main seat. The Arasaka executives seated on either side of her turned their gazes to her, gazing at this woman who, supposedly still imprisoned, had somehow appeared there. Some couldn't help but murmur in confusion. "Start? What?" Hanako Arasaka looked at the executive, who had spoken and calmly said, "Begin deliberation on the motion to dismiss Yorinobu from his position as CEO of Arasaka." At these words, many executives froze in shock, some even muttering, "Did I hear correctly?" While everyone was still in shock, Hanako Arasaka calmly took the main seat in full view of the crowd. This move was a blatant assertion of sovereignty and control, causing everyone present to open their eyes wide. Everyone knew that the main seat at this conference table had always belonged to Arasaka's CEO. In the past, it was Saburo Arasaka, now it was Yorinobu Arasaka. Under no circumstances should Hanako Arasaka hold this position. But now, while proposing the motion to dismiss Yorinobu, she calmly took the seat. Her intentions were clear. She was launching a complete usurpation of power. While rising from the lower ranks to the upper ranks is nothing new within Arasaka, and can even be considered a common path to power, it mostly occurs outside the Arasaka clan. A case like Hanako Arasaka's, openly targeting her brother to usurp the throne, is unprecedented. Even the current CEO, Yorinobu Arasaka, rose to power following the assassination of Saburo Arasaka. While many may have been dissatisfied with his methods, his actions were at least impeccable in terms of procedure, following the established rules of succession. Hanako Arasaka's actions now completely defy this norm. A dovish board member loyal to Michiko Arasaka frowned at Hanako's behavior. He looked at Hanako, who sat at the head of the table, and spoke in a restrained tone, "Hanako, you owe us an explanation." "I never need to give you an explanation," Hanako Arasaka replied calmly, "because it's you who should give us an explanation." These ambiguous words made everyone frown, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. Hanako Arasaka's gaze passed over Haruko Arasaka, who was sitting next to Michiko, then shifted slightly back to the seat behind Haruko. "Akechi, sit over there." She called out Akechi, her gaze fixed vaguely on the briefcase in the man's hand. Clearly, she had already made the most ruthless plan. Even if the miniature nuclear bomb inside the suitcase had already been activated, she had to ensure the elimination of the most crucial individuals. Since Yorinobu Arasaka was not present, then at the very least, Michiko Arasaka and Haruko Arasaka would not leave this place alive. Faced with Hinako Arasaka's unquestionable words, Akechi's gaze shifted to the person sitting next to Haruko Arasaka. A dark-skinned woman with white hair in a sweeping hairstyle. She felt the pressure of Hinako Arasaka's words and hesitated slightly, but ultimately, she couldn't disobey. She slowly rose and silently made room for Akechi. Although, according to her status, the seat belonged to her, her position, no matter how high, was no match for that of the Arasaka family, so she had no choice but to obey. Akechi sat down, occupying the seat next to Haruko Arasaka. The entire moment, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze, everyone's attention focused on Hinako Arasaka's actions. Arasaka Haruko remained silent, only a slight flicker of her eyes, as Akechi sat down next to her. For a moment, her peripheral vision seemed to focus on Akechi, but then, as if realizing something, she averted her gaze. After Akechi settled in, Hinako Arasaka placed her device on the table and spoke in a clear, calm voice. "I'm sure you all seen what Yorimoto has done these days. Not only did he fail to challenge and take action against Militech regarding my father's death, but he chose to cooperate with the new America, seeking reconciliation and reaching an agreement with the very America my father hated most. This behavior undoubtedly exposes his incompetence and compromise." She swept her gaze across the room and continued, "After my father's accidental death the position he had been given had long surpassed the limits of his abilities, and now it had become a burden to him. For Arasaka, for his father, he must relinquish power today, returning it to the hands of someone truly fit to wield it. Back to the hands of someone truly fit to wield it." A hawkish member, unable to contain himself, interrupted sarcastically. "Back to you, Hinako? Do you really think you can handle this responsibility? That's too arrogant. Why? Just because you've been unable to leave the mansion for years? Not back to me." Hinako Arasaka's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. "I know I'm not qualified to handle such a heavy responsibility. What I'm doing is returning Arasaka to its rightful owner." "The rightful owner?" The hawkish member, who had previously launched the attack, spoke with a tone filled with suspicion and sarcasm. "My father, Saburo Arasaka." Hinako's words were like a huge stone dropped into a still pond, sending a silent tremor through the entire conference table. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What was she talking about? Saburo Arasaka? But wasn't Saburo Arasaka already? Just as everyone was stunned by these shocking words, the device Hinako had placed on the conference table suddenly lit up. A faint blue light emanated, quickly condensing into form in the air. A clear holographic image slowly emerged before everyone. Chapter 835. The holographic image that appeared before everyone was recognizable. It was perhaps more accurate to say that, throughout all the loyalty training sessions at the Arasaka Group, this face had become the most familiar image to every senior executive. One could even say it was ingrained in their very being. Arasaka Saburo. Hovering in the air at this moment was none other than Arasaka Saburo's holographic projection. The holographic image hovering above the table, hands behind his back, displayed Saburo's usual demeanor. His gaze held a scrutinizing, yet accusing tone. "You are nothing but a bunch of scoundrels." Hearing this all-too-familiar voice and tone, an Arasaka executive's eyes widened, staring at the holographic projection in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Lord Arasaka." Clearly, Saburo Arasaka, long considered dead, had appeared here as a holographic projection, far exceeding their expectations. No one understood why such an image would appear at this moment, speaking in the same manner and tone as he had in life. Some quick-witted individuals within the upper echelons had already vaguely contemplated a possibility. Relic? Could it be that Saburo Arasaka had already stored the imprint of his digital persona before his death? If it truly was Saburo Arasaka, it was highly likely that he had set up such a backup plan. So did this mean that the person appearing before them now was none other than himself? The Arasaka upper echelons were unwilling to delve into the philosophical question of whether a digital persona could truly be considered their true self. From the day they learned of the Relic Project, most of them had pursued only some form of digital immortality. Unlike Saburo Arasaka's obsession with absolute perfection, many of them had already considered the need to acquire a copy for themselves once Relic technology fully matured, becoming more than just a crude, superficial substitute for others to admire. In their minds, a digital personality was equivalent to the real person. In other words, the person standing before them was Saburo Arasaka himself. If it were Saburo Arasaka himself, many Arasaka executives' expressions darkened as they thought of their own actions after Saburo Arasaka's death. A significant number of them had already sworn allegiance to Arasaka Yorioshi. If Arasaka Saburo still existed in some form, then wouldn't all their cooperation and actions during his reign be in vain? Although almost all of the shrewd Arasaka executives present realized that the hologram before them was most likely Saburo's digital consciousness, some still feigned composure, choosing to ignore the lifelike projection. Turning to Arasaka Hanako, they coldly demanded, "What are you trying to do by playing Saburo-sama's projection? Don't think a pre-recorded virtual image can convince us that all your actions are Saburo-sama's will. Hanako, are you conscious? Do you understand what you are doing?" Faced with the Arasaka executive's accusations, Arasaka Hanako simply glanced at him calmly, remaining silent. The hologram of Arasaka Saburo slowly turned towards him. Stupid, incompetent, cowardly. The image's voice was as cold as iron. Knowing the truth yet refusing to admit it. "I remember reminding you many times that you only hold this position because of your father. I've forgiven your mistakes time and time again, but that doesn't mean I will tolerate it forever." His gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing the other's soul. "You're acting like this. You know it's me, yet you're still deceiving yourself. When I'm not around, you're wagging your tail to fawn over Yoshinobu like a stray dog. Your actions have already pushed me to the limit of my tolerance." Hearing that all too familiar rebuke, especially the inclusion of private conversations known only to the two of them, the Arasaka executive's expression suddenly changed drastically, his words flustered and incoherent. "Arasaka-sama, I..." Before he could explain, Arasaka Saburo coldly interrupted. "After you dealt with Yoshinobu, you can do this yourself." "I resign?" The holographic voice was undeniable. "For your father's sake, this is my last act of leniency. If your family's descendants continue to perform, all preferential treatment will be revoked." This high-ranking official, terrified, almost instinctively lowered his head and replied, "Please forgive. I was incredibly foolish and inconsiderate. I promise you, this is the last time. I will resign and take full responsibility. I only ask for your forgiveness of my family." A deathly silence fell around the conference table, only his trembling plea for mercy echoing in the air. At this moment, no one doubted the authenticity of the holographic image. Those private conversations, the familiar tone, the undeniable pressure. Digital Saburo, right before his eyes. Arasaka Saburo, still alive. Realizing Saburo's return, a silent panic spread throughout the conference room. Everyone's expression varied, yet all was filled with fear and resignation. Saburo Arasaka had ruled the company for far too long, so long that even after he was declared dead, some still found it difficult to adapt to Yorimoto's reign. But now, at the moment of his reappearance, the deep-seated awe in their bones and blood was reawakened, causing almost everyone to involuntarily choose to submit. However, almost everyone. But not everyone. Amid this atmosphere of oppression and submission, a few remained remarkably calm. They happened to be direct members of the Arasaka family. Michiko Arasaka and Haruko Arasaka stared silently at the image of Saburo Arasaka. Their faces held unfathomable expressions, as if they were lost in deep thought. They betrayed neither fear nor awe at the reappearance of this ruler. Just as Saburo Arasaka, in his digital form, once again demonstrated his absolute authority, overwhelming the entire audience, Michiko Arasaka ended her silence. She raised her head and spoke, her tone devoid of the respect inherent in blood ties, instead conveying a business-like aloofness. "Lord Arasaka, are you appearing at this high-level board meeting? Is it true, as Hanako previously stated, that you intend to reprimand and change Yoriaki's current actions and position?" Michiko. Hearing Michiko Arasaka's words, Saburo Arasaka's image slowly tilted its head, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment, before glancing at Haruko Arasaka beside him. "I have come to put an end to Yoriaki's absurd actions." In other words, he acknowledged that Hanako Arasaka's previous words were all his own. In other words, his presence was intended to deprive Yoriaki of his position as CEO of Arasaka Corporation. Michiko fell silent in the face of Arasaka Saburo's declaration, as if, like the other high-ranking officials, she found it difficult to refute the monarch who had ruled Arasaka for a century. But then, a distant voice broke the silence. "But I don't think what I did was absurd." Arasaka Yorinobu approached. Chapter 836. Arasaka Yorinobu's sudden outburst instantly captured everyone's attention. However, when they saw him clearly, they almost all frowned. He looked truly out of character at that moment. To put it simply, he looked nothing like the CEO who ruled the Arasaka Empire. He had no trace of an elite executive, but rather a thug who had just emerged from a street brawl. The loose clothing he wore, while fitting, was clearly of ordinary quality and wrinkled, as if it had been ripped from a coat or squeezed in a cramped space for too long without time to adjust. His messy black hair fell carelessly across his forehead, a few strands nearly obscuring his piercing eyes, yet unable to conceal the fiery brilliance burning within them. Around his neck hung a seemingly ordinary metal necklace, the pendant a closed photo box, hidden beneath the loose collar, as if concealing some secret that must not be glimpsed. Even more striking was his gait, a stark departure from the upright posture typical of corporate elites. He hunched slightly, his weight landing with each step, as if he were poised to reposition himself for a fight or a confrontation. This incongruous attire and uninhibited demeanor, compared to the cold, imposing holographic image of Saburo at the conference table, clad in an exquisite kimono, was like fire and ice, two diametrically opposed, incompatible opposites. What kind of look is this? This was the thought etched in the mind of a frowning Michiko Arasaka. She had clearly anticipated and known about Arasaka Nobuyuki's arrival. She frowned at him because his attire, it completely crossed her aesthetic limits. The top and bottoms didn't match, and the hairstyle and pendant didn't mesh at all. The whole thing looked like a collective decision by a group of men with no sense of aesthetic taste to create a cool look, completely unaware of it. To others, especially professionals, this outfit was riddled with incongruity and downright clumsy. However, this slight dissatisfaction with the aesthetics was ultimately a minor detail. Deep down, Arasaka Michiko felt a quiet sense of relief at Yoriyuki's expected arrival. It at least meant the plan was progressing smoothly. What plan? It was the plan to deliver the final blow to Arasaka Saburo, and everything was proceeding as planned. Meanwhile, Arasaka Saburo's image watched Yoriyuki's arrival with a frown. Seeing his son, seemingly back on the streets, unbridled and ambitious, a surge of unease suddenly welled up in Saburo's heart. He had anticipated that his mere presence would be enough to intimidate this rebellious son, who had squandered his family fortune after his death. However, Yoriyuki's behavior at this moment completely exceeded his expectations. Far from showing any sign of panic, he even deliberately adopted the street-style demeanor he most detested, openly provoking him. What exactly did this mean? Arasaka Saburo vaguely realized something, and a flicker of humanity seemed to falter across his cold, digital face. Unlike Saburo, who stared intently at Arasaka Yoriyuki, the surrounding executives all turned their gazes to the personnel accompanying him. Of course, they had all seen Arasaka Yoriyuki before. Even though they had served in various positions around the world, they had long since come to know this once powerful hawkish leader. What they had never seen in person were the people standing beside Yoriyuki. Face after face was quickly compared and identified in their mental databases. Vincent, codenamed V. Oliver Jack David. Aside from the last one who looked slightly unfamiliar, the rest were none other than the infamous KK team. Where was KK himself? Where was KK? The KK team had appeared beside Arasaka Yoriyuki. Could it be that Yoriyuki had already hired the entire KK team? A cold sense of crisis instantly gripped the many high-ranking officials present. If they still felt a sense of trepidation in the face of Saburo Arasaka, owing to years of obedience, and perhaps a lingering hope that Saburo wouldn't execute them without cause, the appearance of Team KK completely shattered their defenses. They had all read the information. This was a team their employer had described as 100% perfect, implying that if Yoshinobu chose, they could easily strike. The oppression of authority was certainly suffocating, but the imminent threat to their lives was clearly even more terrifying. At that moment, the chilling chill gripped everyone's heart. Arasaka Hanako's heart sank when she saw the members of Team KK appear. Almost instantly, Oda Sandeu, who was guarding her, went on alert, leaning forward slightly, his right hand silently reaching for the weapon at his waist. Oda Taifu was well aware of Team KK's strength. He had carefully studied their combat records and data. Dealing with just one of them was already a formidable task, and now with all of them assembled, protecting Miss Hanako would be a task no less challenging than ascending to heaven. Hanako Arasaka suppressed her uneasiness, and quickly glanced at Minji beside her. When she caught a glimpse of the black suitcase in his hand, her fingertips relaxed slightly. Even if the situation deviated from expectations, as long as that thing remained, she still held her final trump card. If the situation truly reached a point of no return, Akechi would activate the micronuclear bomb. As for herself, her personality imprint had already been backed up. Death was merely the beginning of another phase of digital immortality. Amidst this oppressive silence, Arasaka Yoriaki walked forward. Arasaka Saburo's image spoke coldly, his voice laced with undisguised disappointment and intimidation. Foolish attire. It seems the power I temporarily handed you after my departure has completely lost you. Now, you can't even maintain the most basic demeanor? Faced with Arasaka Saburo's rebuke, Yoriaki didn't even glance in response, as if dismissive. He didn't even bother to glance at the Arasaka Saburo hologram. To him, Arasaka Saburo was already dead, and he had long since overcome the obstacle that had held him back for 50 years. He didn't even bother to consider Saburo, now a mere digital lifeform. Arasaka Nobuo walked calmly to the conference table and casually snapped his fingers. Under the gaze of numerous executives, a bionic dog swiftly approached from a distance, leaping onto the smooth conference table. The next second, it projected another holographic image, directly across the table from Arasaka Saburo. Fool, your grandpa Johnny is here to say hello. The image of Johnny's silver hand grinned arrogantly, giving Arasaka Saburo a clear middle finger. Chapter 837. The sudden appearance of Johnny's projection caused everyone present to shrink. Everyone knew Johnny. The infamous Johnny Silverhand. How could anyone not know him? That unruly face, that signature mop of hair, that raised middle finger. Every detail was identical to the rocker, terrorist, and Night City legend, now either mythologized or demonized, as depicted in historical archives. But he should have been reduced to ash in the nuclear explosion over 50 years ago, buried along with his rebellion and rage. And yet, there he stood, a digital ghost, facing Saburo Arasaka's projection across the table. Two men, long deserving of death, had been simultaneously resurrected in this bizarre manner, standing face to face. Johnny Silverhand? Finally, a high-ranking official muttered, his voice filled with disbelief and horror. That whisper shattered the dead silence, like the first falling ice cube, setting off a chain reaction, a tidal wave of whispers. Even to today's Arasaka executives, Johnny Silverhand remains a name too old, yet almost legendary. In reality, Johnny Silverhand was merely a famous rock musician. The greatest damage he inflicted on Arasaka was the detonation of a nuclear bomb, delivered to Arasaka Tower with the aid of military technology. However, his actions, like a spark, ignited countless rebellions against Arasaka in the decades that followed. It was because of his attack that Arasaka Takashi, once the undisputed next leader of Arasaka, perished in the ensuing chaos. And it was because of his actions that countless others, bearing his name, launched repeated assaults on this corporate behemoth. To Arasaka, Johnny Silverhand himself might be insignificant, but the wound of resistance opened in his name remains unhealed. This name no longer belongs to a dead man, it has become a symbol, a gesture, a confrontation that has lasted half a century. Like Arasaka, it remains entangled and opposed on this very land, stubbornly standing to this day. But now, the ghost that should have become a symbol has reappeared, appearing in a form resembling Saburo Arasaka. For the first time, Saburo Arasaka's image showed a noticeable fluctuation. The simulated wrinkles on his always cold, calculating face seemed to twist for a moment with extreme shock and anger. He stared intently at Johnny's projection, then turned sharply to Arasaka Yorinobu, his eyes piercing his son's flesh and blood to see the true extent of his blasphemous deeds. What kind of parody is this? A fabricated illusion? Saburo's voice still tried to maintain its authority, but a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor betrayed the shock to his core. Johnny Silverhand was dead, over 50 years ago. And now, this ghost, a symbol of resistance against Arasaka, had reappeared in his own form. This very presence was a venomous challenge to his authority. How should he face this Johnny Silverhand before him? If he were merely a ghost, then his current form was exactly the same. But if this wasn't a fabricated illusion, did that mean the past was repeating itself? He had thought he had moved on from these past 50 years, but in reality, he had never truly moved on. Back then, it was his son, Arasaka K, who had been forced into despair, and now, it was his turn? At Arasaka Saburo's harsh rebuke of the so-called imitation show, Johnny's projection grinned, a smile filled with mockery and amusement. Imitation? Old man, you're still so stubborn even after death. I heard you crawled out of your grave and staged a digital resurrection. Your grandfather came all the way here to see the fun. His smile grew even more unbridled. Well, is it a surprise? Raishian finally moved. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze scornfully sweeping over his father's projection, as if he were looking at an insignificant data error. His attention was completely distracted from the conversation spanning half a century, but rather the pale-faced executives at the conference table. I think you know him, Lai Xiang continued, his voice calm yet loaded with undeniable pressure, instantly drawing everyone's attention back to him. He raised his hand, pointing directly at Johnny's projection. You know him. 50 years ago, he attempted to destroy Arasaka Tower with a nuclear bomb. He failed, but he almost succeeded. His fingers suddenly shifted to the other side, pointing to Saburo's image. And you also know him, my father, Saburo Arasaka, the founder of the empire. But what's here is just a string of data. His gaze, like a cold blade, slowly swept across the faces of each person present. Now they're all here. One was our former enemy, the other was our former emperor. Interesting, isn't it? Yori Nobuyuki's lips curled up in a cold arc. But today's meeting isn't about reminiscing about the past. He paused briefly, his voice rising sharply, his words firm and decisive. As Hanako said, today, we are indeed here to decide the future of Arasaka, and this future. His tone suddenly sharpened. There's no room for the undead. Arasaka Yorifumi stepped forward, approaching Hanako Arasaka, who sat at the head of the table. If you're willing to bow down before a code that records the past and worship it as your master, then you can get out of this room now. In the Arasaka I rule, there's no place for those who dwell on the illusions of the past. He stared into Hanako's eyes and continued, I brought Johnny Silverhand, and you brought Arasaka Saburo. What's next? Do I need to bring out the data of my long-dead grandfather as well to teach you a lesson? And this fake Saburo? His words were thick with sarcasm. What's the point of presenting these ghostly data? Do you think you can lead Arasaka with just a string of code? And fight against me? The true CEO of Arasaka? Facing the digital return of Arasaka Saburo, Yorifumi Arasaka responded with Johnny Silverhand, also recreated in data. He used this legend, a symbol of resistance against Arasaka, to confront the emperor, a symbol of Arasaka's rule. Both were mere illusions made of data. The Arasaka executives present finally understood Yoshinori's intentions. Watching the projection of Johnny Silverhand standing solemnly beside Yoshinori was a scene filled with absurdity and strangeness. In their minds, Johnny Silverhand would never compromise with Arasaka, but this digital being, a virtual replica of Arasaka Saburo, appeared with the intention of assisting Yoshinori. Since Johnny Silverhand could never submit to Arasaka, didn't that prove that even a highly realistic digital life form was completely different from its true self? If it's different from the real Saburo, then can the digital Saburo Arasaka standing across from him still be considered the real Saburo in the face of digital Johnny's irrefutable evidence? In other words, do they really want to pledge allegiance to a piece of data that could be tampered with at any moment and lacks any true will? And if they choose to obey this data today, does that mean they must also treat any future data father or data mother as true family members? No matter how similar, can it still be considered the real Saburo? Those high-ranking officials who were once intimidated by Saburo Arasaka's former majesty, even secretly accepting that data could sustain life, now suddenly wake up in the face of Johnny's comparison. Yes. In the final analysis, Saburo Arasaka is now nothing more than a string of data that can be altered. Did he really want to go up against Arasaka Nobuyuki, now the legitimate CEO of Arasaka, under the leadership of a string of data? Even if this data truly inherited Saburo Arasaka's consciousness, truly thought the same things as Saburo Arasaka, and knew the things and lectures that only Saburo Arasaka knew, so what? Arasaka Saburo was already dead. Is a mere carrier truly worthy of his loyalty? Even if he did, wouldn't this string of data be altered by someone else? What if it targeted him? The Arasaka executives fell silent, but their expressions betrayed their resolve. Clearly, they were all shrewd men, and no longer intended to do anything for data. Although they had subconsciously felt the urge to submit under the intimidation of number Saburo, Arasaka Corporation had always inherited the spirit of Japanese cultivation. In other words, when they were weak, they were willing to grovel and learn, but when they were strong and no longer needed to submit, they were more ambitious than anyone else. They had been kneeling before Saburo Arasaka for so long, and now that old man was dead, the digital lifeform still wanted to rule and manage them. How could such a good thing happen? They kept scolding him, really taking themselves too seriously. Those who were dead should die sooner rather than later. The high-ranking official, who had just been on the verge of tears after being scolded by Saburo Arasaka and groveled to beg for forgiveness, had regained his composure, even tinged with a hint of humiliation at the digital lifeform's embarrassment. He had undoubtedly lost face in his previous performance. If everyone had surrendered to digital Saburo, it would have been fine, but now it was clear that everyone had made up their minds, and he couldn't just let this humiliation go. Furthermore, according to digital Saburo's attitude, if I submit to him, Not only will I receive no reward, but I also have to resign due to my previous performance, or even commit suicide in honor of Digital Saburo's release. Why? I don't have to die, so why should I? Submitting to Digital Saburo, driven by Arasaka Saburo's past oppression, I'm almost ready to give up everything. But on second thought, why should I give up everything? If I just change my mindset slightly and follow the wishes of Lord Arasaka Nobuobu, the CEO of Arasaka, then nothing will happen. My family won't have to endure the test, I won't have to commit suicide, and I can even maintain my status and enjoy a comfortable life. Even if Arasaka Nobuyuki intended to remove me, so what? As long as I express my loyalty and support, no matter how he attacked, with others watching, he would at most demote me to a lower level and have one of his own people replace me. Compared to Digital Saburo's attitude, this was nothing. Things are always compared. It wasn't just this Arasaka executive who had been reprimanded by Digital Saburo. Other Arasaka executives, who had been controlled by Arasaka's authority and tactics during his reign, had the same thought. Instead of feeling suffocated and intimidated under Arasaka Saburo's management, why not join Arasaka Nobuyuki and pledge allegiance to the still-living Arasaka CEO whom I should be loyal to? If I take a step back and think about it, the sky is the limit. It's not that Digital Saburo is incompetent, but compared to Lord Nobuyuki, Lord Nobuyuki's intentions are more aligned with our goals and expectations. It has to be said that even Digital Saburo was too arrogant. He thought he was still the corporate god, the same Saburo Arasaka whom no one dared to challenge. The records he preserved were still those of the Saburo Arasaka who, before heading to the Blue Sky building, believed no one would stand up to him. Because Digital Saburo was restricted from updating his information, he fell into the same pit of arrogance twice. The first time at the Blue Sky building led to the death of the real Saburo, and the second time at Arasaka Tower brought Digital Saburo to his end. Digital Saburo's face had become extremely grim, but he didn't, as he had in the Blue Sky building, immediately resort to family ties and plead with Arasaka Nobuyuki to escape temporarily. He still had one last chance. Since these Arasaka high-ranking officials had slipped beyond his control, and Nobuaki Rai had revealed his uncontrollable ambition, then, let's start all over again. I still have the means to perish together. The moment Shuji Saburo made his decision, Arasaka Hanako, facing the advancing Nobuaki Rai, suddenly turned pale. She instinctively rose from her chair and stumbled back a half-step. Oda immediately stepped in front of her, a fine layer of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He quickly assessed the situation and realized that the possibility of ensuring Hanako's safe escape was rapidly decreasing. But Hanako had no time to care for Oda standing in front of her. The sudden change in the situation, especially the sudden appearance of Johnny Silverhand, completely disrupted her original plan and awakened a deeper fear of death in her heart. Relic. This was the technology she had discovered and personally presented to Saburo Arasaka. She understood its limits and truth better than anyone else. Was the so-called digital life truly life? She already knew the answer. It could never be the same as her true self. That was why she so persistently awaited a more perfected consciousness transfer technology, why she longed to obtain KK's unique ability. She had indeed left her own digital imprint, but if, like Johnny Silverhand, even that data could be tampered with and edited, then even if she were awakened one day, would that digital Hanako still truly be herself? Arasaka Hanako hesitated, feared. In this moment, she was gripped by an unprecedented fear. It was the fear of a crumbling faith. She had once firmly believed in the eternal authority of her omnipotent father, her only true support. But when that authority truly crumbled, she suddenly realized she had nothing left behind her. Like a pheasant raised in a cage since childhood, when the door suddenly opens, she feels not joy and freedom, but deep fear. For she has long since concluded that without her cage, she is nothing. The vast world outside only leaves her feeling lost and uneasy. But now, freedom has arrived. Arasaka Nobuyuki, the eagle, approaches her, the pheasant. Chapter 838. Arasaka Nobuyuki's footsteps were remarkably clear in the deathly silence of the conference room, each one akin to treading on Hanako's frayed nerves. She instinctively stepped back, her shoes making a frantic thud against the floor, until she had retreated to the edge of the room, unable to retreat any further. Oda stood before her, his right hand already on the holster at his waist, but the sweat on his forehead betrayed his bravado. Even the security guards accompanying Hanako Arasaka remained motionless. Their loyalty wavered in the face of reality. Was it to a living CEO or a disembodied data saber? The answer was self-evident. Hanako. Nobuyuki's voice was eerily calm. He even paused 3 steps away from her. He didn't look at Oda, or anyone else, his gaze fixed solely on her. What are you waiting for? For your father's data to teach you again? Or for someone who will never return to give you instructions? He leaned slightly, allowing her to look over his shoulder and see the two opposing projections. The undisguised sarcasm on Johnny Silverhand's face, and the image of Saburo Arasaka, distorted and fluctuating with extreme anger. Look at what you resurrected with your own hands. There was a subtle hint of pity in Lai Xian's voice, but that pity stung Hanako more than the sheer coldness. Is this all you can rely on? A string of code that will be distorted by emotional fluctuations? You're the wrong brother. Hanako's voice trembled, and she subconsciously called out the name she was most familiar with for Arasaka Nobu. Her voice was shrill with fear of freedom. That's father. That's his will. You don't understand at all. You don't understand Relic. Her defense seemed pale and powerless in the shrill laughter that Johnny Silverhand let out when he heard her words. Relic? Johnny's projection scoffed, spreading his hands exaggeratedly. Come on, little princess, you and your damn father are just taking advantage of the technology. To put it bluntly, this technology was originally a soul killer, right? I probably know the ins and outs of its developers better than you do. You simply taken what she left behind and thought you understood it. Fake is fake. How can this thing possibly be real? He pursed his lips at Saburo's image. Look at him, the old man is practically believing it himself. Isn't that ridiculous? Arasaka Saburo's image flickered violently. He tried to maintain his composure, but his digitally synthesized voice could no longer adequately mask the chaos of the core algorithm after the shock. Yori Shien. How dare you desecrate it with such a fake? Fake? Yori Shien whipped his head around, his gaze darting towards his father's projection. His voice rose sharply. He was like a ball of fire, a flame that completely overwhelmed the digital Saburo and threatened to engulf him. Then what are you? A ghost trapped in old data, a pathetic phantom who can't even accept his own death. He waved his hand sharply, gesturing at the shuddering executives present. You? Do you see clearly? This is the thing you just practically bowed down to and pledged allegiance to. A digital ghost who can't even prove its own existence. And he pointed at Johnny, is the mirror that reveals the Emperor's new clothes. The Emperor's new clothes. This is a fairy tale from the past, yet so familiar to everyone. Say Nobuyuki used this familiar tale as a metaphor, comparing digital Saburo to the non-existent new clothes, dangling the stark truth before everyone. Now! Say Nobuyuki's gaze returned to Hanako's pale face, his tone firm and unwavering. Make a choice, Hanako. Continue hiding behind this fragile illusion, imagining a dead man running the show for you. He took a final step forward, the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocating Hanako. He reached out his hand, not to attack, but simply to reach out, as if to hold his sister, the one who, in the past, and still, made him feel pathetic and sad. Or face reality, acknowledge that my father is dead, acknowledge that I am the only living leader of Arasaka, and then take my place. Say Nobuyuki Arasaka issued a final ultimatum to Hanako. He had never considered killing his sister. Deep down, all his previous attempts to imprison her were simply to prevent her from being truly bound and exploited by the shadow left by their father Saburo's death. Even now, he was willing to give his sister one last chance. To give this sister, imprisoned since childhood, whose every thought had been shaped by Arasaka Saburo, yet who still cherished their relationship and attachment to him in her few remaining thoughts, one last chance. An opportunity offered by her brother, by the Arasaka CEO, to ensure the smooth unification of his faction. Hanako's lips trembled, her gaze darting wildly between Yorinobu's cold face, Saburo's distorted projection, and the flickering gazes of the surrounding executives. The world she lived in was crumbling before her eyes. The statue of her father was shattered by Yorinobu, and the ghost who had once set Arasaka on fire. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. The thud of collapsing faith reverberated in her mind. What should she say now? With her long-cultivated wisdom and acumen, she should have been able to come up with countless responses to Arasaka Nobu, to the words of Arasaka's CEO. She should have been like Saburo Arasaka, calmly seizing every possible opportunity even at the last moment, turning even so-called emotions into bargaining chips. She should have done so. But she couldn't open her mouth. Her hand subconsciously clenched around something Arasaka Yorinobu had placed in her palm and held tightly throughout the entire operation. It was an encrypted chip, a chip that could contact her brother at any time, and it had been handed to her by her brother himself. She opened her mouth, but ultimately lacked the courage to face her brother, the brother she had once risked her life for, following her father's will. Arasaka Yorinobu had never been Arasaka Saburo. And Arasaka Hanako had never been the captive in Arasaka Saburo's hands from the beginning. In the end, she staked her remaining courage on a single thought. Oda. Thank you, she whispered, thanking the loyal guard beside her. This thank you was both for the guard, who always stood by her side, and also for her past self. For the Arasaka Hanako, who once appreciated such loyalty, and who had finally learned to appreciate it again. Please step aside, she continued, her gaze fixed on Yoshinori, who was nearby. Send my brother to me. Have him come and arrest me personally. This usurper. Chapter 839. Hanako's voice was soft, but like a stone dropped into stagnant water, it sent clear ripples through the silent conference room. Let him personally arrest me. This usurper. These words were her act of rekindling past emotions, the first choice she made with her own consciousness after regaining her freedom. She chose reality, her living brother, over Data's father. She would personally put an end to the rebellion she had chosen. However, this cry of surrender became the spark that ignited the final fuse. Absurd. Arasaka Saburo's projection erupted with an unprecedented, distorted scream. His image flickered and trembled violently, pixels frantically ripping and reassembling. His once majestic face became hideous and terrifying with extreme rage and betrayal. No trace of simulation remained, only the raw madness of digital collapse. Traitors? Trash. My two incompetent offspring. His voice was no longer a synthetic command, but a piercing roar laced with the hum of electricity. I created all this. I built an immortal empire. I am the only path Arasaka can take, and you? You dare to join forces to desecrate its sanctity. How dare you question my will? His image spun to the side. There sat Akechi, who had remained silent, as if trying to minimize his presence. Saburo's projection extended a finger, its distortion stretching and deforming, pointing directly at Akechi. Akechi! Saburo's shriek pierced the hall. Execute the final order. Death by fate. Now! Immediately. Digital Saburo's frantic voice echoed the frenzied rage he once felt during the war, when he threatened suicide over his country's surrender. This obsession even surpassed his previous level. Since you betrayed the glory of Arasaka, since you chosen to embrace this filthy rebellion. Saburo's voice was filled with a zeal for destruction, just like the fanatical nation of the past. The old madness found its way to Saburo Arasaka, who had never escaped his past, and was unleashed in his madness. I will leave everything with me. This tower, along with all the traitors and scum within, will be buried with me. Arasaka's will cannot be desecrated. Even if it is destroyed, it's not your turn to tamper with it. Hanako, you chosen to betray me, so I will replace you with the more intelligent and useful Hanako, and everything will start all over again. Suicide agreement. The word, like an icicle, instantly pierced the composure maintained by the higher-ups, and their faces turned pale. The higher-ups present might not have known the specifics of the suicide agreement Digital Saburo was referring to, but they all knew the history. Throughout history, the term Sui Jio Sui, meaning dying glory, has been associated with the most extreme madness. Whether it was the kamikaze special forces, or the 100 million suicidal acts, they both represented the ultimate insanity of immortality. And the agreement that had made Arasaka Saburo utter the phrase Sui Jio Sui, and named it that. Whatever it was enough to destroy everything. Do you mean to activate the micro-nuke? Faced with Digital Saburo's command, which carried the deepest attachment of the deceased Saburo, Akechi remained remarkably calm despite the hysterical voice. He even had time to ask Digital Saburo for confirmation. Do you mean to activate the micro-nuke and destroy everything here? His words unconsciously switched to Chinese, replacing you with you, but in the tense moment, few noticed. The people present only heard that one word. The word that had cast a shadow over Arasaka. A micro-nuke? Could this mean utter annihilation? Everyone's expression changed drastically. At this distance, if the micro-nuke was activated, there would be no chance of survival for them. They would be reduced to dust and scattered across Night City, along with the Arasaka Tower's leaders. Stop him! Guards, act now. Stop him! The executives at the conference table were driven to their limit by the constant terror. As they screamed, their faces twisted like wrinkled persimmons, filled with panic and despair. But their orders were far less swift than Digital Saburo's response. The wise instructions, like a secondary confirmation in a program, did not arouse Digital Saburo's suspicion. On the contrary, in his deepest logical understanding, this process was the correct one. Therefore, when Akechi's words, seemingly switched languages for verification, reached him, he didn't hesitate. Detonate the bomb. Digital Saburo's voice was calm, almost mechanical. Cleanse everything. Cleanse everything? Akechi slowly stood up and lifted the metal box. Oh no, it's going to explode. A sudden panic flashed through Oda's mind. He was a guard, he could have ignored anyone's life or death. But Arasaka Hanako's safety was the bottom line he could never compromise. Originally, Miss Hanako had decided to die, and he was willing to follow her. But now that she had chosen to live and bear the consequences of her mistakes, he could not allow that devastating outcome to become a reality, because he was Oda Sandeu, the best graduate in the history of the Hokkaido training camp, and Arasaka Hanako's sole personal bodyguard. Just as he activated Cyan Weston, about to leap forward to stop her, he abruptly activated Cyan Weston, attempting to seize that crucial opportunity, but was horrified to discover that, in the stagnant flow of time, someone was actually faster than him, and that person was someone he had never expected, never imagined. That was wise. The absolute speed displayed by the other person in the distorted time domain gave Oda Sandeu a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had experienced the same suppression before, yet his memory was crystal clear. No one had ever so easily surpassed him after activating Cyan Weston. Until the person turned his head and gave him a gentle smile. The next second, the facial disguise suddenly vanished as the chip ejected. A face he had never expected to see emerge clearly. It was a face he knew. Rather, it was a familiar feeling that would have caused even the occasional dream of the opponent's battle record to send him into a cold sweat, startled awake by the expression on that face. A presence he had never personally fought, yet familiar as a mortal enemy. The moment that face emerged clearly, Oda Sandeu subconsciously released Cyan Weston. The moment he saw that face, he knew it was over. The slowed down time returned to its normal pace. And before them all, the person who had discarded the mask of Akechi's face smiled. It was a smile familiar to everyone in the world, a smile known to all, belonging to KK. Chapter 840. When the ripples of deception created by the face-changing chip calmed, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Akechi, standing still, slowly straightened up. The face that had belonged to an Arasaka executive was gone. Instead, it was that of KK. KKK? A senior executive shuddered, calling out the name. The conference room fell into a dead silence, followed by a murmur of disbelief. It's impossible KK is here? His team is all here, so KK's presence is unimaginable. It's just that. Akechi is actually KK. So everything Akechi has been doing these days is actually KK. Carl, better known by his codename, KK, bowed gracefully and dramatically, the metal box in his hand drawing a silver arc with his movement. Good afternoon, everyone. He deliberately drawled out his words, his voice dripping with undisguised laughter. Don't take all the credit for all the overtime work these days on my shoulders. The real Mr. Akechi Goro. He's been helping me a lot these days. He paused briefly, a playful glint in his eyes. Of course, it's been me who's been the Akechi these days. The person most shocked by KK's admission wasn't Oda Sandeu, whose identity had been hidden for so long, or Arasaka Hanako, but Digital Saburo. The moment he saw Akechi's face, which had finally given him a glimmer of hope, transform into KK's, Digital Saburo's frantic, but not at all foolish, mind had already grasped the outcome of the campaign against Arasaka Nobuyuki, and his own fate as well. Digital Saburo's projection flickered violently, its pixels frantically reorganizing but unable to stabilize. Wise? No. KK Carl. How dare you? You traitor? Liar. Carl chuckled and casually handed the metal box to Jack. He was as casual as if he were handing over a case of beer. Oh come on, Saburo Arasaka, I don't remember ever pledging allegiance to you. You call me a liar. I admit it, but a traitor? A sneer crossed his face. Old bastard, who the hell are you? Saburo Arasaka had heard these words before, but Digital Saburo was hearing them for the first time. No matter how many times he heard them, their power remained undiminished. Digital Saburo choked, as if he were a real person. He frantically searched the data stream for a rebuttal, desperately searching through the fragments of Saburo Arasaka's memories, but in the end, just like his own life, he found himself helpless against KK, who had spoken these words. Just like Saburo Arasaka in his lifetime, he could only direct his rage towards Nobu Arasaka. Nobu Arasaka. Was this all your plan? Did you orchestrate all of this? You're just treating me like a joke? Faced with Digital Saburo's fury, Nobu Arasaka didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, merely glancing at him. A joke? Do you deserve it? His voice was dripping with cold sarcasm. Honestly, you've been dead for so long, why haven't you stopped being bossy? Even a digital personality is just like a human in this respect. He gently placed his chip in Hanako Arasaka's palm, and then walked towards the projection. The sound of his boot heels hitting the ground made a crisp sound, and every step made the hearts of the executives present beat faster. You know what? Arasaka's Nobu tilted his head, pretending to think. The most ridiculous thing about you is that, even though you're already a dead man who deserves to rest in peace, you still manipulate the living like a puppeteer. Even your die with honor agreement. Arasaka's Nobu looked at the briefcase in Jack's hand. It's nothing more than a mad trick, clinging to the past. Saburo's projection emitted a harsh static noise. You don't understand. Arasaka's will must endure. Even destruction cannot change it. Oh, forget it. Listening to Digital Saburo's words, Carl beside him waved his hand impatiently. So you're just an old man stuck in the past. Your so-called will is just a fig leaf for your desire for control. To be honest, although I haven't had much contact with you, from what you say, it's either about my time, or about tradition, honor. Carl couldn't help but laugh, as if amused. I never reject honor or tradition, but when you say it, it just feels fake and disgusting. Honestly, when I was Akechi, there were countless times when I wanted to punch you in the face. Listening to Carl's words, Oda Sandeo, who had slowly come to accept that Akechi was Carl, couldn't help but interrupt. So, all the outstanding things Akechi has done since arriving in Night City were. Pretty much all of them were my doing, Carl said, turning to Oda Sandeo and smiling. By the way, Oda-kun, thank you for your care during this time. You've done a great job in developing the talents of your subordinates. You're a very capable boss, and I'm very grateful to you for that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been promoted so quickly. In the distance, Huazi stared at the scene in amazement, her lips trembling slightly. So truly wise. Still helping me with paperwork. Carl blinked. I have to say, he's truly amazing. I think he really needs a promotion. You can put my name on the recommendation. Well, I just don't know if you guys recognize recommendations from outside mercenaries. As Carl casually chatted with his former boss, Digital Saburo's projection began to flicker unsteadily. His voice was intermittent, but still filled with anger. He stared at Carl and said, You ruined everything. Arasaka won't forgive you. Oh, you're still talking, you old bastard? Shut up. Carl's. His gaze turned cold, as he turned to Digital Saburo. You and your set of rules, so-called honor, and tradition have killed enough people. I only know that if a tradition harms people, then it's wrong. Now is the time for the living, and the new to decide the future. He turned to Hanako, and nodded slightly. Ms. Hanako. Congratulations on your choice. Although it's a little late, it's better than being trapped forever in the shadow of the dead. I'm happy for your choice. After all, you don't have to kill your own boss, even temporarily. I hope you cooperate with the subsequent investigation. As Carl finished speaking, the conference table fell silent again. The Arasaka executives were still in great shock. Not only because of this shocking reversal, but also because Carl had the audacity to lecture Saburo, even in digital form, so mercilessly. Carl looked around, his gaze slowly sweeping across each pale face, finally settling on the projection of Digital Saburo, which was still flickering violently, trying to maintain its form. By the way, he whispered, your Sui Dan, Showa, protocol code is August 15, 1949, the day you surrendered to the Empire and attempted seppuku. Honestly, the timing is fantastic, but it's a terrible code for your Sui Dan, Showa, protocol. You're quite pathetic for being so obsessed with yourself and the past. As his words fell, Digital Saburo's projection emitted a long, distorted hiss of static before completely dissipating into the air. Like a tortoise, ultimately unwilling to face reality, cowardly retreating into its shell. The room was left in a dead silence, and a group of stunned Arasaka executives remained. Carl clapped his hands. Okay, the drama is over. He smiled at the crowd. Now, who wants to discuss things? Well, let's talk. Carl looked at Arasaka Nobuyuki, who smiled faintly, and had already taken the seat that belonged to Arasaka's CEO. Let's talk about the new rules, and how they should be set. Chapter 841. Okay, we're done. We almost figured out the location of Saburo Arasaka's personality imprint, and we already dispatched people to destroy it. Carl's tone was relaxed, as if he were discussing the weather. If nothing unexpected happens, with Hanako's cooperation, we quickly clear out all the remnants of Saburo Arasaka. Well, it sure feels good to completely clean out a cockroach nest. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the conference room, but the high-level meeting had concluded, and Arasaka Nobuyuki's authority as CEO had been established. Watching the Arasaka executives file out and Hanako Arasaka being escorted away, Carl cast his gaze upon the digital Saburo device on the table, retracted into its shell, and refusing to emerge. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What should we do with this thing? What do you think is the most appropriate solution?" "One shot?" Oliver offered the simplest solution. "One cut." V's tone was characteristically cold. "If you ask me, smashing it with one fist is the most satisfying." Jack rubbed his hands, eager to give it a try. The opportunity to personally end Saburo Arasaka doesn't come around every day. He missed it last time, so he must make up for it this time. No one has the honor of killing Saburo Arasaka twice. That would be enviable. "Carl, you and Nobuyuki say are out. And I'm older than you youngsters. You should respect the elderly, and give them this opportunity." Johnny Silverhand stepped forward, clearly trying to grab the spot, but was met with 3 pairs of rolls of eyes. "Come on, Johnny. I see you drinking and smoking all the time. If you weren't in such a state that you're already picking up girls, you'd still be an old man. How old are you? Just say it when you want to kill someone. Don't act so pretentiously." The dog is barking. "Who's barking now? Are you anxious? I'm going to teach you a lesson today, Oliver, you lousy Santo Domingo kid." Watching the 2 men engage in a scuffle, Carl was about to speak. But the long-cowered digital Saburo suddenly rasped from his device. "You say I'm fake. Then isn't this Johnny Silverhand also fake? What is he to you? Isn't this just some ridiculous game of playing house? I thought you keep playing the cowardly bastard. He's going." Carl glanced at digital Saburo, who, despite making a sound, remained timid, as if fearing his digital body would collapse again, and said casually, "We think he's Johnny, and he thinks he's Johnny, and he's exactly like Johnny. That's enough for us. What's the difference between him and me?" "Yes, of course." Johnny, upon hearing this, temporarily released his grip on Oliver's collar. He turned, and a familiar projection suddenly lit up, still sporting that same arrogant look, even raising his middle finger high. The difference is, Johnny's voice was firm and sardonic. "I'm back. Unlike some digital personality that doesn't even dare to project its image, I'm Johnny Silverhand. But you and I are clearly the same form. Whether it's true or not isn't up to you, it's up to me. If I say yes, then I'm Johnny Silverhand." Johnny's projection flickered, his signature arrogant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He walked towards the device on the table, each step carrying the shimmering ripples of a holographic image. "See that, old bastard?" He leaned forward, his gaze seemingly threatening the fearful digital Saburo, despite his lack of form. "I dare to stand here, dare everyone see me, and you." He scoffed, "Now you don't even dare to project a full projection, cowering like a frightened mouse in your data shell." Digital Saburo's device hummed softly, but there was no response. "Johnny is Johnny," V said, arms folded, his tone flat but firm. "He may be a jerk, a megalomaniac, an annoying troublemaker. But he's never one to hide in hiding." Jack laughed. "That's right. And this old guy won't give up in a fight." He nudged Oliver deliberately. Oliver straightened his ruffled collar and looked at digital Saburo's device. "At least he doesn't cower like an old turtle, afraid to see anyone." "The difference lies in choice," Carl said slowly. "Johnny chose to face the world, even if it's in digital form. But you, Mr. Saburo?" He shook his head at the device. "You chose to hide, to be fearful, to use threats and violence to maintain your pathetic need for control, constantly thinking about enforcing your consciousness and making it eternal." The device suddenly emitted a shrill noise. "You don't understand. You don't understand what eternity is. What is inheritance?" "Oh, we do," Johnny interrupted, the projection suddenly becoming clearer. "Eternity isn't about clinging to someone like a parasite, and inheritance isn't about forcing future generations to follow your every command." A rare hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. "Inheritance is about ideas, about spirit, about what even a jerk like me can teach others. Like how to live with dignity, or die with dignity." Digital Saburo's device remained silent for a long moment, finally emitting a barely audible sigh of data streaming. Carl stood up and picked up the still faintly glowing device. "Okay, time for philosophical discussion is over." He turned to the group. "So what do we finally decide on, with digital Saburo? A vote?" Arasaka Nobuyuki suddenly grinned. "No, I have a better idea." Everyone's eyes were on him. "Give it to me." Nobuyuki extended his hand to Carl. "I know the best way to handle this." Carl raised an eyebrow and handed the device to Nobuyuki. "Listen," he said to the device. "Don't you always brag about building an immortal empire? Don't you always say you're the only truth of Arasaka?" Nobuyuki smiled. "Then let me make one last contribution to Arasaka." "What are you going to do?" Holding Nobuyuki's hand, Digital Saburo felt a strange unease. Nothing special. Niece Nobuo gently tossed the device in his hand, his tone calm. I have a guard. His name. I think even if you're a digital life form, it should be recorded in the database. I'm curious how he deal with you. You're talking about Takemura? Digital Saburo instantly understood Arasaka Nobuo's intentions. Takemura Goro was a man who strictly adhered to the rules. In other words, he respected the rules, not the fleeting illusions. A mere digital imprint of Saburo's personality versus the true head of the Arasaka family. What would he choose? The answer was already predetermined. Nobuo! A master shouldn't be ruled by a servant. Before he could finish his words, Nobuo abruptly shut down the device. This isn't a master-servant issue, Nobuo said calmly, his eyes clear. I'm just dealing with a digital imprint. Digital Saburo and Nobuo knew perfectly well what response Takemura Goro would give. This isn't Lord Saburo. Since that's not the case, there won't be any hesitation when it comes to taking action. Chapter 842. It's over. Wanna go have a drink in the afterlife? After saying goodbye to Nobu, who still needed to deal with the aftermath, the group descended the elevator. Oliver leaned against the wall and suggested, or maybe we can go to the Wild Wolf Bar and try Mrs. Wells's fries. No problem, Jack replied readily. He then turned to David, who had been quietly guarding him. David, Man and the others should be free soon. Should we get together? It's been a while. This job was great. We should have a drink to celebrate. Okay, I asked Man. David nodded. He had prepared for a bloody battle, but he hadn't expected this anticipated, treacherous operation to end this way. Arasaka Hanako, Arasaka Saburo. These names he had heard since childhood, figures who symbolized the pinnacle of existence, had been so easily erased. He was still a little dazed, as if still immersed in that silent yet thrilling duel. His fingertips tingled slightly. V noticed David was still reeling from the recent tension, so he smiled and patted his shoulder. Relax, David, don't be so uncomfortable. Not everything has to be resolved with bullets and swords. His tone was relaxed, with a hint of teasing. It's nice to be able to settle things without bloodshed, like today. It's much easier than exploding another nuclear bomb, isn't it? Nuclear bomb explosion. David briefly considered the possible consequences if things went wrong today, and his expression froze. Even though he had never seen a nuclear explosion, as a resident of Night City, he was more or less fascinated by it. After thinking about the worst-case scenario, David felt a little relieved. Perhaps not everything needs to be resolved through combat. If you think about it, a peaceful conclusion is truly a rare blessing. Whether as a mercenary or a bodyguard, being able to go smoothly, without any mishaps, and finish the job safely, perhaps that's what we should be most thankful for. But I still feel a little frustrated, ready for a fight, but with nowhere to put my strength. David scratched his head, a subtle sense of disappointment in his tone. Better to have no place to exert your strength than to risk your life. Oliver smiled and shook his head. Don't become one of those battle-crazed people who look forward to a fight every day, David. That won't go far. Oliver turned to look at Johnny. But honestly, it's not just David who's having a hard time adjusting. I still find it incredible that we actually sent Saburo Arasaka away twice. The third time would be a grand slam. Johnny's shadow flickered in the corner of the elevator, his tone tinged with his usual sarcasm. But I think that old man, that won't give us another chance. Heh, I don't want to see that old a third time either. Oliver scoffed and shook his head. That guy is truly disgusting every time I see him. Don't you agree, Carl? I completely agree on that. Carl chuckled and nodded. Every time I see that old bastard, it's always bad luck. It's hard not to feel bad. Honestly, I don't want to waste my emotions on someone like him anymore. This time, we should be able to completely eliminate the remnants left by that old Saburo Arasaka. V mused, Nobuyuki will surely seize this opportunity to consolidate his authority, eradicate Saburo's influence, and completely control Arasaka. It's hard to say. Carl shook his head slightly. If Hanako is truly willing to cooperate, with her defection as the leader of the faction, perhaps we can quickly dismantle Saburo's old rules and outdated ideas within Arasaka. But ultimately, Arasaka's headquarters is still in Japan. Without a personal visit there, some issues will never be resolved. His tone was calm, yet with a hint of subtlety. Now, it depends on who's faster. See who's faster now. Everyone in the elevator immediately understood. The secret agreement reached between Arasaka Nobuyuki and Rosalind Miles was meant to be a short-term collaboration, a temporary suspension of conflict, while each side resolved its own internal affairs. Now, with Miles's side showing no progress, Nobuyuki has already defeated the biggest opponent, leaving only the finishing touches. The duration of this collaboration is likely to be shorter than anyone anticipated. Ding ding. Just as everyone was chatting, Carl's phone rang. He picked it up, and saw it was a notice from Arasaka's Human Resources Department. To be more precise, it was a notice for Garo Akechi, but Carl hadn't yet finished with that role, so it was sent to him. Arasaka Group Personnel Appointment Notice. Issuing Department. Promotion Management Section, Human Resources Headquarters. Classification, internally disclosed, limited to department directors and above. To Chief Goro Akechi. Assignment, Counterintelligence Department. Dear Chief Goro Akechi, based on your outstanding performance and significant contributions in multiple recent critical missions, after joint deliberation by the Security Headquarters, the Personnel Evaluation Committee, and the Board of Directors, we hereby formally notify you of the following personnel changes. Promotion, effective immediately. You will be promoted from Chief of the Counterintelligence Department, Intelligence Section to Head of the Operations Department, with corresponding authority and system access levels updated simultaneously. Units under your assignment. Action Teams 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be under your jurisdiction. Your professional competence, leadership, and loyalty to the group, especially the decisiveness and execution demonstrated in recent high-risk environments, have earned the board's high recognition. Arasaka always values and rewards those who work tirelessly for the group's future. Please report to the Special Operations Department office within 24 hours of receipt of this notice, and complete the transfer of authority and the responsibilities briefing meeting. Congratulations on this promotion. We look forward to your continued outstanding leadership in your new position, and your contribution to the stability and prosperity of Arasaka. Signed by Arasaka Nobuyuki. Looking at the long list of internal Arasaka information, Carl scanned it and roughly understood what it meant. Simply put, Akechi has been promoted and officially becomes the head of the Operations Department. Operations Department. Carl glanced at his friends. It seems we now have our own team within Arasaka. Nobuyuki doesn't seem to intend to completely eliminate every Pheasant faction member, Carl said. He had just seen the list of action team members in the appendix. V and his team were in the second action team. Aside from V's second action team, teams 1, 3, and 4 were all newly formed, with the original personnel having been transferred out. And among the new personnel assigned to teams 1, 3, and 4, Carl happened to know everyone. They were his former subordinates from his time as Akechi. Judging from the personnel allocation, could this be considered a way for Nobuaki-sei to grant himself independence within Arasaka? Is it allowing someone who isn't an Arasaka employee to take control of Arasaka? Chapter 843. When Carl and his group exited Arasaka Tower, Man and his team had already been waiting outside. Man? David was the most surprised to see them appear. I just sent the message, and you're already here. That's insanely fast. It was Carl who arranged it. Man smiled and nodded at Carl. He hired me under the name Akechi, saying that if anything happened to him, we'd be on hand to provide backup and arrange a retreat. We'd be on standby nearby, rushing over as soon as we got the message. As he spoke, he took a look at David and Carl's group. Their clothes were immaculate, without a single stain or sign of a fight. He immediately understood. It seems your trip went smoothly. You didn't need me as a backup at all, Man grinned. Getting paid for nothing feels pretty good. It's pretty much the same on my end. Looking at Man, David's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Although teaming up with Carl and his team was an opportunity David had long awaited, perhaps even dreamed of, he still considered them respected predecessors. Carrying out missions with them felt more like a learning experience. After all, he was also a mercenary with his own team, a trusted resource in the eyes of others. When Man and his team appeared, their familiar figures surrounding them like family, this young man, always being cared for, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief and peace of mind. It was this sense of relief that allowed him to let go of the last vestiges of nervousness he had felt about the important mission. At that moment, he seemed to cease being the underling who had to stay on edge and return to being the David who could protect and help everyone. Carl, T-Bug told me she'd be taking the Delamon directly later, so you don't have to wait for her. Sasha, a hacker from Man's team, waved to Carl and walked briskly over, a bright smile on her face. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's just right, I wanted to thank you in person. You helped my sister Stella and brother-in-law Bill get transferred to the assistance section, and helped them get over those old issues. Thank you so much. A while ago, Sasha's sister and brother-in-law, who worked at the NCPD, got caught up in a Dogville incident. Her brother-in-law Bill and his partner were taking on private work, which inadvertently rubbed shoulders with a local figure named Dougie. Carl heard about this and stepped in to help. He had Bill and his partner go to Andy and confess everything about the private work. Later, Andy led his team, taking advantage of Dodger's occasional absences from Dogtown, to decisively apprehend him and give Bill and his partner a stern reprimand, finally defusing the situation. Even more unexpectedly, Andy discovered that Bill and his partner had demonstrated considerable underhandedness in handling these private work. So, he simply transferred the two men, who had been wandering around, to the support department, putting them on the right track and redeeming their mistakes. Now, the two men, who had always worried Sasha, had finally settled down and started working properly. For this, Sasha had been wanting to thank Carl profusely. It wasn't a big deal. After all, Dodger happened to be involved in the very business I loathe most. The pharmaceutical business. Carl's tone was flat, as if he genuinely didn't take the matter to heart. The less people like Dodger profited from harmful drugs in Night City, the sicker they were. Just the sight of them made him sick. Oh, you always seem like this, helping others without even caring. Sasha chuckled softly, her eyes filled with gratitude and resignation. I don't know how to repay you. Before she finished her words, another voice suddenly rang out from the side. David, this outfit of yours is sturdier than I thought. I wonder how much you could sell it for. Rebecca, her petite figure, stood before David, her shotgun slung over her shoulder. She looked at his outfit with envy. This looks even more elite than the combat squad uniforms you photographed before. Hey, they say it's a bodyguard outfit for those around important figures, the same kind of clothing as the guards around Saburo Arasaka. You got it for free this time. So cool, isn't it? Getting it for free is really nice. Rebecca poked her cheek with her finger, pouting as she watched David show off his outfit. Envy was written all over her face, but it wasn't clear whether she was envious of the protective power or the fact that David had gotten such expensive clothing for free, something you couldn't buy anywhere else. Hearing the name Saburo Arasaka, man walked over to Jack and patted him on the shoulder. A glint flashed beneath his sunglasses, and he lowered his voice slightly. Looks like you guys really have it all figured out. As the captain of man's team, he knew more than his teammates. He also knew exactly what Carl and the others were doing in Arasaka Tower. He had been horrified when he learned about the nuclear bomb, but now, seeing his friend safe and sound, he was completely relieved. Hearing his hushed words, Jack grinned. You missed a good show. Saburo Arasaka is completely dead this time. That's a great thing. As a former New American soldier, man was dreaming of any affection for Saburo Arasaka, let alone knowing what he was planning from his friends. So where exactly are we going to celebrate? You just called us over without even saying where we were going. Wild Wolf, or the next life? The next life. Jack shouted immediately, drawing cheers of agreement from the others. Wild Wolf. Rebecca shouted almost immediately, jumping up to attract attention. I miss Mrs. Wells's fries. And they're not so pretentious. I think you're just worried about being treated like a child, and preventing me from coming in to give birth. Rebecca's brother, Pira, laughed, but all he received was a fierce kick from his sister. Come on, Rebecca grimaced. The afterlife is full of corporate punks and self-righteous mercenaries. At least at the Wild Wolf, no one's going to come up to you and ask, oh, you're that XXX? Can you give me an autograph? But a real man should go to the afterlife and order a special. Johnny's voice interrupted with a hint of mockery. Little girl, what do you know about anything besides juice? Hey, you sound like an old man. That's all outdated. When I was drinking, little girl, you weren't even born yet. Listening to Rebecca and Johnny's argument, Carl chuckled and looked back up at Arasaka Tower. His gaze was far-reaching, as if he were catching sight of a figure high above. Up high in the building, Nobu, watching Carl and the others, smiled and raised his glass. But the glass didn't contain alcohol. While he longed to have a drink to keep his friends company, he had things to do right now. After taking a sip of real water, Nobuo Arasaka turned and looked at the person sitting in front of him. Well, before we meet Hinako, let's talk about Michiko. Arasaka Nobuo looked across at Michiko, who had supported him throughout his actions. Let's talk about the Arasaka successor. With Saburo Arasaka dead, Nobuo Arasaka, as the nominal heir, now had secured his position. Given this, it was time for him to carefully decide on his successor. Chapter 844. In the conference room atop Arasaka Tower, Michiko Arasaka sat across from Nobuaki Nakata, her demeanor as calm as ever. She listened to the topic Nobuaki raised, the question of Arasaka's successor, and subconsciously repeated it. Successor? Michiko asked calmly, with just the right amount of respect. Uncle, since you brought this up, you probably already have a candidate in mind. Arasaka Yuriaki nodded. Father's era is over. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable force. Arasaka needs new blood, not just leadership, but a complete transformation of its soul. An Arasaka that truly belongs to the new era, one that can coexist with this city, and even the new world order, and actively shape it. Yuriaki had tried many ways to change the world. In his youth, witnessing the darkness of the company led him to break with his family, and even form a gang to destroy the Arasaka Empire from the outside. Now, standing at the height of his life, he has come to understand that true change requires not only a surge from the bottom, but also a reshaping from the top. He has long since resolved to dismantle and rebuild everything from within. Sei Nobuyuki turned and looked at Michiko with a sharp gaze. Michiko, your daughter, Haruko, has Arasaka blood flowing through her veins, but she hasn't been completely eroded by the shadows of the past. She is young, adaptable, and more importantly, she possesses a strong ambition, an ambition strong enough to achieve everything. Michiko's eyelashes trembled imperceptibly for a moment, but she didn't object. Although Haruko grew up under the strict discipline of the Arasaka mansion, as a mother, she saw the undercurrents beneath her daughter's calm surface before anyone else. That girl had indeed inherited her family's genes, and she also harbored a desire bordering on arrogance. That desire was ambition, a yearning ambition. Both raised in the Arasaka mansion, Haruko and Hinako were two completely different people. Hinako submitted to her captivity, obediently following her father's will throughout her life, while Haruko not only felt no sense of restraint, but even within this confinement, she ignited the fire of ambition, a flame so intense that the slightest spark would instantly ignite a prairie fire. Haruko had ambition, the ambition to rise to the top and change the world. And what Seinobu and Michiko were talking about now was exactly this ambition of Haruko's. Seinobu said, I don't care what Haruko thinks. Since I don't plan to have a child or adopt one, this position will be hers sooner or later. But she needs an anchor, someone to ground her and to complement the qualities she lacks. She needs to understand the world outside the company, to possess the power and prestige to intimidate all jackals, and she needs an external force. A link that truly reshapes the rules of this city, and perhaps even the world. He paused, then uttered the crucial name, Carl. Although she had expected it, Michiko couldn't maintain her composure at the mention of this name. Her pupils constricted slightly. Carl? Uncle, do you want him to assist Haruko? More than just assist, Seinobu's tone was calm yet subtle. I want him to be Haruko's husband, and to inherit Arasaka together with her. Their union would be the most powerful symbol of the fusion of old and new. Haruko brought bloodline legitimacy and internal stability, while Carl brought external recognition, unrivaled strength, and the credibility to completely bid farewell to the Saburo era, announcing to the world that Arasaka was no longer the Arasaka of the past. A silence fell in the CEO's office as Arasaka Nobuyuki spoke. Michiko quickly weighed the pros and cons. Haruko's succession met her expectations, but allowing Carl, an outsider and someone so alien to the company's traditions, to become Haruko's husband and co-heir? Even with her far-sighted perspective, this seemed a bit daring. It wasn't that, as a mother, Michiko Arasaka opposed this. Rather, she strongly supported it. However, as an Arasaka executive, she felt compelled to warn the CEO at this point. Uncle, this idea is too bold. Michiko spoke cautiously. Will Carl agree? Given your relationship with him, I think you should be aware of his attitude towards the company. Furthermore, elders, the board of directors. Board of directors? Naoki chuckled softly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. After tonight, who dares to question my decision? As for the elders, remnants of a bygone era, when Saburo was alive, they merely relied on their bloodline to cling to the fringes of power. Their opinions were heard, but never decisive. The new Arasaka will be written by new rules. Besides the core members of the Arasaka clan, there are also some who, though their blood ties are tenuous, can still be considered relatives. Their relationship with Arasaka dates back to the time of Saburo's father, and they helped in the early stages of Arasaka's expansion. But now, they are merely a group of people who enjoy the benefits of blood ties, and their existence is completely insignificant. More importantly, Carl's opinion is indeed an important matter. Seinobu glanced out the window again, the figure already disappearing in the crowd below. He may not like the company, but he cares about this city, about the specific people. He sees this as an opportunity to fundamentally change Arasaka, and ultimately, influence all of Night City, and even the world. This isn't about him becoming a company pawn, but about him becoming someone who can define the company's new meaning. For the sake of a greater goal, he might even accept this shackle. Is this a shackle, uncle? Michiko asked softly. From what you're saying, you seem to be plotting against your friend, making him shoulder a burden that doesn't belong to him. Hearing Michiko's words, perhaps out of concern for Carl, his future son-in-law, Seinobu was startled for a moment, then smiled. This isn't a plot, and certainly not a shackle. He took a sip of the water in his glass, thinking back to his recent conversation with Carl. That lazy fellow only occasionally slacks off because I'm around. But he cares about all this more than anyone else. Naoki's tone gradually grew calmer. When no one is willing to shoulder the responsibility, he won't need any persuasion, or even any calculation. He'd take up the shackles on his own initiative. He paused, as if gazing at a distant image. Because he can't let go deep down. He's incompatible with this era, and even can't stand the world being this way. Michiko stared at Naoki. She noticed a peculiar glint in the CEO's eyes. A light she had never seen in Saburo's eyes before, a light that had long been hidden, or rather, vanished, in her uncle's eyes over the past 50 years. That light belonged to Nobuaki Arasaka, who roamed the streets over 50 years ago. It was a persistence bordering on idealism, blazing and clear. Uncle, she said softly, her voice filled with something approaching respect. I'm suddenly reminded of the image you were portrayed as 50 years ago, the rebel of Arasaka, the rebellious son. The idealist. A smile played on Nobuaki Arasaka's lips. I simply returned to my former self, Michiko. This city is changing, the world is changing, and it's possible for me to become the Nobuaki Arasaka of the past. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling night city below. The neon lights of the distant advertisements pulsed like blood vessels, and the NCPD hovercrafts drew interwoven light trails in the sky. You know what? When I stood on the street, shoulder to shoulder with the people, watching them gradually improve with Carl's help, I felt that feeling again, a kind of strength, a strength that came not from money or weapons, but from shared belief. Yoshinobu's voice deepened. Carl told me this again. Michiko sat quietly, understanding her uncle's trust and affection for Carl. That trust, that affection, had a name. A name that fits Michiko's memory perfectly, a name that perhaps justifies joy in having someone in one's life. For Arasaka Nobu, Carl was a kindred spirit. So it's trust, Arasaka Michiko whispered. Uncle, you're indeed different from Saburo. You trust people. Yorinobu nodded. It's precisely because I believe Carl understands that I know he accepted. He's not after power or wealth, but for a better world, but... He paused, a slightly strange smile playing on his lips. But this approach does have some echoes of Saburo's era, with the elders deciding engagements and such. I'm not sure what Carl would think, Arasaka Michiko said softly, but I believe my daughter wouldn't object. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. As a mother, she understood Haruko's current state of mind all too well. That little girl still has a lot to learn about relationships. Michiko recalled that when she was younger than her daughter was now, she had already been in love. In comparison, Haruko seemed rather inexperienced in this regard. Having your mother's approval, I'm finally relieved. Yori Nobuyuki was not unaware of Haruko's feelings for Carl. Rather, he had mentioned this to Carl from the beginning. He known long ago that Haruko had a crush on a young man named Carl, and even before they met, Seinobu already knew Carl's name and appearance. However, back then, in his mind, Carl was merely a potential target for Haruko's affections, a young man who might intrude upon her life. He had never foreseen that this young man, once defined as Haruko's love interest, would one day become a close friend who would awaken his will and reshape his ideals. I find a way to convince Carl. This will probably require even more skill than dealing with Saburo Arasaka. Seinobu continued calmly, Haruko needs Carl to balance her ambitions and prevent her from repeating my father's mistakes. So, if Carl agrees, you still intend to divide power. From your tone, it seems you're leaning towards Carl? Are you planning to hand over your faction to him? Michiko raised an eyebrow slightly, a touch surprised. I thought you'd take this opportunity to completely consolidate your factions. I was ready to surrender everything. Nobuyuki shook his head. A company, an organization, if it only has voices of approval and no opposition, will eventually stagnate and decay. Just like Arasaka under Saburo's control. His tone was calm, yet carried undeniable weight. A person's decision isn't always correct. In such cases, Dissenting voices are needed to point out mistakes and raise questions. But this opposition shouldn't degenerate into pure confrontation. Ultimately, both sides should strive for a better future. It's just that the methods and perspectives differ. Never forget that. His gaze was profound as he continued, I'm not opposed to factions per se. In fact, sometimes your dovish tendencies toward gentle negotiations can actually yield more pragmatic results. I agree. I want to eliminate the remnants of Saburo's will, especially those permeating the pheasant clique. However, I don't intend to maintain factional divisions forever. I intend to let them make their own choices. Choose for themselves? Michiko repeated softly. In other words, the future. You intend to leave it to Carl and Haruko to decide? Old people won't be the ones to create the new era. Niece Nobu suddenly smiled. That will be a headache for Carl and Haruko. For a dead person like me, it won't matter. After all, knowing there's still hope before I die is enough to satisfy me. What an irresponsible approach. You have a hard time later, Haruko. Michiko Arasaka spoke, then turned her head. Surprisingly, she was addressing Haruko. Under the gazes of Sei Nobuyuki and Michiko, the door to Arasaka's CEO's office slid silently open. A figure stood in the doorway, its outline blurred by the backlight. Interesting conversation, a young woman's voice spoke calmly. But didn't you forget to ask the person involved? Haruko, with her neatly styled ponytail, walked into the room carrying a stack of confidential documents, her gaze passing indifferently over the two elders. You knew I was at the door, yet you brazenly chatted about a girl's marriage. Her lips curled up slightly, a hint of laughter in her tone. That's a bit too much. Raishian asked calmly, how much did you hear? Enough. Haruko walked to the desk and gently set the documents down. Let me summarize. You plan to marry me to Carl, jointly manage Arasaka, and thus showcase a new face of the company to the world. From top to bottom, from bottom to top, changing the city, changing the world. And you said I have no objection to the marriage. Now all that's left is to convince Carl. I heard it all. Raishian chuckled. So was there anything wrong? No. Haruko straightened, a sharp glint in her eyes. No, there can't be any mistakes. Chapter 845. It's so hot out here. Working in this weather is really a bit uninspiring. Lying on the rooftop of a shop in Santo Domingo, feeling the stifling heat that persisted even at night, Oliver couldn't help but sigh. I wish I could go home early and enjoy a nice cold drink. Is this hot? Carl, who rarely worked with Oliver, sat on the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the endless stream of cars below. He said flatly, the weather used to be really hot. It used to be hotter? What are you talking about, Carl? Oliver sat up slightly and glanced at him. I was born and raised in Night City, and I can honestly say I never experienced a summer as unbearable as this one. I have. Carl didn't even turn his head, his voice devoid of emotion. Back in 2023, it was as hot as a furnace, but no one complained. 2023. Oliver was startled at first, then he understood the meaning of the numbers. He subconsciously wanted to laugh, but felt it was inappropriate, so he forced himself to suppress it. Another hell joke, huh? Let me tell you, even back then, the impact on Santo Domingo wasn't that great. The temperature might not have been as high as it is now. It doesn't matter. Just bear with it. It'd be over soon anyway. Carl ignored Oliver, who was resting and stretching nearby. Oliver had been keeping watch all afternoon, and now it was his turn to take over. The two of them were waiting for a shipment to appear. For mercenaries of Carl and Oliver's caliber to handle this cargo, it had to be something special. This commission had even come directly from the NCPD. The police hoped they could intercept this smuggling operation. As for what was being smuggled, for someone like Carl to drag Oliver along for an entire afternoon, and most of the night, it couldn't be some ordinary cargo. Here it comes, Carl whispered, his gaze suddenly fixed on the nighttime street. Oliver sat up straight upon hearing his voice. Oliver snatched up the classic smart submachine gun, which was well suited for street fighting, and quickly moved to Carl's side. As they stared, a seemingly ordinary pickup truck slowly came into view. Are you sure it's that one? Oliver asked cautiously, his voice low. Confirmed. Carl nodded, pulling out his phone and glancing at it. The sensors our informant has installed are responding. I receive a notification once the target enters the 500-meter range. To avoid counter-reconnaissance, the signal is transmitted using linear intermittent transmission. Every 5 seconds. It's guaranteed to be accurate. Move. Carl's voice was deep and decisive. Like cheetahs in the dark night, the two men slid silently down the edge of the rooftop, using the shadows as cover as they quickly approached the pickup truck, which had temporarily parked on the side of the road. The two men in the cab were looking down at their phones, comparing routes, completely unaware of Carl and Oliver's arrival. Oliver appeared outside the passenger window like a ghost, the butt of his classic submachine gun striking the weak point of the bulletproof glass with precise and fierce force. Familiar with this type of vehicle, Oliver was already aware of its flaws. With a spiderweb of cracks and a muffled thud, a hole appeared in the window. Without hesitation, Oliver launched a small flash grenade, which detonated instantly. The instant the blinding light exploded, the occupants were stunned and momentarily lost their ability to react. If you use the classic like that, it'd break after a few hits. The buttstock isn't as strong as Jack's fist. Almost instantly, Carl, speaking on the radio, opened the driver's door. In a flash, a precise hand strike struck the driver's neck, sending him limp without a sound. The passenger, caught in the flash of light, instinctively reached for his gun, but Oliver, leaning against the hole on the other side, opened the driver's seat and knocked him down with the butt of his rifle. Back, Carl warned briefly. The two of them quickly circled to the rear of the cargo compartment. Carl used the electronic key he snatched from the driver's side to unlock the door. As the door swung open, the two armed guards inside, before they could raise their guns, were struck in the chest by two shots from the classic, loaded with electric stun rounds, activated by Oliver in non-lethal mode. The intense impact and high-frequency current instantly disabled their movements, leaving the two heavily armed guards huddled on the ground in agony. Carl swiftly stepped forward and securely bound their hands and feet with plastic straps. He then removed their weapons and communications equipment, dragging them out and repeating the same treatment on the two men in the driver's seat. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Done. Oliver confirmed that the four men were no longer a threat and gently kicked the floorboards. Got it easier than expected. Carl didn't reply. After dispatching the men, his gaze was already fixed on the sealed metal box deep inside the train compartment, which maintained a constant temperature. There were no markings on the box, only a row of dimly flickering blue lights, which looked particularly eerie in the dimly lit cabin. This was the cargo worthy of the NCPD's covert hiring, and this was why Carl was willing to patiently wait for 8 full hours on a sweltering night in Santo Domingo. He reached out and gently touched the metal box's surface. A single molecule wire popped out, unlocking it in just 2 seconds. Click. After disabling the box's built-in security devices and protections, Carl eagerly opened the box. Inside the box lay stacks of tightly packed items. Carl picked up the first one, dismantled it with a single molecule wire, and inserted the contents into his phone. After confirming that there were no viruses or traps inside, Carl pulled out an object. It was the Mutuo headband. A device that allowed him to view Mutuo anytime, anywhere. He inserted the verified device and donned the headband. Under Oliver's gaze, Carl examined it for only 2 seconds before putting it down. The cargo is right. Hearing Carl say this, Oliver breathed a sigh of relief. After all this time, it's finally worth it. His gaze fell on the box. Cyberpsychosis series. This shipment should be the original films the NCPD has been tracking lately. Yes, but... Carl sighed. They're just a bunch of tampered with pieces. They're not the original films I had in mind. This has to be the original edition, right? Oliver was speechless. So this isn't your batch? What do you mean by mine? Even if I'm in it, I'm only a part of it. Carl stared at the cargo in the box, then at the 4 guards he tied up outside the car. His eyes swept over their equipment and prosthetics. This is damned. Anyone transporting this kind of cargo would qualify for the Special Operations Team. Chapter 846. Back. How was the trip? Don't mention it. It wasn't what I expected. Talking to Jack, who was sitting on the sofa, Carl sighed. It wasn't all in vain. After all, it did at least help curb the current illegal Mutuo shipments. Damn it! Transporting a Mutuo is even more exaggerated than smuggling arms. Carl shook his head and tossed his Mutuo headband onto the table with a dull thud. For people, fully equipped with military-grade prosthetics, well-equipped for a small war, only to be escorting this bunch of cheap imitations of cyber-psychopaths shot by a second-rate director. It has to be professional to look good, right? Jack said with a smile. But some people just love it. I remember someone got your number a while ago and called to buy JK's last Mutuo recording before he died. The price was quite high. I don't know how they knew I had it, Carl's tone darkened. But I'm not selling that posthumous work. Selling it would be like admitting to being a cyber-psycho. Although Carl no longer felt the same resentment as he did at the beginning about being labeled a cyber-psychopath, The fact that he dragged Oliver along to wait out the situation the moment he heard the news. After all, he still cared. If you care so much about that thing, why not just destroy it? That makes a difference. Carl sighed again, his voice deepening. I do have some respect for JK's directorial spirit. Even though his actions have made me want to hang him up and beat him countless times. I certainly haven't wanted to kill him. Ultimately, his work was at most slander. I find that kind of obsession and spirit quite commendable for someone who cherished his own work until his death. He paused, his tone complex. Even if his last work was meant to smear me, it's still a shame to completely destroy it like that. That's certainly something you care about, Carl. Oliver sipped from the drink he'd just taken from the refrigerator. Does this count as a form of respect for art? Maybe a little, but regardless, I wouldn't be able to destroy it if I saw it. Even though it's already spread around the world and can't be banned. Carl knew that today's action would at best curb the spread of the virus in Night City. Based on his conversations with enthusiasts at the Hanson party, this thing had already reached a point where it was unstoppable. Beep. After Carl walked over to the refrigerator, opened the door, and got himself a cold drink, the TV in front of Jack automatically switched channels. The piercing opening theme of an emergency news report intruded into the conversation. Now, a breaking news story. An NCPD spokesperson just confirmed that a vicious attack occurred in Taiping State 10 minutes ago. Unidentified armed individuals attacked a construction site for the Taiping State new construction project. Explosions and heavy gunfire erupted, and the bodies of several unregistered individuals were discovered. According to the NCPD's preliminary analysis of the evidence at the scene, the attackers were sophisticated, well-equipped, and had a thorough understanding of the site's conditions and personnel. The casualties were severe. The NCPD is currently working with the biotechnology company responsible for the new construction project to determine whether the unregistered bodies were homeless individuals recruited through the company's construction labor program. The sound of the news echoed through the room, and the television screen flashed with blurred but still gruesome images of the scene. Twisted metal, charred craters, and bodies haphazardly covered. Carl's gaze fixed on the corner of the screen. On the arm of a homeless corpse, not completely covered, was clearly attached a set of valuable military-grade subcutaneous armor, a type not typically found on homeless individuals. Next to another corpse lay a carefully modified smart weapon. Homeless people? Oliver scoffed. Biotech's labor program? You're kidding. When did homeless people get this kind of hard stuff? I think this is just a cover-up for Biotech's personnel under the name of the program. Jack stroked his chin. The NCPD's notice is incredibly polite. Are they confirming it's part of the labor program? Oh, they don't believe it at all. They probably accepted Biotech's aid and can't openly expose this charade. Carl said nothing, his brow furrowing as he watched the news. He knew this construction site. Carl stared at the screen in silence, thinking. Not long ago, he had infiltrated there himself. Back then, he'd been assigned by Mr. Blue Eyes to investigate Biotech's activities on the border between Taiping State and Dogtown. He tracked them down, eventually reaching the construction site and discovering a biological laboratory hidden beneath the concealed surface structure. How long had it been? The entire place had been bloodily cleansed. Was it Mr. Blue Eyes or someone behind him who did this? Carl's brow furrowed. He was well aware of the so-called research being conducted in the biotechnology department. To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than resurrecting ancient creatures as pets. The laboratory's security level wasn't very high. If someone truly had their eye on the data, they could theoretically obtain it easily by deploying a well-organized commercial spy after identifying the location. Is the research worthless? Not really. The Arasaka Pheasant faction had keenly sensed its potential some time ago and incorporated it into Saburo's ambitious immortality project. Even with Saburo's death and the project's demise, this research, which had paved the way for immortality technology, would not easily lose its significance. But the question was this thing really so scarce as to warrant a military attack? For Arasaka, the value of this technology lay entirely in its possession of the core immortality technology. This technology had the potential to aid the path to immortality. It was for this reason that they were willing to prioritize it. But if we peel back the layers and consider the technology itself, resurrecting ancient creatures as pets? Ultimately, it's nothing more than an expensive entertainment for the wealthy. Arasaka, through their corporate espionage, obtained the data with almost no significant resistance. If other companies truly wanted to obtain it, even if the process was a bit convoluted, it wouldn't be an impossible task. Its commercial and application value is far from sufficient to warrant such a major war. It is precisely for this reason that the current attack seems so unusual. Brutal assault, explosions, silencing. This is an act bordering on war. Someone would risk a complete rift with biotechnology, even risking all-out war, just to see something that is theoretically easy to obtain. Why? Carl was pondering when a new call came in on his phone. Mr. Blue Eyes calling. Chapter 847. I think, Mr. Carl, you may have seen the relevant news. As soon as the call was connected, Mr. Blue Eyes spoke directly. Although he didn't specify the specific news, to Carl, this statement was a clear hint. Indeed, I saw it, but I think you knew it before me. Did you call me specifically after the news broadcast, concluding that I had received the information? Carl's tone was calm, without much emotion, yet with a hint of tentativeness. He paused briefly and continued, It seems you are more concerned about this matter than I thought. I am simply convinced that with the capabilities of your team, Mr. Carl, since the news has already been released, it would not have escaped your attention. Mr. Blue Eyes responded calmly with a smile. It is precisely because of this certainty that I called you. I believe this attack was an accident, is it not? Carl's words received a positive response from Mr. Blue Eyes. This is something none of us want to see. In other words, the attack wasn't orchestrated by Mr. Blue Eyes' backers. Carl's implication was clear enough. He was asking if the attack had been anticipated by the other party, or more directly, if it had been carried out by forces affiliated with Mr. Blue Eyes. The other party's response, accidental, and their emphasis on unwanted, whether true or false, at least superficially distanced themselves from the incident, indicating that it was neither their wish nor their expectation. Whether Mr. Blue Eyes' words were true or false, the timing of his call, and his statement that they didn't want to see this happen were enough to give Carl a rough idea of what he was seeking. Mr. Blue Eyes called at this time, and started talking about this right away. He must have a commission for the KK team. Their relationship wasn't close enough to just chat about news, but since there was work, their stance was crucial. Mercenaries might rely solely on force, regardless of intelligence, but there had to be someone in the team who could read the client's message, even if it was just their apparent stance. At least someone had to be able to discern their general intentions and next steps. Let's get down to business. I think we can stop testing the waters. I understand your general intentions, and I don't mind taking a job at this time, Carl said, glancing at his phone screen. Because of the previous NCPD commission, he had already set his order status to not accepting orders. Aside from a few strange individuals who had somehow gotten his number, and a few middlemen who were new to the business and didn't know the rules, and would send him messages asking if he'd take the job, his familiar channels had tactfully stayed away. And just as the NCPD's mission had concluded, Mr. Blue Eyes was the first to come. Coincidentally, Carl was quite interested in the aftermath of that incident, and didn't mind investigating further. Carl still remembered Semmel, the researcher obsessed with resurrecting ancient fossils, and his friend Dawes. He planned to see how Semmel would react when he learned that the project he had poured his heart and soul into had been destroyed. If Semmel's faith remained unwavering, Carl would actually be willing to fund his continued pursuit of the aborted research. After all, Carl had always held a strong interest in that project. To put it more bluntly, witnessing the fierce battle between the Triceratops and the gorilla was truly awe-inspiring. He truly wanted to raise a similar ancient creature himself. Now that the experimental facilities were destroyed, he felt quite a pity. I'd like your team to investigate this attack team. Mr. Blue Eyes' voice came through the receiver, steady yet undeniable. Their methods are disturbing. Carl walked to the window, gazing at the perpetually bright lights of Night City. Military-grade equipment, professional-level tactical execution, not something ordinary mercenaries can achieve. That's right. Mr. Blue Eyes' voice took on a rare, emotionally invested solemnity. Even more worrying is that their chosen target, the Biotechnology Genetic Research Laboratory, happened to be the site of their first perfect resurrection experiment, according to my intelligence. Already completed? Carl seemed a little surprised. Resurrection of what? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if weighing how much to reveal. A dodo, Mr. Blue Eyes finally said. A creature that was revived because its genetic material was intact, and it had been extinct for a short time. It's the only successful specimen in the experiment. This involves the basic framework of certain genetic recombination technologies. Theoretically, after the experiment was deleted, reproducing the same sample and data could be as time-consuming as starting over. During this time, it would be unique. I hate to say it, but discovering it was a dodo still left me feeling a little sad. A creature driven extinct by human activity, revived by human hands, and then caught up in human calculations, that's quite ironic. Whether it's ironic or not, this is what has already happened, Mr. Carl. That's true. Carl admitted it, because even he now had his own thoughts about the dodo. The resurrection experiment involved Johnny. If it succeeded, there would be hope for Johnny's true resurrection. If the only successful product was lost, without the technical framework, who knows how long Johnny's situation would be delayed. So, Carl inquired, if a large company is involved, how strict should the measures be? If it's them, there's no need for such a drastic action. Mr. Blue Eyes said slowly, that's exactly why I need you to investigate. This team isn't affiliated with any known faction. At least not the ones that are publicly known. In other words, even if they're solved, it doesn't matter, and the information they find can't be made public. Just tell you, right? As you said, Mr. Carl, you're truly outstanding. While Carl and Mr. Blue Eyes were talking, Jack had already come closer, and Oliver had put down his drink. Both of them listened to the conversation coming from the speakerphone. So what's the reward? Carl asked bluntly. 5 times the amount of your last mission, half up front. Your team must send at least 2 personnel. That's a reasonable price. Last question. Carl began. What will happen to the organisms that are successful in the experiment? The blue-eyed middle-aged man was silent for a moment, as if weighing something. Finally, he said, I leave everything to you, Mr. Carl. I take the job. Chapter 848. An hour after Carl and his team took the job, they were outside the biotechnology construction site on the border of Taiping State near Dog Town. The NCPD cordon shimmered faintly in the night. Carl approached the officer in charge of the scene and handed over his consultant ID, a standard used within the NCPE. After carefully examining it, the officer looked at Carl's face, saluted, and waved him through. Carl, Jack, and Oliver crossed the cordon and entered the ruins. The team was short-handed tonight. V was off handling another cyberpsychosis case, and T-Bug was out performing routine maintenance on his prosthetics, so Carl, Jack, and Oliver were dispatched this time. The scene revealed after crossing the cordon made Carl, who had previously infiltrated this place, hold his breath and frown. The construction site was ravaged beyond recognition, but what was truly alarming wasn't the scale of the destruction, but its astonishing precision. The attack had clearly focused on a few key points: the security center, the data center, and the entrance to the underground laboratory. Most other areas were left virtually intact. Professional tactical execution, Jack whispered. Like they knew exactly where their target was. Carl nodded slightly, glancing over the NCPD officers busy at the construction site. He didn't see any biotech representatives present. Oliver, who had also noticed this, spoke with a hint of confusion. Such a serious incident has occurred, and yet no one from biotech showed up. Don't they care about this almost blatant provocation? Not necessarily, Carl mused. Perhaps they're prioritizing confirming the situation at other locations. He thought of the scattered storage warehouses. For biotech, those still holding samples and half-finished experiments were perhaps more important than this destroyed construction site. Rather than dwelling on what had been lost, it was better to preserve what was still within their control. This was consistent with the company's philosophy. Furthermore, biotech likely lost a significant number of personnel in the attack. Their influence in Night City was far less than that of Arasaka or Militech. Most of their core team was concentrated at the protein and alcohol 2 wheat farms. Even their internal security in the city relied primarily on robots. They probably couldn't spare any more manpower right now. As Carl pondered this, his eyes were suddenly drawn to several unusual marks on the ground. He squatted down, pulled a bag of medical gloves from his pocket, untied them, and gently touched the ground with his fingers. A sticky, faintly glowing residue stained his fingertips. It wasn't blood, nor was it a burn mark from an energy weapon, nor was it any chemical he knew of. The substance glowed eerily in the dim light, as if flowing. Unusual traces. Looks like we found something, Carl muttered. He glanced around, noticing similar traces of light scattered across the area. NCPD officers were already carefully collecting samples. He looked up at Jack. Have you seen anything like this? Jack shook his head, his expression grave. Never. Although Jack wasn't a material expert, he was a veteran of the streets of Night City. He's seen countless strange things since childhood. In terms of practical experience, no one on the team had more than him. Even he had no clue, which meant this thing's origin was likely unusual. Carl nodded and stood, his gaze fixed on the blasted underground laboratory entrance. In the darkness, the glowing traces resembled a faint path winding deep underground. Come on, Carl said, leading the way to the area that had been left untouched by the NCPD due to the collapse. Donning a mask with both gas protection and night vision capabilities, he spoke in a calm, clear voice. Let's see what lies beneath. Just as he was about to step into the ruins, a member of the special operations team guarding the entrance noticed his movements. Having just finished giving instructions to several NCPD officers, he turned and saw Carl, quickly stepped forward and saluted. "Mr. Carl, the structure below is extremely unstable, and a secondary collapse is possible. Entering now is extremely dangerous." His tone was respectful yet firm, clearly indicating that the NCPD had no intention of expending too much effort on this biotech attack. Their presence was more out of procedural obligation than a genuine desire to emulate the NCPD of the past, suffering heavy casualties to curry favor with the company. When the company was attacked, they would naturally respond out of duty and the sponsorship provided. However, in the event of significant casualties, they would still choose the safest possible course of action. Seeing KK, a man highly respected by the NCPD and its personnel, about to take such a risk, he dissuaded him without hesitation. "Don't worry, I can handle this situation," Carl reassured him calmly. After a moment's thought, he extended his hand. "How about this? Give me an action recorder. When we have the footage, you can report it to biotech. I do something with it. Erase my image and voice, and replace the identification code with yours. Is that okay? Perhaps this recording can even help you secure more funding from biotech. Use my ID?" The special operations officer was momentarily apprehensive, yet flattered. He clearly understood what Carl's words meant. Completing an investigation in such a dangerous collapsed area was undoubtedly crucial intelligence that biotech would value greatly. If he reported it under his name, the company would undoubtedly recognize it as a significant achievement and reward him. A salary increase and promotion within the NCPD would then be a given. Considering that his special operations unit was already the best paid within the NCPD and the one most indebted to KK, this unexpected opportunity left him feeling a mix of emotions, almost at a loss. "Is this too much trouble for you? Mr. Carl has been incredibly kind to us." Thinking this way, the special operations officer actually wanted to honor the favor and go down with Carl. To sacrifice for such a great man was an honor and a valuable thing. However, considering that he, the highest-ranking officer, still needed to handle the situation at the scene, he could only sigh inwardly that he couldn't accompany him to help. He neatly removed his action recorder and ID card and solemnly handed them over. "Please be very careful, Mr. Carl. If anything happens, please send a distress signal immediately. We will definitely come right away. Don't worry, I definitely call on you to help me if anything happens." Carl smiled at the special operations team member. He connected the single-molecule wire to the action recorder and, after completing a series of modifications, looked toward the collapsed underground entrance. Greeting Jack and Oliver, they descended into the darkness. Chapter 849. Carl re-entered the underground chamber he had visited once before, feeling only darkness. The air in the underground laboratory was murky and damp, filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant and iron. Carl activated his night vision goggles and, in the darkness, saw twisted metal supports and shattered concrete. This place had clearly been subjected to a major explosion, and the damage was severe. From Carl's perspective, every surface threatened to collapse at any moment. "My God, this place is worse than a garbage dump," Jack muttered, scanning his surroundings warily with his golden bitch in hand. Oliver followed silently behind, his prosthetic eye glowing faintly red in the darkness, constantly scanning the environmental data. "We're almost at the entrance, Carl. You said you'd been here before. So, in your memory, how far away is it to the core of the lab?" Oliver asked Carl, surveying his surroundings. Carl thought for a moment and replied, "It shouldn't be far. Although the collapse caused by the explosion has changed a lot, I remember it being close enough to enter the lab. There's an ecological park inside, so we can go in and take a look. Wait, there seems to be an experimental chamber over there." Carl's gaze swept over a laboratory chamber that had likely been blown out by the explosion. The reinforced glass was shattered, leaving nothing inside except a few deep claw marks and a sticky, glowing liquid. The eerie, faint glowing traces grew denser here, like a trail of slime left by some creature. "Look at these marks." Carl crouched down, his gloves once again stained with the glowing slime. "They're not mechanical. They look more like biological secretions." Jack took a closer look and frowned. "What the hell is biotechnology doing here? This looks really strange. From my impression, they're conducting an experiment to resurrect ancient creatures. Although I didn't look closely at the time, I have the impression that the experiment has progressed to the point where they can create living creatures. The client said there was only one successful product, but if they can create a successful product, I guess the biotechnology experiment is almost done." Carl approached the explosion-damaged experimental chamber and found no biological fragments or twisted mechanical parts. This was not right. If there were experimental subjects inside, and they were damaged by the explosion, they should have left some traces. Whether it was broken limbs or twisted mechanical parts, something should have remained. But the way it looked now, it was as if the reinforced glass had reached its limit after resisting the explosion, and then was broken from the inside by the contents of the biological experiment chamber. It was as if the creatures within had already broken free and escaped. Think about this for a moment. Carl frowned. Is it theoretically possible for biotechnology to issue certain instructions to modified organisms still in the experimental stage? If it were a cautious and well-prepared company, they would most likely have embedded special programs from the early stages of development, such as automatically activating in the event of an accident, attacking unauthorized personnel. If this were true, could it be possible that the creature inside the bioexperimentation chamber, sensing the threat of losing control, acted according to pre-programmed instructions, breaking open the chamber and escaping? If so, if the hypothesis were correct, then what would the creature do when faced with 3 unauthorized outsiders who had trespassed into the underground laboratory? Suddenly, Oliver raised his hand for silence, as if he had sensed something. There's movement, he lowered his voice. At 10 o'clock, in the shadows. Needless to say, the 3 men immediately assumed combat stances. Carl switched to night vision, and within his field of vision, he saw several swiftly moving figures darting through the wreckage at astonishing speed. What is that? Jack raised his gun. He was answered by a sharp scream, as piercing as metal scraping. A figure leaped from the shadows, flashing past his sight. Carl's heart nearly stopped. It wasn't fear or nervousness, but disbelief. The creature he saw had long, powerful hind legs, blade-like claws, and a long tail for balance. It was a velociraptor. In Carl's memory, velociraptors were carnivorous dinosaurs that preyed on smaller dinosaurs and their eggs. The restored biological data showed this creature to be about a meter long, roughly the size of a turkey. In other words, this was a dinosaur that, judging by its appearance, might only have reached Jack's waist. However, based on what he saw now, biotechnology had clearly been enhanced. This velociraptor was already nearly as large as Jack. Even more disturbing were its conspicuous metal prosthetics and its glowing red eyes. Holy shit! Jack muttered. Did they actually resurrect dinosaurs? I heard Carl say you saw a triceratops before, but I didn't take it seriously. Oliver continued, his voice low, his eyes fixed on the silhouettes moving in the darkness. But now seeing these with my own eyes. These aren't crude mechanical beasts, but dinosaurs assembled from biomimetic materials and metal, almost identical in form to ancient creatures. It's like walking back into your childhood nightmare. He subconsciously tightened his grip on his equipment, warily watching the dinosaurs moving around in the darkness. He didn't want to be grabbed by one of them. Those claws, sharp as samurai swords, would definitely not be pleasant. I thought your childhood nightmares, Oliver, Jack whispered, a hint of a strained smile in his voice. I didn't expect them to be dinosaurs. Before he finished speaking, the 3 of them had already unconsciously stood back to back, forming a vigilant triangle formation. Faced with the biological company's experimental product, no one dared to be careless. In the mercenary business, carelessness always leads to accidents. Vigilance is always a must during operations. From the shadows, the outlines of dinosaurs gradually became clear. 3 velociraptors emerged first, letting out low roars. Immediately afterwards, 6 more emerged silently from all directions, forming a rapidly closing encirclement. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, their steps so precise they were heart-wrenching, as if they had undergone rigorous tactical training, or perhaps they were being controlled synchronously by some invisible will. It seems biotechnology has also implanted military-grade combat programs in these dinosaurs. Carl looked at the 9 velociraptors surrounding them. It's a good thing the special operations team wasn't dispatched, otherwise even they might have suffered a setback. As Carl whispered, the 9 surrounding velociraptors pounced. Chapter 850. Just as Carl's whispered words fell, 9 figures launched their simultaneous attacks. Their movements were incredibly coordinated, practically blocking any evasive angles. With such coordination, even a professional mercenary squad might have suffered some damage in the initial wave of attacks, but to Carl and his companions, the movements of these velociraptors didn't seem particularly fast. The first velociraptor leaped into the air, its sharp claws aimed directly at Carl's face. Carl didn't dodge, but instead kicked the ground fiercely. A concrete block mixed with steel rods flew up, slamming into the advancing shadow like a cannonball. Just as the concrete block was about to strike its head, the velociraptor suddenly raised its metal forelimbs to block, a sharp crashing sound and sparks flying. "Be careful, they have combat implants," Carl warned, sensing something in the raptor's movements. "They're not ordinary creatures." "Understood, then, spread out. We got a rough idea of their speed." The moment Oliver finished speaking, the three men suddenly dispersed, as if they had practiced countless times, their tight back-to-back formation instantly breaking apart. They had initially gathered to shield each other from unknown threats, relying on each other's backs to protect against attacks from blind spots. But once they understood their opponent's rhythm and limits, these raptors, while coordinated and well-organized, were ultimately not fast enough. Therefore, dispersing and annihilating them became the most effective option. Jack fired first, his muzzle spitting flames, his bullets whizzing out, piercing the fast-moving figures with pinpoint accuracy. However, the creature's reactions were astonishingly fast, dodging and moving with an uncanny rhythm. Most of the bullets could only tear through the air, colliding futilely with the rubble, sending up a cloud of debris. Occasionally, a few shots would find their mark, but only a burst of sparks, a mixture of blood and metal fragments, erupted, leaving hideous wounds. Yet it failed to halt their charge. The raptor seemed insensitive to pain, merely swaying slightly before accelerating again. "I should have known. These biological weapons wouldn't have a pain sensor." Jack spat, moving swiftly amid the gunfire and roars. How could something used as a pet bodyguard for a wealthy man have such a weakness? Before he finished his words, a raptor had already swooped down. Jack didn't retreat, but instead advanced, charging forward, his arms swinging horizontally left and right like battle axes. There was no wasted movement, and even the precise trajectory was unclear. With a sharp, metallic tearing sound, the raptor's head ripped free, soaring through the air. Sparks flew from its broken neck, mingling with dark lubricating fluid and fragments of bionic tissue. Such hardness. Is this skin and flesh modified with some special alloy? Jack shook his hands, staring at the still twitching headless body on the ground. "It's iron underneath. I think it's a stretch to think you could snap an iron neck with just a flick of your arms," Oliver complained, his movements unwavering. A single, precise burst of fire forced the oncoming velociraptor to retreat. He then steadied his gun and calmly fired 3 more quick, continuous bursts. The bullets, as if with eyes, penetrated somewhere in the velociraptor's chest. With a burst of blinding sparks and the murmur of mechanical whirring, the bionic body twitched violently a few times before collapsing to the ground, motionless. "It seems they're not completely without weaknesses." He blew away the faint smoke from the muzzle. "Just find the core. Stop posing like a cowboy. Quick and decisive." Carl's voice calmly cut into the battle. He casually placed one hand on the head of an approaching velociraptor. Suddenly, his arm exerted force. With a teeth-grinding sound of twisting metal, he wrenched the head free. However, the headless body didn't stop immediately. Following the final command, it lunged in the same direction, its movements stiff but unwavering. Carl glanced at the still trembling head in his hand. The single-molecule wire extended, precisely piercing the cranial cavity. Soon, he found a suitable interface within the complex hybrid structure of mechanical and biological tissue. The head is their core of surveillance and identification, he analyzed quickly. It combines image storage and friend-or-foe identification. It's indeed a design well-suited for security. He then changed the subject. However, this also presents a weakness. To prevent the system from accidentally harming its host, once the head is destroyed, their program will be forced to cease operation after executing the current command. So, theoretically, destroying the head is the most effective solution. That's a thoughtful design. But it's a shame this lab is ruined. I wonder when it can be rebuilt. Jack had barely finished his words when his decisive blow twisted and deformed the head of another velociraptor, completely halting its function. If they had faced this kind of enemy when they first debuted, they might have faced a difficult battle, even suffering a heavy price. But now, after their initial caution and a brief moment of wonder at the image of a dinosaur, the three of them saw defeating these modified creatures as effortless. Just when they thought they'd be done cleaning in seconds, the entire underground space suddenly trembled. It wasn't known whether the recent battle with the velociraptors had shaken the already unstable structure, or perhaps some unknown event had occurred deeper underground. Before the three could react, a suffocating cracking sound echoed overhead. The entire ceiling collapsed. Crash! Concrete fragments and twisted steel bars cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly crushing a velociraptor in front of Carl. The sheer weight and acceleration of gravity transformed into the most primitive violence. Smoke and dust filled the air, rubble flew everywhere, and the entire space seemed to groan under the weight. "Fuck," It's really going to collapse again. What's your opinion? Should we retreat or not? There's still time for Keish and Weston to get out. Oliver shouted amid the rising dust, his voice carried through the roar of the collapse. Carl quickly glanced around and flatly rejected the idea. No, let's split up and search separately. Leaving out is easy, turning back to locate the location and clearing the route won't be a problem. But if we don't investigate now, many traces of the attack will be completely buried. Working overtime at a landslide site like this, Oliver muttered, but didn't argue. Indeed, even if the entire ceiling came crashing down, he was confident he could construct a makeshift barrier in a split second, steady himself, and then escape without difficulty. Alright, let's do it. Without hesitation, the three figures suddenly separated and dove into the still crumbling ruins. Chapter 851. As the collapse unfolded, smoke and dust filled the air like a thick fog, almost completely obscuring vision. Carl reacted instantly, tumbling sideways beneath a relatively stable metal frame. A massive concrete block crashed down onto the spot where he had been standing with a deafening roar. For several minutes, perhaps longer, Carl remained motionless, listening. Aside from the steady beat of his heart and the occasional soft thud of falling debris, there was no other sound. The communicator was filled with a deadly murmur, and Jack and Oliver's signals vanished completely. When the last sounds of falling rocks subsided, leaving only the scattered rustling of debris, Carl slowly rose from his shelter. He slowly moved his limbs, confirming there were no serious injuries. Everything was fine, except for his left shoulder, which had been slightly dislocated by the impact. With a deadpan expression, he raised his hand and pushed. With a soft click, it snapped back into place. The scene before him had completely changed. He was in a nearly completely buried corridor. The once spacious passage was now filled with twisted metal beams and massive concrete blocks, leaving only the small triangular area where he was hiding. Overhead, a massive prefabricated slab slanted down, its other end rammed deep into the opposite wall, providing a temporary support. However, it also made the space extremely oppressive, barely high enough for him to stand bent over. The air was thick with a mixture of strong smells, the dryness of concrete dust, the scorched ozone from broken cables, the sweetness of leaking coolant, and a faint, distinct disinfectant from biotechnology. Combined with the synthetic, bloody scent of the crushed raptors, it blended into an indescribable sweet smell, like the pre-corruption scent of organic matter. The light had almost completely vanished, leaving only his night vision goggles to provide a shimmering green vision. Within this monotonous green, the thermal imaging mode picked up a few remaining temperature differences. A jagged, broken cable not far away still emitted a faint steam. Farther away, a cold, deep blue hue, the image of thick concrete, shone. Jack, Oliver? Carl attempted to contact his companions over the comms, but all he heard was the same dead silence as before. It seemed the communication was interrupted, perhaps due to the collapse of something. However, Carl felt that with Oliver and Jack's abilities, they would be fine. The temporary loss of information was within the expected range. After confirming his own safety, Carl began to carefully examine the enclosed space isolated by the collapse. Every detail was magnified in his shimmering green vision. He moved cautiously, avoiding disturbing the unstable rubble. After slowly moving through the rubble for nearly 2 minutes, his cautious movements leaving him covered in dust, Carl smelled a strange scent. It was a familiar scent, a scent of blood. Carl spent a few seconds approaching the spot where he sensed the bloody scent. It was a room that had collapsed, but still retained some space. He squatted down and ran his fingers across the thin layer of dust on the floor, revealing a large, dried, blackened splatter beneath. It was human blood, a large amount of it. Judging by the pattern of the splatter, someone had been violently attacked, perhaps even torn to pieces. This tearing didn't seem to be caused by a test subject. Carl's hand moved lightly over the bloodstain, making a rough comparison, and a mental image of the weapon that could have caused it came to mind. Armor-piercing rounds. His gaze then fell on the nearby wall, where his night vision clearly captured a series of bullet holes. These holes weren't the usual caliber or distribution pattern of street weapons. These holes were deeper, with distinctive burn and carbonization marks along their edges. Carl pulled out his neurotoxin knife, but instead of activating the neurotoxin, he relied solely on its sharpness to carefully dig out the remains of a deformed bullet from one of the holes. Carl carried 2 knives, but considering the importance of one of them, he had to use the neurotoxin knife for this task. After carefully examining the deformed bullet in his hand, Carl discovered that it was made of a unique material. It wasn't an ordinary lead or steel core. Under the night vision, it appeared a matte dark gray, with subtle spiral patterns on the surface, and even tiny remnants of the propellant structure at the tail. High-speed armor-piercing rounds, but not the military kind, Carl muttered to himself, pulling out a small bag of disposable gloves he carried with him and placing the bullet inside. This type of ammunition is specifically designed to penetrate heavy armor and body armor, and is extremely expensive, making it far beyond the reach of ordinary gangs or mercenaries. He continued to search and, behind another twisted metal plate, discovered a body nearly buried in rubble. The body was wearing the uniform of a biotech internal security officer, but its equipment was clearly far superior to the standard issue. Clearly an elite security officer. Carl dragged the body out a little. There were 2 bullet holes in the chest, both extremely small, but a hole the size of a bowl had been blown open in the back. This cavity effect is typical of that special bullet. Strangely, there were no signs of struggle around the body, nor any weapons belonging to the individual. Precisely shot, weapons recovered, Carl pondered. That's the way a professional team works. But it was strange. For a strike team like this, carrying extra weapons would obviously slow down their operations. They weren't mercenaries scavenging guns and ammunition from the streets to sell for money. A team with access to such specialized ammunition should clearly prioritize the mission. Thinking that way, their reason for taking the weapons wasn't coveting these elite security weapons, but rather something else. For example, the weapons would expose them. Exposure. Security teams like this typically use smart weapons. Once hacked, the hand implants connected to smart weapons not only lose their lock function, but could even become new intrusion points, directly threatening the user themselves. So, was this team's action due to a professional hacker within their ranks carrying out the intrusion, and they deliberately took all the weapons away to avoid leaving any traces? After all, if they were simply destroyed on the spot, there's a good chance some recoverable data fragments would remain. Such a cautious approach makes sense. In other words, if he could find a weapon that might not have been seized in time, could he trace some of the trail? Just as Carl was thinking this, he heard a strange noise. The noise caused a tremor around Carl, and this tremor was very familiar to Carl. It seemed that there had been a similar tremor before the second collapse, and now, the tremor was even closer. Carl suddenly remembered the divination Misty had given him a few days ago. Avoid enclosed spaces. He glanced around. Enclosed spaces. No, there were still plenty of ways out of this place. So it seemed, he wasn't so unlucky after all. Chapter 852. The sound grew closer and closer, as if it had already locked onto Carl's position and was surrounding him. Carl's gaze suddenly locked onto the front. The pile of loose rubble was vibrating at an unnatural frequency, its amplitude increasing. Small stones continuously tumbled from the top, accompanied by a heavy, persistent digging sound. He could clearly hear the rustling sound of rough scales rubbing against the rock, and a deeper, low-pitched hum, as if coming from within a massive chest cavity, causing the gravel beneath his feet to pulsate slightly. He slowly lowered his center of gravity, his muscles, like springs compressed to the utmost, every nerve ending sensing the flow of the surrounding air. Single molecular wires silently slid from the wrist device, and were gently clamped at his fingertips. Listening to the heavy footsteps, Carl felt as if he might see someone he knew. Or perhaps a familiar dragon? And indeed, the situation was just as he expected. The next second. Boom! Rubbish blasted in all directions, like an explosion. Amidst the cloud of dust, a massive creature suddenly smashed through the barrier, thrusting its head and thick neck into the already cramped space. It was a triceratops skull, covered in thick bone plates and dark metal composite armor. Its size far exceeded any paleontological data Carl had ever remembered. Its eyes were cold, mechanical red dots, scanning the narrow space. Oh damn it. That was Carl's only thought. What on earth had those people at Triceratops Biotech done? The behemoth before him was even larger, and had a thicker carapace than the one he had seen before. It was a completely different beast. If the previous Triceratops was merely an upgraded version of the ancient Triceratops, then this one gave the impression of a fully armored, supremely reinforced biological tank. Carl had no doubt that, with this monster's momentum, even a head-on collision with a heavy truck would crush it to pieces. Could it be that the people behind this powerful body and the exaggerated bionic armor biotechnology, simply because it was an experiment, threw every possible technology at it, ultimately creating such a monstrous creature? The Triceratops noticed Carl, its eyes fixed on him, a dangerous red light flashing. At this moment, Carl more or less felt the same way as the gorilla that was gored to death by the Triceratops, though he didn't know if that gorilla had any sense of self. This thing, now covered in its thick armor, looked twice as large as before. The Triceratops suddenly moved. It leaned forward, then, disregarding the fact that even a collapse wouldn't affect its movement, thrust its sharp horn forward. At the same instant, Carl moved. He didn't retreat. The space behind him was narrow, and he wasn't sure if it was stable. He chose to rush forward, sprinting forward. At the moment the horn lunged forward, he narrowly slid past the Triceratops' jaws, the wind pressure stirring the dust on the ground. Before coming to Night City, we always joked about sliding on the tiger. Now the tiger didn't slide, but the Triceratops enjoyed it. Thinking this, Carl's wrist flicked as they passed each other. A single molecular line traced a silver line in the air, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and with incredible precision, it wrapped around an imperceptible seam on the Triceratops' neck. There, he had instantly detected the weak spot where biological tissue and armor met. Swish! A sharp, teeth-grinding, high-frequency cutting sound echoed, sending sparks and a strange, bloody mixture scattering. Clearly, even the Triceratops' thick armor, and the flesh granted by biotechnology couldn't stop the cutting power of Carl's single-molecule wire. However, just as Carl attempted to sever the mechanical behemoth's head support in one fell swoop. Bang! Crash! The ruins exploded simultaneously without warning, sending rubble and twisted metal flying like shrapnel. To the left and right, two dark figures darted out at astonishing speed. They were two slender Deinonychus, clad in matte black armor. Their forelimbs had been completely remodeled, replaced with massive, gleaming, metal sickle-like prosthetics. They were now heading towards Carl, who had been temporarily restrained by the single-molecule wire. I never seen herbivorous and carnivorous dinosaurs hunting together. But this was also within Carl's expectations. When the Triceratops was moving, Carl had heard an extra, chaotic noise alongside the heavy thud. It wasn't just falling debris, but a perfectly regular rhythmic footsteps. When one clearly knew there might be something else, it was only natural to take precautions. Sighed Dinosaur Wars, can't there be some other extinct creatures? Some people only think of dinosaurs when they think of paleontology, right? Inwardly sighing at the biotechnologist's research interests, Carl moved. Time slowed down. Carl didn't even glance at the Deinonychus' scythe prosthetic limb swinging from his left, casually swinging his left hand back, holding the neurotoxin knife. Clang! A resounding, crisp crack. The alloy claw, powerful enough to slice through armored vehicles, shattered like fragile glass the instant it made contact with the seemingly insignificant knife. The Deinonychus' momentum remained undiminished, but the sudden shattering of its weapon threw it off balance and stumbled forward. The collision wasn't because the knife in Carl's hand was sharper or stronger than the Deinonychus' claw, it was simply that Carl, in his peripheral vision, had spotted a tiny crack in the Deinonychus' claw, and he precisely targeted it to throw the knife. At the same time, Carl's right hand suddenly tightened. Rather than continuing to slice at the Triceratops' neck, he used the force to swing, using the single-molecule wire as a fulcrum. Like a weightless ghost, he suddenly soared upward, perfectly avoiding the Triceratops' frantic head-throwing attack below, sensing his presence, and the Deinonychus' claw to his right, which could have severed a person in half. He was incredibly light in the air, as if gravity had lost its hold on him. Just as he reached the Triceratops' back, Carl's free left hand moved again, this time pulling out his gun. The mode was a techno-weapon. With two clean, sharp shots from KK, the heads of both Deinonychus blew apart. Then, having swung to the top of the Triceratops, Carl retracted his single-molecule ray and, with his right hand, drew his EMP knife, stabbing it directly into the Triceratops' skull. The thick armor and flesh couldn't stop the EMP knife, allowing it to penetrate easily. Then the EMP activated. The Triceratops, decapitated and its core destroyed, collapsed under its own weight and inertia, crashing to the ground, causing the surrounding space to tremble again. Don't collapse again. After a second, Carl, having resolved the siege, let out a breath, and time returned to its normal flow. Standing atop the Triceratops' body, and taking a look at it, Carl had a thought. Speaking of which, can I take this thing with me? Chapter 853. After studying the Triceratops for a while, Carl reluctantly put away the two knives, and continued his investigation. A Triceratops, this size was too large to just walk away with. Not to mention the time it would take to clean up the underground space after the second collapse. The maintenance and subsequent adjustments to the Triceratops itself alone were beyond the Carl family's means. While they might be able to afford it through connections, such a large effort seemed unnecessary. Besides, stuffing a Triceratops on the top floor would be incredibly crowded, and transportation would be a challenge. Through the gap created by the Triceratops' previous movement, Carl continued deeper into the underground space. The encounter with the Triceratops brought good news. Traces of the attackers were likely still left underground. While Carl had previously paralyzed the Triceratops with the EMP knife, he had also used a single-molecule beam to access its database for a quick review. The data showed that it had been activated not long ago, almost immediately after the attack, and the command it had executed was eliminate strangers. In other words, this Triceratops was released during the attack to fight the invaders. In addition to the battle with Carl, its activity log also records another encounter with an enemy. Since it was still able to move freely underground afterward, it suggests the enemy did not cause it any harm. This may indicate that under the Triceratops's fierce attack, the attackers likely did not have enough time to completely clear the invasion records and recover their weapons, and may even have suffered casualties, forcing them to resort to emergency blasting of the underground space in an attempt to completely bury the Triceratops. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why the collapse here was handled so crudely. Earlier, when Carl, Oliver, and Jack entered, they were able to navigate the underground space so easily. If it weren't for the secondary collapse caused by the Triceratops, they might have even reached the deepest part unimpeded. This crude demolition technique clearly contradicts the precise and efficient demolition methods used outside. It seems the attackers encountered the Triceratops while blasting underground, forcing them to act hastily, resulting in such a messy situation. After all, while Carl easily dispatched the Triceratops, if Carl only had EMP grenades and no EMP knife, it might have been much more difficult to deal with. Because the biological flesh used in biotechnology can resist EMP to a certain extent, if Carl's knife hadn't been able to penetrate its flesh and accurately locate its core, with the rampaging momentum of this steel flesh tank-like monster, its strength and armor would have required the deployment of a dedicated terrorist squad to completely subdue it. While constantly calling Jack and Oliver on the comms, Carl approached the vicinity of the ecological park he had visited before. Sure enough, he found a body lying there, dressed differently from the biotech security guard. Carl crouched down, his fingertips touching the marks on the corpse's tactical uniform. The body was somewhat battered, clearly torn to some degree. Judging by the injuries, they were likely inflicted by the two Deinonychus that had surrounded the Triceratops. Apparently, while defending himself against the Triceratops, he was dispatched by a more swift attacker. Carl's gaze swept around. The signs of fighting in this area were far more intense than in the passage. Energy weapons scorched the walls, metal supports shredded by immense force, and several bloodstains of varying shapes all indicated that the attackers had encountered unexpectedly strong resistance and paid a price. He then quickly and carefully searched the body, extracting a translucent data chip stained with blood. Carl wiped the chip on the relatively clean edge of the corpse's clothing, hesitated for a moment, and connected it to his phone. I hope they don't blow up my phone. These people had no identification and were extremely cautious. All I could do was see if this was a communication log. Thinking this way, Carl quickly completed the analysis of the chip. The chaotic data stream was decoded intermittently, and the results displayed were mostly fragments of a communication log. Breached the defenses, target garden just ahead. Encountered a heavy biodefense unit. I repeat, a heavy unit. Requesting backup. We need heavy firepower. Weapons are ineffective. Retreat. The order is to retreat. We got the data, we got the experimental samples, retreat. The communication log was interrupted. Apparently, the individual had died during the final evacuation phase of the operation. It was indeed a premeditated attack. Were the targets the data and the experimental samples? The fragmented intelligence log wasn't enough to identify the attacker, so Carl searched the body again, finally finding something odd. The corpse's clothing, weapons, and prosthetics looked off. After all, Carl had been a mercenary in Night City for years. When it came to his knowledge of weapons and prosthetics, he was no less knowledgeable than the professionals. After all, these were partners whose lives depended on him. And Carl's inspection revealed that everything on the corpse was of international brand. The term international brands originally referred to the historical phenomenon of weapons and equipment from various sources during a certain period. However, in popular usage today, it generally no longer emphasizes the specific historical context, but rather refers to the complex origins and varying specifications of weapon systems. The corpse Carl now saw was a case in point. Typically, the weapons chosen by these elite personnel are closely aligned with their implanted prosthetic systems. Many high-performance weapons require specialized adaptations to prosthetics produced by specific manufacturers to maximize their effectiveness. If weapons, armor, and prosthetics from different sources are arbitrarily mixed, as is often the case with street mercenaries who assemble whatever they find, not only will the equipment synergy be compromised, but in severe cases, it could even lead to cyberpsychosis due to system conflicts or excessive neural overload. To mobilize such an elite force to launch a precise attack, the person behind this corpse clearly couldn't have lacked the necessary resources. This means they deliberately made adjustments to avoid being identified, preferring to sacrifice a person rather than reveal themselves. A truly cautious approach. But sometimes, excessive caution can become a flaw. Carl recognized the corpse's weapons and prosthetics as the latest models, but this mix of international brands was extremely rare even among Night City's two largest weapons and prosthetics companies. Carl happened to have connections to both companies, so he could be fairly certain that the possibility of them being involved was minimal. Having ruled them out, there were only a handful of entities in Night City capable of acquiring this equipment: Kong Tao and Ye's company. It was unlikely that these companies were hostile to biotech, though it was possible. However, if we didn't limit our suspicions to the companies themselves, then there was only one place in Night City that could have acquired these weapons and prosthetics from such diverse sources. Dogtown. Chapter 854. This is an action recorder. I made some minor modifications, but the results should satisfy the people in the biotechnology department. After completing his underground investigation, Carl soon left the underground ecological park and returned to the surface. As he handed the recorder to the special operations team member, he saw Oliver and Jack emerge from the underground exit one after the other. "Thank you so much, Mr. Carl. The tremors just now were terrifying. I was ready to go down and rescue them." Hearing the teammates' thanks, Carl nodded slightly, unconcerned. "Don't worry, it's just a minor incident down there. You find out the details by looking back at the recorder." As he spoke, he approached Oliver and Jack, who were in the distance. "How's your search going down there?" "I'm almost there. It seems you found a clue too," Oliver said, holding something in his hand. His words made Carl raise an eyebrow slightly. "You too?" "Almost," Oliver said. "Jack and I weren't too far apart when the collapse occurred. We could have seen each other in just 2 steps. We investigated together, so it's quite possible." "You found something, didn't you?" He took a few steps closer and handed the object to Carl. "Take a look. Does it look familiar?" "This is..." Carl took the object from Oliver and examined it carefully, a look of surprise crossing his face. "It looks like a kunai fragment. Where did you find it?" "This material, I remember it being the standard weapon used by the 100 Ninja Group, right?" Jack took over Carl's unfinished words, a complex expression on his face. "I thought the 100 Ninja Group had been mostly wiped out in our previous joint operation, but I didn't expect there were still remnants. And it seems that in order to protect themselves, they regained their sense of not needing their master's orders. What do you think of them operating in secret?" "I haven't found any direct clues related to the 100 Ninja team, but I found some traces that may be related to Dogtown." Carl recounted the items he found and the general intelligence he gathered. Oliver and Jack fell into deep thought. "It seems this isn't that simple." Oliver pondered for a moment before speaking. "Jack and I found clues related to the 100 Ninja team, and the traces you found point to Dogtown. If these 2 clues are connected, it makes sense. Perhaps the remnants of the 100 Ninja team are hiding in Dogtown now. That place is indeed a mixed bag, perfect for them to hide in. With the expertise of the 100 Ninja team, they're more than capable of carrying out this type of mission." He changed the subject, his expression growing serious. "But I have a feeling it's more complicated. The traces you found don't seem like the style of the 100 Ninja team. Instead, they're more like the methods of another specialized team. So, perhaps the 2 parties were collaborating, or perhaps they were doing something at the same time." Carl interjected, his voice tinged with speculation. "That's what I thought," Oliver said. "But it's strange. After their master was completely eliminated, the 100 Ninja Group should have been fleeing and hiding desperately. And say Nobuyuki has already relented, allowing them to return to Arasaka. As long as they swear allegiance to him, while they can no longer operate under the 100 Ninja Group name, they can at least serve as security or garrison personnel in non-core departments. What are these escaped ninjas thinking?" "I'm not willing to accept this," Carl replied calmly. "Don't think he was just a bodyguard for old Saburo. The treatment in the 100 Ninja Group is top-notch. The best weapons, the most powerful prosthetics, the most exquisite uniforms, the most refined food. As long as they remain loyal, they have almost everything, and even the best treatment after retirement. Furthermore, most of them emerged from a brutal selection process, enduring countless hardships and trials. Now, even though Nobuyuki Saito is willing to forgive them, he's only offering them sinecure security positions in insignificant departments. The salary isn't even enough to cover their previous meal. The disparity is so stark, it's understandable that they find it difficult to accept. Nobuyuki Sato's willingness to spare their lives is already exceptionally generous, especially considering they've also been brainwashed by Saburo Arasaka's ideals of loyalty. Jack snorted and interrupted, and they're actually dissatisfied? As losers, what right do they have to make demands? Not really, I understand. If they're not satisfied with the treatment, then they can just keep fighting. Carl spoke lightly. After all, to them, it's just a life. They may have been orphans or slum dwellers in their past. Don't underestimate them. Their fighting spirit is probably no less than ours. They all been through hellish trials to reach their current positions. What's that saying? A nobody, or a world-famous figure. For them, perhaps their hard work only justifies the latter. If they could truly persevere on their own, I might have looked up to them, even conceding they were worthy of the title Ninja 100 team. Oliver's tone turned cold. But it seems these guys, brainwashed by loyalty, haven't truly emerged from that distorted sense of loyalty. He recalled the traces of the other group Carl mentioned, and after a moment's pause, he continued, I have a feeling. There does exist a specialized team with a different style than the Ninja 100 team. The person issuing the orders from behind that small group is most likely the new master of the 100 Ninja group. These ninjas have just lost one master, and they might already be eagerly looking for their next one. Then we can almost lock onto the target. Carl stood at the construction site in Taiping Prefecture, his gaze fixed on the distance, towards Dog Town. Is there anyone in Dog Town truly worthy of the 100 Ninja Group's loyalty? Of course not. For an elite group like the 100 Ninja Group, who have long followed Saburo Arasaka and possessed lofty ambitions, who else in the world could be their master besides Saburo himself? But what if they are no longer the 100 Ninja Group of yesteryear, but merely a group of disgraced remnants, now wandering the land? Then perhaps there is still someone who qualifies. At this point, if these remaining ninjas truly want a new master to survive, the only one in Dog Town who can truly turn is the king of Dog Town. It barely caught their eye. But a glimmer of doubt crossed Carl's mind. He clearly remembered that the king of Dogtown had long been collaborating with the biotech company, and that all the experimental samples circulating at this construction site were ultimately destined for him. If he had indeed ordered his men to do this, what was his motive? It wasn't like he couldn't afford the payment, and was simply taking advantage of the partnership to rob them, right? Chapter 855. Dogtown is still Dogtown. This isn't to say the chaos unleashed by the presidential plane crash hasn't changed the place in the slightest, but rather that Dogtown's underlying tone remains unchanged. Chaos, noise, madness. These scenes, increasingly rare in Night City. Especially in the Pacific Ocean, where the NCPD has cracked down on them to near extinction. Now unfolded starkly before Carl's eyes. Car crashes, gunfights, and even street-level action straight out of a restricted fantasy film. Sometimes, I really wonder if Hansen is deliberately letting Dogtown stay this way, or if he's simply incapable of managing it. Carl, sitting in a barely modified car, one he salvaged from a roadside abandoned vehicle after sneaking into Dogtown, said to Oliver and Jack, it stands to reason that if a place is stable, it's easier to collect taxes and make money, right? You talk as if Hansen can actually manage it. Oliver scoffed. Dogtown is a place that's nothing more than a paradise of chaos. Is that a signboard? Those who can't make it outside, those being hunted, those with nowhere else to turn, all flock here looking for opportunity. Hansen chose this path himself. He wants to muddy the waters in this limbo, to start the fire himself. And you still expect him to control the situation? He leaned back in the driver's seat, and shook his head. As for taxes? Hansen probably doesn't care about that little bit of money. He's using this chaos to prop up his arms empire, continuing to sell weapons, and expand the Hellhounds. That's his real goal. Indeed. Carl nodded slightly. If he hadn't been so obsessed with chaos, always trying to profit from the fire, he wouldn't be stuck in a stalemate with the president until now, waiting to see who would reveal their weakness first. It's been 2 weeks since the presidential plane crash. For the new U.S. president, Rosalind Miles, this is clearly too long to stay in Night City. But considering Hansen still holds her most valuable leverage, and the traitors within Washington still need to be dealt with, this delay is to be expected. Except that time is running out. Myers is always well informed. She probably already knows that Arasaka Yurioshi has basically settled the internal strife, and all that remains is to clean up the battlefield. Yet, she herself hasn't even completely eliminated the most crucial evidence and the traitor. The clock is ticking, like a tightening noose. If she can't break the deadlock, the day Yurioshi returns to Japan and fully controls Arasaka, the peace agreement will be torn up. Her patience and bottom line are at their breaking point. For a politician as tough and ruthless as Rosalind Miles, the time left for negotiations may be just these few days. If an agreement with Hansen couldn't be reached within this deadline, Carl had no doubt Miles would resort to any means necessary. As for what those means were, Carl recalled the nuclear bomb he had once received at Arasaka Tower. Although it had been disposed of, it ultimately belonged to Arasaka. Since Arasaka possessed nuclear bombs, wouldn't New America also possess them? In fact, precisely because Arasaka possessed them, New America and military technology needed them even more. In this regard, you could always rely on the mutual care and trust between the two companies. Rosalind Miles could easily have triggered an explosion, wiping out the entirety of Sapphire Blue and all its secrets, and then disguising it as an accident like a gas leak or wiring explosion. At that moment, Hansen, his ghost dog, and the hidden weapon they must not expose would all be completely reduced to ash and a deafening roar. But I wonder if Hansen himself even realizes this? Carl silently pondered his mission and the possible connections. If Hansen had sensed that Miles was nearing his limit and ready to strike at any moment, he would never sit idly by. If he was unwilling to compromise, if he still harbored the same ambition to profit from the chaos, Hansen would have already taken action by now. I wonder if this action was related to his own mission. Carl shared his theory with Jack and Oliver. After a brief discussion, the three of them quickly reached a consensus and changed their original destination. They had originally planned to head to the stadium, the place known as the Dogtown Weapons Supermarket, hoping they might find clues to the equipment used by the mysterious unit there. But if that unit belonged to Hansen, gathering information in a place so clearly within his sphere of influence would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Hansen's men only need to inquire, or ask the vendors, who are actually their spies, to easily detect Carl and his men's movements. Their actions would then not only yield nothing, but also expose them directly to Hansen's gaze. Carl never underestimated Hansen. Hansen was inherently suspicious, and at this critical moment, he would only act with even greater caution, naively believing that just asking for information on weapons will keep him from noticing. Would be sheer deception. So Carl and his men's target was the Worried Club? Oliver parked the car, opened the door, and got out to look at the green pyramid-shaped building before him. This is it. The pyramid, the Sphinx, isn't right. That should be Anubis, the god of death, with a black dog head. Am I right? It's Anubis. It's decorated in an Egyptian style. I heard it's a place specifically for Egypt's elite. That's right, it's here. Carl, his face disguised as always to avoid causing confusion, checked his phone. Hans is waiting for us. The elevator code is 2598. Just enter it when we get there. I never thought Hans would stay in a place like this. Jack crossed his arms and muttered softly. Although they had abandoned their plan to go to the stadium, Carl and his team continued their investigation. Now that they had a clear suspect, the most important thing now was to find a reliable source for information. In Dogtown, few people were more trustworthy when it came to being well-informed and well-connected than Mr. Hans, the middleman. Therefore, Carl immediately thought of him and called him. Mr. Hans clearly held KK in high regard. Furthermore, thanks to Carl's help, he had profited handsomely from the Taiping State business. Despite the late hour, he quickly arranged a meeting. And the meeting place was the Worried Club. Chapter 856. Welcome, my favorite mercenary team. Did you have a smooth journey? When Carl and the others entered the elevator code and ascended to a private room on the third floor of the Heartache Club, Hans was already waiting there, his arms open, welcoming them. How rare, Hans! You're actually meeting us in your true form? Carl spoke first. He interacted with Hans the most in the team, and took on the most work. I thought this club was full of Hansen's bastards, and you'd be more cautious. As a middleman, Hans rarely revealed his true appearance to the mercenaries. When handing over missions via holographic communication, the other party could only see his hands and a masked face. Rumor has it that past experiences kept him on guard to avoid getting into trouble. But for a mercenary of Carl's caliber, seeing Hans's true face was not uncommon, so he immediately realized that he wasn't wearing any disguise this time. This was quite interesting. When Carl and his companions entered the Heartache Club, the security guards at the door were from the Netherhounds. In other words, Hansen likely had spies there too. Under these circumstances, Hans still dared to reveal his true identity and discuss a plan that would harm both the Netherhounds and Hansen. Beyond anything else, his courage alone showed that this middleman lived up to his reputation. In terms of appearance, Hans sported a neatly trimmed beard, black on the sides and white in the middle, matching his hair color. The top of his hair was neatly combed, giving him a very clean appearance. He had prosthetic hands, clearly the same hands he normally displayed to ordinary mercenaries, leaving no trace or distinguishing features even if examined. Against the backdrop of his hands, his burgundy suit stood out. His tie was neatly tied, giving him a neat and elegant look. If I had to describe him in one word, gentleman would be the most appropriate. Hans didn't immediately respond to Carl's exclamation. Instead, he gestured for everyone to take a seat in the luxurious room. Please take your seats. He then walked over to a cabinet displaying exquisite tea sets, and calmly arranged a unique set. Then, Hans poured a cup of reddish-brown tea for Carl, Jack, and Oliver, filling the room with a faint aroma of tea. Hans seemed in no rush to discuss matters. For a middleman like him, he always had to show due respect and hospitality to the KK team. Carl looked at the tea Hans handed him, smelled its distinctive aroma, and recognized its nature. Spice tea? Or Egyptian spice tea? In Carl's mind, this was a representative Egyptian drink, brewed with spices and a large amount of sugar in a special ratio. Its flavor was sweet and spicy, with a strong spice flavor upon sipping, and a burning sensation that clung to the back of the tongue in the aftertaste. Overall, for Carl, this was a fairly acceptable drink. Drinking Egyptian spice tea in an Egyptian-style building? After the necessary inspection, Carl took a sip. The unfamiliar flavor quickly hit him, leaving a slight tingling and numbness on his tongue. If it weren't for the unfamiliarity with the tea, then based solely on the brewing and craftsmanship, this tea would actually be quite good. Carl caught sight of Oliver and Jack out of the corner of his eye. One of them chose to gulp down Hans' tea, while the other sipped it slowly. The difference in their drinking methods led to a subtle difference in their expressions. The former's face was slightly contorted, and he stuck out his tongue, as if he had somehow managed to drink the whole thing and couldn't spit it out. The latter's expression was subtle, but overall, he looked accepting. This tea is too strong and too sweet. Even Oliver, who could handle sweets, found it somewhat difficult to accept. Such a small cup of tea, it's already saturated with sugar. It's a bit of a first-timer, so it's definitely a little strange. Hans elegantly held a cup of spiced tea, sipping it slowly. Then, he finally sat down on the sofa and got to the point. Okay, KK, you don't mind my hospitality, so let me get to the point. I have the information you want, but... Hans paused deliberately, his gaze lingering on Carl, his expression clearly one of you know what I mean. Money? Carl wasn't ignorant of the rules. He came to Hans for information, so he couldn't just get something for nothing. There were ties between the two parties, but ultimately, they were just mercenaries and middlemen, and the rules couldn't be changed. Money is very useful, and of course I accept it. Unfortunately, my recent collaboration with you, KK, has brought me considerable profits in Taiping province, and I happen to be quite well off lately, so I'm not short of cash. It's a nice statement, but the meaning remains the same. The money isn't enough. I don't think this intelligence is worth a special trip. Carl took another sip of his spiced tea, his eyes flickering slightly. It's quite a lot, it just takes a little more effort. Carl's message was clear. If they were going to do the job based on this information, forget it, the price wasn't enough. Of course. Hans clearly didn't expect a single piece of information to spur Carl and his team into action. In the past, this might have been just enough for the KK team, but for the KK team today, this little bit of leverage was no longer enough. So, from the outset, he had in mind more than just a simple transaction. You did a fantastic job on that Taiping's How operation. Hans slowly set down his teacup and looked at Carl calmly. I'm very grateful for the considerable share you gave me in that operation. He leaned forward slightly, his tone sincere and steady. So, I'm wondering if we could continue this successful collaboration a little longer. Continue a little longer. Carl understood Hans's meaning, but there's still a master in Dogtown now. I think maybe the master will find tact and leave soon, right? Hans said meaningfully. After all, KK has arrived and looked at him. Clearly, Carl's proactive request for information had already caught the eye of this sharp-nosed middleman. He was eager to get involved, even if it was just to get a small share. Carl pondered Hans's request. This was clearly another bargaining chip. If he wanted to participate, Hans wouldn't just provide this information, he would have to act in a way worthy of a small share. In Dogtown, I received strong support from the middleman in Taiping State, who only asked for a share of the scraps after the operation was completed. I think I can accept this request, Carl said. To be frank, Dogtown is also part of Taiping State. And since it is part of Taiping State, it is also part of the NCPD. And therefore, it is part of KK's forces. Chapter 857. After agreeing on the future division of Dogtown's interests, even though Hansen continued to stubbornly fight the new U.S. president, showing no sign of weakness, Carl and Hans had already tacitly dismissed him as non-existent. For anyone with a discerning eye could see that Hansen had only two options: either submit to the new U.S., in which case he might survive, but Dogtown would no longer belong to him, or persist in this struggle. Frankly, his chances of success were slim. If he failed, he would inevitably die, and Dogtown would once again change hands. Theoretically, there might be a third option: Hansen truly defeat Rosalind Miles, but this path was fraught with obstacles and far from easy. Even if he made it to the end, it might not even lead to a successful conclusion. In any case, if the new U.S. president fell in this game, the ensuing chaos would be enough to overturn Dogtown. Even if Hansen managed to survive, Carl and Hans would only need a gentle push. Dogtown, after all, was still Dogtown. Only when it was truly in one's own hands could one feel at peace. Originally, Carl hadn't intended to get involved in this mess. He just happened to receive a commission to find clues and delve into Dogtown, and then, coincidentally, had this conversation with Hans. After some reflection, he suddenly felt that the town before him had become somewhat of an eyesore. After all, the chaos and strife he witnessed when he first arrived in Dogtown were still vividly etched in his memory. Compared to the now revitalized Taiping province, Dogtown felt more and more like a stubborn scab. It didn't pose much of a threat, just a minor inconvenience, but if it was constantly present, it would be hard to ignore. Carl wanted a change. Now that the rest of the city had begun to change, why shouldn't Dogtown also? Hansen's Dogtown, King of Dogtown, sounds impressive, but Carl feels it's ultimately inferior to Night City's Dogtown. Taiping State's Dogtown sounds reasonable and comfortable. I share all the information I have with you, Hansen said. Hansen's recent actions are unusual. He's mobilizing the most elite members of the Netherhounds. Although he's been hiding well, I uncovered some leads. He's sending them out of Dogtown in batches to carry out various missions. Hearing about elite personnel carrying out missions instantly reminded Carl of the Biotech Underground Ecological Park Laboratory. His eyes sharpened. Remove personnel? How many? Where did they go? The exact number is unknown, but at least 3 complete tactical teams have completely disappeared since last week. Hans' fingers tapped lightly on the table. No communication records, no logistical supplies. The application seemed to have vanished from thin air. Even stranger, even my own people can't find out who's in charge. That's practically impossible in Dogtown. Oliver frowned. Even Hansen's confidants don't know? That's the most disturbing part, Hans said, his voice almost inaudible. There are probably only a handful of people who know. My people in Sapphire Blue report that all relevant orders were issued by Hansen personally, bypassing the normal chain of command. There's no written record, no electronic archive, and it's all passed down orally. Jack crossed his arms, lost in thought. This sounds a lot like the mysterious team we've been tracking. Professional, secretive, and leaving no records. That's right, Oliver compared the similarities. Well-equipped, well-trained, and secretive. And it just so happens that Hansen is secretly mobilizing elite troops. This can't be just a coincidence. Carl pondered, then said, Hans, what are the common characteristics of those who were transferred? Good question, Hans nodded. Most of them are veterans recruited by Hansen from the new American forces. He has more new American soldiers under his command than just the ones he brought in originally. There are also countless others who were. A frustrated veteran had come to his old comrade and asked for a job. Those men had all gone through the simulated training for the Night City attack, and were skilled in urban warfare and covert operations. More importantly, he paused deliberately. They all had one thing in common: they were organized, disciplined, and professionally trained soldiers. In other words, Carl continued thoughtfully, compared to the average hellhound, these men place greater emphasis on command and operational standards. He recalled the fragmentary communication records he had read, and upon closer inspection, those reports indeed had a sense of standardization, as if they were accustomed to that reporting style. If they were truly written by professionally trained former soldiers, everything would make sense. That's the thing, Hans said. These men are pure soldiers, committed to command and efficiency. Hansen mobilized them for no ordinary security mission. He pulled up a classified file, and the image projected onto the center of the table revealed the files of several stern-looking soldiers, equipped with equipment significantly superior to that of the average hellhound. I mobilized a lot of resources to capture a few fragments of information. The last faint signal from one of the teams pointed to the edge of Taiping State, at the entrance to Dogtown. Their equipment list included high-frequency signal jammers and deep geological scanners. Hans looked up, his gaze sweeping over Carl and Jack. Oliver said, "These things aren't meant for street gangs or new Americans." Oliver, hearing this crucial information, glanced sharply at Carl. "Shielding, deep scans, biotechnology labs, the directions match. Looks like we really caught them this time." Carl's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, all the clues rapidly connecting in his mind. This really was Hansen's doing. And Hansen had clearly only one reason for doing this. He wasn't fighting back, but was working something in secret, and perhaps his ultimate goal was to truly defeat Rosalind Miles. He's mobilizing elite forces, blocking information, and even resorting to creating an information blockade within his own ranks. Carl said slowly, his eyes gradually clearing. "Hans, we need more information. Their specific destination, their timeline, and any possible contact points." Hans smiled understandingly. "I'm already following up, but getting to the heart of the matter will take time and more direct intervention. But this requires your guidance." "What do you mean?" "I have people within the Netherhounds, but their skills are limited, so they need some help. I'd like KK to guide them. It would be an honor for them," Hans said, placing a list of 3 names in front of Carl and the others. He was clearly prepared. Chapter 858. A former New America captain and current member of the Nether Dogs, Carl, now 26, had never worried about his name. That was until almost 2 years ago, at the end of 2075, when a mercenary with the same name, also called Carl, suddenly appeared. Carl, meaning ordinary person in English, is a very common name in North America. It's so common that even shouting it out on the street might turn heads. But after the man bearing the same name became famous, people only thought of that young man when they mentioned Carl. That Carl, already famous, world-renowned. Just like when you mention Bonaparte, people first think of Napoleon I. Just like when you mention Churchill, you can't avoid Winston Churchill. Sharing a name with a famous person always creates a subtle illusion of losing one's own identity, and Carl, the Nether Dog, also felt this rare blessing of sharing. At the end of 75, he was still Carl. In 76, everyone still called him by his full name, because everyone knew that the Carl in Night City was named Carl named KK, while his given name was Carl and his last name was Taylor. By the end of 76, people had become accustomed to referring to him by his former position in New America, Captain, and gradually began to use him less by his first name, and even his last name was rarely mentioned. Carl Taylor knew that his familiar friends and colleagues couldn't be blamed. Anyone in Night City today would be startled to hear Carl or KK out of the blue. No one wanted to suddenly run into KK. It was like encountering a ghost while walking in the dark. Calling out the name in the middle of the night, and then realizing after the panic that it was someone causing trouble, would definitely lead to a beating or even a gunshot, depending on the relationship. Carl Taylor had become accustomed to being called Captain. And because of that mercenary, Carl, he was a rare figure among the Nether Dogs, who still referred to him as the New American. Just as when people mention Colonel, they think of Hansen, and when they mention Lieutenant Colonel, they think of Bennett, so now in the Nether Dogs, everyone would recognize the captain. "Oh, that Kakoff, that captain? I know him, of course I know him, he's famous." With this almost exclusive code name, Carl Taylor's reputation within the Nether Dogs grew, and his name frequently reached the ears of the organization's higher-ups. With more and more mentions and hearing, Carl Taylor's status within the Nether Dogs quietly began to rise. As the saying goes, in the workplace, the only thing you fear is being talked about, not being remembered at all. This applies equally to Hansen's private army, the Netherhounds. Furthermore, having someone named Carl as a subordinate, even if it's just Carl Taylor, is somewhat interesting. Amid this delicate atmosphere, Carl Taylor has become a senior officer qualified to guard the Sapphire Blue Hotel and the Netherhounds branch armory. Guarding the armory itself is a sign of respect. Rather, in a team like the Netherhounds, weapons and supplies are practically the foundation of survival. Being entrusted with such a responsibility undoubtedly meant Carl Taylor was truly valued. Furthermore, logistics positions are known to be lucrative positions. Unconsciously, Carl Taylor himself was becoming more and more accustomed to the title of captain. Carl Taylor was in a very good mood today. The breakfast his girlfriend had made him in Dogtown before he left was delicious. Traffic was smooth along the way, with no stoner trying to polish his car, and he didn't run into the recent influx of new Americans into Dogtown. Everything was smooth and comfortable. Until he met his subordinates. "You're messing around again. How many times have I told you? Handle with care, handle with care. Those are grenades, not your skulls, they're not that durable." These are specially modified models from our netherhounds, with increased power, ready to explode on impact. They need to be kept in a special isolation room. Are you planning on blowing us all up at once? His good mood from the morning was completely shattered the moment he stepped into the sub-arsenal he oversaw. He simply arrived for work on time, but the 7 men who shared responsibility for this depot with him had already given him a daunting task. They tossed the entire batch of grenades around like they were moving a box of scrap metal, piling them up in the middle of the depot, luckily enough, stacking them next to a row of RPGs. If you treated these things like crates of beer, I wouldn't have to hound you around all day. Carl Taylor was speechless. Working with these people meant he'd be doomed sooner or later. You? And you? He raised his hand, pointing at 3 nether dog members, his voice suddenly lowered. How many times has this happened? How many days have you been here? You keep doing the same thing over and over again. Do you really have trouble remembering, or do you just not have any brains? He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over their slightly evasive faces. If you don't do it well again, I teach you myself. Step by step. No one will leave until you learn. Don't even think about escaping. You all must stay and work with me until my shift changes tonight. I won't let you take turns drinking and shopping during the day. This time, you must learn until you're fully prepared. Yes, Captain. The 3 men whose names were called murmured with bitter expressions. Captain Carl Taylor was considered a very easygoing leader among the Nether Dogs. Honestly, in the entire Nether Dog system of Dog Town, there weren't many who could manage their men while maintaining basic discipline like him. After all, the predecessor of the Ghost Hounds was a regular unit led by Hansen. But Dog Town has now become a world of its own, and this unit has more or less absorbed the habits of local power, making many of the rules meaningless. But even if the rules are lax, making such low-level mistakes over and over again is indeed due for a hard lesson. First, move all these things to the isolation room. Then you 4, don't think I didn't tell you that you're fine. This is just your first mistake. Next time, come here like them, and I teach you step by step. Yes, Captain. Under Carl Taylor's watchful eye, everyone began to move. The 3 men assigned to carry the grenades were especially cautious. They carried the boxes toward the isolation room, each step extremely slow. However, the moment the boxes landed in the isolation room, the 3 glanced at each other, their expressions subtly changing. Carl, what a coincidence. One of the Ghost Hounds smiled. Not bad. Chapter 859. The 3 hellhounds carrying the grenade are Carl, Oliver, and Jack. They were recruited by Hans with his help, and now they are hellhound recruits. Their outstanding performance has earned them the opportunity to join this branch arsenal. As for the other 4 hellhounds, 3 of them were placed there by Hans. They are exactly the ones Hans had mentioned as needing guidance. And so-called guidance naturally requires personal demonstration to be truly effective. Carl understood the meaning the moment Hans said that. The only ones in the entire branch arsenal who were not affiliated with Hans were the manager, Captain Carl Taylor, and another ordinary member who was completely unaware of the situation. It must be said that being able to extend his reach so far within the hellhounds, even in a small branch arsenal, is enough to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of Hans's methods. The box landed steadily in the explosion-proof cabinet in the isolation room with a dull thud. The 3 Cerberus members, who had seemed clumsy just moments before, Carl, Oliver, and Jack, met each other, their disguised panic and awkwardness instantly fading. Captain Carl Taylor, with his back to them, continued directing the other members, unaware of the subtle shift in the aura behind him. You 4, go count the assault rifles and ammunition on the west rack, Carl Taylor commanded without turning back, his tone still tinged with annoyance. And you 3, the list is on the terminal. Verify the quantities and batch numbers. Don't mix them up again. Yes, Captain. Of the other 4 members, the 3 Hands men understood and immediately responded. They moved in unison toward the west weapons rack, unnoticeably trapping the only uninformed member between them and guiding them away from the isolation room. The opportunity had arrived. Carl winked at Oliver and Jack, and Oliver immediately stepped forward, seemingly casually leaning against the doorframe of the isolation room, effectively blocking most of the view inside. With a flick of his wrist, a miniature signal jammer silently activated, temporarily disabling several inconspicuous surveillance cameras within the isolation room, a vulnerability clearly marked on the warehouse layout provided by Hans. Jack quickly moved to a row of newly arrived weapons crates, pretending to sort them, but in reality, he was alertly listening for any movement outside. Carl slipped into the isolation room, filled with dangerous explosives, his eyes quickly scanning the labels and markings on each crate. Fragmentation grenades, plastic explosives, laser cutting grenades. He muttered quickly, his fingers running over the crates. All standard Hellhound equipment, nothing special. His goal was clear, to find weapons that were not part of the standard rations, or had been specially modified. Hand's intelligence indicated that the missing team carried specialized equipment, including high-frequency signal jammers and deep-seated geological scanners. For such a covert sabotage mission, weapons were undoubtedly exceptional. Time ticked by, and from outside came Captain Carl Taylor's intermittent shouts, and the team members' responses. Suddenly, Carl's fingertips rested on the edge of a crate that looked identical to any other, though slightly lighter. The crate had no obvious label, but Carl caught a familiar scent. The pervasive scent of gunfire permeated the biotechnology site. Carl's heartbeat quickened slightly as he unsheathed the monomolecular wire and pried open the lid. Inside, instead of neatly arranged standard weapons, were several oddly shaped pieces of equipment wrapped in shock-absorbing foam. One of them immediately caught Carl's eye. It was a heavily modified Ajax kinetic assault rifle. Unlike the modified Ajax assault rifles commonly used by the Netherhounds, this one had undergone even more modifications. The barrel was noticeably longer and heavier, with a thicker nozzle mounted below, as if fitted with an under-barrel shotgun attachment. And the metal construction. Carl's pupils narrowed slightly. This metal construction looked familiar. He had seen the same type of metal in the weapons used by the mysterious attacker who had died in the lab. Isn't it just an international brand weapon, but a modified international brand weapon? Now that I think about it, the weapon I saw underground might have had its modified components destroyed or disassembled beforehand, so more manpower wasn't deployed to destroy it. However, the remaining traces were enough. Oliver, Jack, he called over the comms channel, sharing what he saw. Compare this structure. Does it look familiar? After receiving Carl's message, a faint light flashed in the depths of Oliver's prosthetic eye. Less than 2 seconds later, a reply arrived. The match is very high. It should be the same modified model you saw underground earlier. The conclusion was clear. Jack's voice joined the comms channel, agreeing that the two objects were similar, or even identical. So, was it the gun that fired from here that destroyed the biotech's precious greenhouse? Perhaps, but the conclusion is pretty clear. As Carl spoke, Captain Carl Taylor's footsteps approached from outside. You three. What are you dawdling about in there? Is moving a box going to take that long? His voice was filled with doubt, clearly suspicious of the silence. Oliver coughed immediately as a warning. Carl quickly closed the lid of the box and pushed it back into place, simultaneously leaning to one side and pretending to be struggling to adjust the position of another box. Captain Carl Taylor appeared in the doorway, frowning as he peered inside. What's going on? Captain, Carl said, turning around, his face back to his slightly nervous new recruit's expression. He pointed at the particular box. This box doesn't seem to have a label. We weren't sure where to put it, so we didn't dare move it. Carl Taylor's gaze swept over the box. When he saw its appearance, his expression changed slightly, and a subtle fear flashed in his eyes. None of your business. His tone suddenly became hurried, even a little nervous. That's special equipment under direct supervision from above. Leave it there, and don't move it. I take care of it. You three, come out when you're done, and help count the rifles. Yes, Captain. The three men replied in unison, their heads lowered and their eyes lowered as they hurried out of the isolation room. Carl Taylor took one last glance at the box and carefully closed the isolation room's heavy blast-proof door, even locking it himself. Watching his reaction, Carl, Oliver, and Jack's last remaining doubts vanished. It seemed certain that the attackers of the biotechnology lab were Hansen's men, and the weapons they used were from the arsenal. Hansen was not only secretly mobilizing elite troops, but also secretly equipping them for a covert operation. Now that it was Hansen, the rest of the process would be much easier. The three men, blending in with the other team members, walked towards the West weapons rack, their eyes meeting again in silence. Clearly, this biotech attack wasn't an isolated incident. This sub-arsenal still had weapons ready, and Hansen's ambitions were undoubtedly significant. The next step was to determine where these weapons ultimately ended up, and how much Hansen had actually used them. Chapter 860. Carl Taylor was truly a rare and good boss. Although he promised to teach those bad guys a lesson, threatening to keep them from going anywhere, and keep them waiting for their shift change. After everyone had finished their work, he waved his hand, and offered everyone a beer. He also instructed the Nether dogs, who were delivering food, to deliver it to the branch armory. Good work, everyone. After dinner, there's another shipment arriving this afternoon. If you do a good job, I transfer the robot guards to cover the shift and let you go home a few hours early. While saying this, Carl Taylor didn't violate Nether Dog's rules. In fact, his consideration of rotating the robot guards was a sign of his responsibility. It's no wonder that Hansen and other Nether Dogs executives chose him to guard the branch armory. If this task were handed over to the subordinates, let alone whether they could keep an eye on the weapons depot, they would most likely rely on the robotic guards all day, or even embezzle and secretly sell the equipment from the branch warehouse. This kind of thing is not uncommon within the Nether Dogs. Although the outcome for those caught would definitely be hanging, there are always those who take risks when it comes to profit. Faced with Carl Taylor's promise that hard work could actually deliver, his 7 subordinates nodded in agreement, then took their lunch and found their seats. Compared to the 4 Nether Dogs, who had already been working at the branch weapons depot, the 3 newcomers seemed relatively new and unfamiliar with their colleagues, so they sat alone. Seeing them seeming out of sync with their old subordinates, Carl Taylor sighed softly, picked up his lunch, and sat down beside them. Don't blame me for being so harsh just now. It's really your fault this time. You were just transferred here the night before last, weren't you? You made the same mistake once yesterday, and again today. It's only been 2 days, and you made the same mistake twice. I really can't help but give you a serious warning. He softened his tone. I'm not being difficult. If we don't handle this kind of thing well, and the colonel or lieutenant colonel investigates, none of us can bear the consequences. Just be more careful when you work under me in the future. I have nothing against you, but there are some things you really need to take seriously. With that, Carl Taylor patted one of his youngest-looking subordinates. Then he opened his own lunch box, picked up a large piece of fried chicken from the already small amount of fried noodles, and put it into the young man's lunch box. Eat well. You're still young, so grow up well. After saying this, Carl Taylor nodded at them, took his lunch, and while eating, he went back to the data panel at the armory to check everything. He needed to double-check to make sure everything was correct. Facing the piece of fried chicken with yogurt sauce in his lunchbox, the young ghost hound's expression shifted slightly. To be honest, he was deeply touched by Carl Taylor's gesture, but he wasn't the newcomer who kept making mistakes. The youngest ghost hound was Carl. He, Oliver, and Jack had just replaced the 3 ghost hounds last night. With the cooperation of the 3 hands personnel originally stationed at the armory, they didn't kill the 3 men, but only imprisoned them. Carl checked their backgrounds, and confirmed that they had done nothing wrong. This morning's mistake was a deliberate act to scout the armory. Now, not only did Carl Taylor mistakenly think he was just being stupid rather than intentional, but he also felt guilty, feeling he'd spoken too harshly. He came over to comfort them, even sharing the most substantial piece of synthetic fried chicken from his lunch. You know, besides that fried chicken, the only thing left in the Nether Dog's fried noodles was some synthetic vegetables, and a few synthetic meat rolls. He felt a little sorry for the Nether Dog, who had been replaced. This boss was so reliable and valued his subordinates, yet he inexplicably had to take the blame for his stupidity. This Carl, he's really good. Jack said over the comms channel while eating fried noodles. He cares about his subordinates, takes on tasks himself, and always wants to make things easier for them. I thought people like that had long since disappeared. Not to mention Nether Dog. I never met such a kind person in the 6th Street gang in my entire life, Oliver continued. If the boss who took me on my first mission was anything like him, I might still be with the 6th Street gang now. Carl couldn't help but interrupt. Come on, didn't your dad also set you up with a supposedly reliable boss? But he got shot the moment he started talking to the Whirlpool gang, didn't he? Oh, that seems to be the case. Oliver laughed. It seems like it's the same everywhere, but honestly, a responsible and considerate boss like him is really nice to get along with. It always makes you want to think a little more. As he spoke, he stirred the fried noodles with a fork, but eventually put it down and switched to a spoon. The noodles were so mushy they couldn't even be picked up. This stuff is awful, but maybe we're just so used to fine dining. This might actually taste good on the street. No, it's just plain awful. Don't stigmatize street food. Carl also switched to eating noodles with a spoon. This is just a boxed lunch, after all. What can you expect? Hey, it's been ages since we squatted down to eat like this, 3 of us. If we were on the street, we look like street thugs. Jack laughed, taking a bite of the side dish. If this were on the street, it would be just like a thug. He chewed a few times. It tastes average. The most decent thing is probably the synthetic fried chicken. Carl, you enjoyed yourself? It's okay to eat this now, right? It won't give you away because you can't swallow it. Before, if I had to hide my identity, I could have stuffed it down no matter how bad it tasted, but now it's even better. Carl took a bite of the fried chicken and nodded. It tastes okay. Plenty of ingredients, and the chicken flavor is quite strong. The manufacturer of this synthetic fried chicken isn't kidding. At least they didn't just churn out something with a crab-like, plastic-like flavor, because few people have ever tasted real chicken, and then call it real chicken stuff. Let's put the smell aside. We've been moving weapons and counting ammunition all morning. Have you guys figured out where that mysterious box where the weapons inside are? Oliver said in the chat, taking a large bite of chicken. I think we might need to find a way to break into the main control system without being caught on camera. Do you think the records of that thing are in the main control computer? I doubt it, Jack replied. Hansen hid it so well, it's very likely that the system didn't record it at all. But judging by the behavior of our head of department, he's clearly one of the few people who knows the origin of that thing. Or at least knows that it's too important to touch. I know, but... Carl interrupted, perhaps we could approach this from that angle. He's a nice guy, but even for the sake of this chicken nugget, I'm reluctant to drag him into this. Let's try something else. Your moral composure is strange, Carl. You remember everything so well. Oliver said this without any accusation of his friend's thinking, for this was the Carl he knew. Then let's do it your way. Do you have an idea? Carl swallowed the last bite of his synthetic-flavored fried chicken and glanced at the back of Captain Carl Taylor, who was busy at the data panel. If you have an idea. His eyes were fixed on an old physical logbook in the corner of the armory. The machine stood out from the digital system of the entire warehouse, like a forgotten corner. Perhaps? Since Hansen's people want to be completely secretive, digital records can be tampered with or deleted. But even the most covert of operations require physical backups. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, even if the boss wants to pass the buck, there might be nowhere to blame. What kind of company mentality is that? In response to Oliver's complaint, Carl responded. Do you think the current hellhounds are any different? There's a king at the top, and the generals and chancellors below fight each other to the death. There's no difference. He quickly shoveled the last few noodles from his lunch box into his mouth, stood up, and pretended to stroll casually toward the registration counter. Oliver and Jack understood. One stretched and shifted naturally, blocking part of the view of the warehouse's main surveillance camera with his body, while the other picked up an empty ammunition box, pretending to collect the scattered ammunition, but actually keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Several thick, leather-bound logbooks were stacked next to the registration desk. The edges were badly frayed, but they were clearly frequently flipped through. Carl ran his fingers along the backs of the logbooks, finding the most recent one by date. Captain, Carl suddenly said, his voice dripping with just the right amount of doubt, befitting his new recruit status, do these physical logbooks still need to be synchronized with the system? I see some entries look a bit different. He was deliberately vague, as if he were just a newbie asking for advice. Captain Carl Taylor looked up from the data panel, adjusted the brim of his Cerberus Hound hood, and glanced at the logbook in Carl's hand. A hint of resignation crossed his face. Who still uses this these days? Oh, that's an old rule, specifically mandated by the colonel. He walked over, seemingly figuring it wasn't something worth publicizing. All equipment entering and exiting the warehouse, in addition to going through the internal system process, must also be handwritten and filed separately. They say it's, double insurance? It seems to prevent system hacking or malfunctions. His eyes subconsciously glanced at the locked special isolation room. Carl noticed the captain's subconscious movement, but his face remained confused. Special equipment? Like, for example, some highly dangerous items? Yes, that's what they are. Carl Taylor nodded, seemingly pleased with the new recruit's savvy. The movements of those items are closely monitored. Every transfer, including the time, number, person in charge, and unit being transferred to, must be clearly documented. Some things even require the computer to record them. It's a bit troublesome, but there's no way around it. Rules are rules. He patted the logbook and said, so don't lose this thing, and don't scribble on it. Okay, let's get ready after dinner. The afternoon shipment is almost here. After giving his instructions, Carl Taylor returned to his data panel and continued his work. But Carl and the others understood one thing. Some things have to be done even if the computer doesn't record them. In other words, if the weapon's movements are to be tracked in this branch, this handwritten logbook might be the only one that records them. Hansen was a very cautious person, so he requested a separate file, a handwritten record that wouldn't be electronic. This was obviously a very correct approach, because even in 2077, Handwritten records are the most confidential, as there's only one copy. But this caution actually helped those who had infiltrated with ideas. Carl, Oliver, and Jack's eyes met in the air. Needless to say, the plan was clear. After dinner, the afternoon shipment arrived on time, and the entire branch weapons depot immediately became busy. Captain Carl Taylor was busy, with most of the staff assigned to unloading and counting the newly arrived conventional weapons and ammunition. The noisy environment, the stacked boxes, and the constant flow of personnel provided perfect cover. Oliver, with his agility and a miniature jammer, briefly disabled the loop of an old surveillance camera near the check-in counter. Jack, along with two other Hans's accomplices, happened to be carrying several heavy boxes and awkwardly blocked the narrow aisle leading to the check-in counter, constantly complaining about this place is too small, cleverly obstructing any possible line of sight. Carl used these precious 10 seconds to quickly flip open the thick physical logbook. His eyes quickly scanned the recent special registration entries, his gloved hand moving across the lines of slightly scribbled notes. Most of these records were about routine special equipment deployments until his gaze settled on an entry from about a week ago. Item type: specially modified Ajax assault rifle and matching underbarrel shotgun ammunition system. Quantity: 4 sets. Dispatcher: Carl Taylor. Transferred to /recipient: Chester Bennett. Authorized order: Kurt Hansen. Specially modified Ajax assault rifle. It seems correct. So, the dispatch location is? Secret Vault number 4? What is that place? Carl was about to take a closer look and flip through the rest of the information, but just then, he heard Carl Taylor's phone ring, as if someone was calling. In that instant, time slowed down. Carl quickly flipped through the entire logbook, finished recording, and returned it to its original state. Then, he looked over at Carl Taylor. The name displayed on his phone was Colonel. Chapter 861. Among the Hellhounds, the Colonel can only refer to one person: Kurt Hansen. When Carl Taylor received the call from Kurt Hansen, Carl left the check-in counter. Almost immediately, Oliver removed the interference, and Jack and the others finally managed to move the box. Found it? Oliver's voice echoed over the channel. Well, a week ago, Chester Bennett received instructions from Hansen to move the modified Ajax from this vault. The transport destination is Vault number 4. Vault number 4, what is that? Amid Jack's questioning, Carl Taylor, who had received the call from Kurt Hansen, grew increasingly serious, even a touch nervous. A few seconds later, he hung up, took a deep breath, and turned to everyone, especially the 4 veteran team members. Listen, I just received a direct order from the Colonel. There's an urgent need for supplies. We need to dispatch a batch of weapons immediately, of the highest quality. You 4, go to the isolation level now to pick up the supplies. Use an armored transport vehicle. I give you access. The route will be transmitted to the vehicle navigation system when you board. Deliver them as quickly as possible. The command signal is Saul Ling. Quick! The 3 Hands Insiders and the unsuspecting team member immediately responded, Yes, Captain. Emergency supply request, or a direct order from Hansen? Carl's mind flickered. There must be something in this sub-arsenal that requires Hansen's special instructions. This must be the weapon he was currently tracking down. Did this mean that just as he found a clue, someone had already delivered the target to him? Thinking of this, Carl immediately stepped forward. Captain, he said to Carl Taylor, we've been disappointing you with our poor performance. After hearing your words this afternoon, I come to realize that I indeed been slacking off. I must redouble my efforts. Could I come along this time to learn the emergency supplies allocation process? More people will help move the supplies faster. Captain Carl Taylor was stunned, clearly not expecting Carl's sudden enthusiasm. But with the current mission urgent, a few more hands wouldn't be a bad thing, especially since the other party was sincere and seemed genuinely inspired by his words, though he had a vague feeling that this new recruit had other motives. I see you're trying to use the opportunity of helping out as an excuse to rest up on the way and wait until the shift change is almost over. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. The captain felt he had more or less seen through the new recruit's thoughts, but then he thought, what if he really was persuaded? If he disagreed, would it dampen his enthusiasm? And even if they wanted to slack off, the work here was almost done, and he was already planning to have the mechanical guards take over. So, after a moment's hesitation, he finally relented. All right, you come along too. You're already coming. The other 2 new guys, you can go too. I leave the rest. Remember to follow their instructions. He gestured at the 4 veterans. Watch and learn. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Especially once you're there, keep your eyes and hands under control. Don't touch or move anything. Understand? Understood. Thank you, Captain. The three quickly followed the four veterans, who were preparing to depart, re-entering the isolation wing opened by Captain Carl Taylor. Amidst the frenzy, they began compiling a list of supplies as instructed. Just then, Carl clearly saw on the paper list, the box of specially modified weapons that had caught their attention earlier was indeed among the emergency supplies. The three Hands Insiders were clearly more familiar with the area. They directed Carl, Oliver, and Jack as they skillfully loaded batches of tightly sealed weapon boxes onto the transport elevator. After confirming they were all in place, they all left the weapons section and headed down to the Hellhound parking lot. What appeared before Carl was not the Colby Hellhound armored vehicle commonly used by the Hellhounds, but a vehicle whose original form Carl couldn't discern, likely a modified truck. Jack and Oliver immediately recognized the pre-modified prototype. They explained it to Carl, explaining that it was already quite sturdy and bulletproof. Judging by the bulletproof hull now fitted by the Hellhound, it could probably withstand small artillery shells. Carl carefully examined the thick hull and the rough welds. In his opinion, a standard prosthetic projectile launch system, especially one with a lower yield, wouldn't even be able to penetrate the thickened armor if it were fired at this vehicle. The vehicle's interior had been specially modified, with mounting brackets and cushioning to ensure the safe transport of these valuable and dangerous goods. Carl's eyes never left the unique box for even a second. He watched it, mixed in with several other similar-looking boxes labeled with high-energy weapons or precision instruments, carefully lifted onto the vehicle by two team members and securely fastened to the innermost bracket. Okay, that's all. The count is correct. An insider checked the list and nodded to Captain Carl Taylor, who had temporarily followed due to the importance of the cargo. The captain glanced at the time, his expression still serious. The navigation route and passage instructions have been sent to the vehicle system. Remember, the command saw link is valid only once and must be entered before reaching the final checkpoint. Maintain silent communications along the way and do not contact unless necessary. Let's go! Yes, Captain. The heavy vehicle door slammed shut and locked, isolating the entire shipment of weapons and the 5 team members. Inside this reinforced armored truck, a 5-man team was responsible for escort and emergency operations, while the other 2, seated in the driver's seat and the front passenger seat, focused on driving. The driver was the only member of the team unaware of the mission's details. In the passenger seat sat Carl, who had voluntarily given up his seat to accommodate the other 5. Carl watched his teammate expertly start the engine. With a deep, powerful roar, the vehicle slowly emerged from the dark basement and began its journey along the designated route. On the navigation screen, a preset route clearly stretched out, pointing to coordinates on the edge of Dogtown. That location was marked on the official map as an abandoned underground garage. The vehicle drove for a while in silence, with only the dull thud of tires and the hum of the engine. The unaware team member was completely focused on driving, clearly not intending to engage in conversation with the newcomer in the passenger seat. Amidst this somewhat quiet atmosphere, Carl suddenly recalled his first delivery. While that might not have been considered a delivery, counting the weapons and the people, it didn't seem much different. He remembered sitting in the car, quite relaxed, until RPG. A sudden, shrill scream echoed beside Carl, and when he looked up, the flames were already before him. When the RPG left the launch tube, it was traveling at 150 meters per second. After the boosters activated, it could reach 300 meters per second. This speed wasn't too slow for an experienced hellhound to react. Even for an ordinary person, it was within their reach. But for Carl, he had sensed it the moment someone lifted the RPG. But it was truly nostalgic. Carl remained motionless, staring at the incoming RPG. Chapter 862. Carl always felt like he had a special affinity for riding in cars and encountering RPGs. So much so that he even wondered if his physique meant he'd be bombarded every time he delivered something. If he truly had such a physique, then Carl would never accept another delivery job again. Whether RPGs posed a threat was another matter, but who would have nothing better to do than be bombarded with them every day? It wouldn't be a big deal if it wasn't his own car, but if it were, the daily damage would likely cover the mission's pay. The shrill RPG warning arrived almost simultaneously with the blazing flames from the rocket's tail. For a well-trained Netherhound soldier, this brief flight time was more than enough to execute an evasive maneuver. He yanked the steering wheel and shrunk back, trying to use the engine compartment and bulletproof structure to maximize his protection. It wasn't perfect, but at that moment, he couldn't expect much more. In an emergency, survival hinged on luck. Compared to the fleeting sensation of the Netherhound, Time seemed stretched out dozens of times longer for Carl. His dynamic vision and reflexes enabled his brain to identify the threat, predict the trajectory, and calculate the optimal evasive route the instant the attacker's shoulder-mounted launcher emitted the first puff of dust. As he watched the flames approach, he even had time to reflect, sigh, and then glance at how his teammates had evaded them. After confirming his evasive maneuvers, Carl's brow furrowed slightly. "You die if you keep this up." Carl extended his hand, adjusting his posture slightly in a split second, unnoticed by the Netherhound, and then he looked back at the flames. Without panic or a drastic dodge, the moment the devastating bullet was about to strike the bulletproof glass and the exterior armor plating, he simply tilted his body to the right ever so slightly, as if swept by a gentle breeze, perhaps less than 4 centimeters. At the same time, his left hand seemingly casually rested on the inner armrest of the passenger door, his wrist gently nudging it at an imperceptible angle. Instantly, boom, a deafening explosion engulfed the entire front of the truck. Even with the protection of the outer armor strips, the reinforced bulletproof glass was instantly covered in spiderweb-like white marks under the terrifying impact, then completely shattered. The bulletproof steel plating on the driver's side was instantly pierced, and a terrifying shockwave, mixed with hot metal fragments, swept into the vehicle like a devastating storm. Ugh! The driver, attempting to evade the attack, bore the brunt of the impact. Even though he wore light subcutaneous armor that absorbed some of the fragments and reduced the impact, the destructive force still far exceeded his protection. He was slammed hard against the back of the driver's seat. His armor groaned under the weight, its outer layer instantly charred and shattered. He didn't even manage a single grunt before his head tilted and he lost consciousness. Blood oozed slowly from the gaps in his helmet and his mouth and nose, but his chest still rose and fell slightly. The armor, and a bit of luck from his posture, barely saved him. And Carl. The shockwave of the explosion, carrying shards of searing metal and glass, rushed into the cab, but as if possessed of life, it strangely diverted in front of him. A perfectly timed 4 centimeters of sideways movement allowed him to avoid the most lethal path of the debris. Several sharp fragments hissed through the air, brushing against the edge of his clothing and ripping the seat back beside him, yet only scratching his clothes. A violent tremor and loud noise filled the air, and the passenger window shattered, but Carl merely swayed slightly with the car's violent jolt, as if he just passed a slightly bumpy road. He even had time to raise his right hand to shield his eyes from the flying glass shards, a deliberate, almost disdainful gesture. "It's a bit noisy," he had to admit. The roar of a close-range RPG explosion was the most unpleasant. If the car hadn't been somewhat protected against this, Carl felt like he might have felt the shockwaves of a sledgehammer hitting his head. The aftermath of the explosion hadn't yet completely dissipated, and the cabin was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder, burnt metal, and a faint scent of blood. But Carl had already slowly lowered his hand, glanced at his unconscious and seriously injured teammate beside him, and then looked through the cracked windshield at the street ahead, which had been temporarily stopped by the explosion. His eyes were calm, and he casually pulled a Time Lizzie from his waistband. This was a perk for the hellhounds guarding the sub-weapons depot, or perhaps a convenience brought on by some necessary loss of supplies. Without hesitation, Carl raised his hand and injected the injection into his teammate beside him. "Excellent driving skills," he said in a steady voice, as if evaluating. Faced with the RPG at the last moment, you instinctively swerved to avoid it, but you subconsciously turned the driver's seat sideways towards the impact. Regardless of whether you panicked and turned the wrong way, Carl added lightly, observing the man's pale profile, "At least it saved me the trouble of calculating the trajectory." It saved him some effort, so for the lazy Carl, saving his life was essential. Carl had originally considered deflecting a piece of incoming debris to redirect the trajectory of the others, thus avoiding injury. Thanks to the initiative of the Nether Dog pilot, most of the force of the explosion went directly to the driver's seat, saving Carl some time. "Then consider it revenge for you. It just so happens I have a reason to deliver this particular shipment, so let me see who dares to take the goods." Carl's gaze flickered towards the cheering figures in the distance. They approached with various weapons, clearly believing they had successfully disabled the vehicle, and were about to approach. Since they weren't planning on completely destroying the vehicle, their goal must have been to steal the cargo, not simply a malicious attack. Was it a random attack? Just as he was thinking this, Carl spotted a symbol on the group of people. A symbol that only appeared on certain factions in Dog Town. As for which faction? "It seems I need more than just revenge and transportation. I have my own reasons for taking action." Carl smiled at his unconscious teammate, then his eyes suddenly turned cold. "In this city, he has a few taboos. He absolutely slaughters anyone he encounters. One is some kind of illegal drug, and the other is the faction before him. Scavenger. Kidney-snatching bastard. Chapter 863. Those kidney-snatching bastards. Carl reported the situation to Jack and the others in the train car over the radio. There are probably 30 to 40 of them. It's not a small group. They're well armed. I saw smart weapons. Their prosthetics are pretty good, and quite a few of them are wearing subcutaneous armor. Damn it! Dogtown is such a place of talent and talent. Even the scavengers are worthy of smart weapons and subcutaneous armor? Oliver cursed as he saw the situation clearly on the surveillance screens on the interior wall of the train car. He then asked, was this a premeditated attack? Not likely. Judging by their pattern of action, they may have simply figured out the Netherhound's transport routes and ambushed them randomly nearby. Their chosen locations aren't particularly clever, but other possibilities can't be ruled out. Everyone, be careful. Understood, Jack replied. We get out the back of the car and help. In a place like this, the vehicle would have automatically sent out an emergency distress signal, and Netherhound reinforcements would arrive quickly. One must be careful when acting, and not reveal too much of their true capabilities. After explaining the number of Hellhounds to Jack and the others, Carl picked up the Hellhound modified Ajax he had set aside. Luckily, the gun hadn't sustained much damage during the previous attack, and now, after Carl adjusted it, it was still usable. Carl's finger rested firmly on the trigger, calmly observing the battlefield through the cracked windshield. He didn't fire immediately, but instead quickly assessed the situation. The scavengers had clearly not expected the vehicle, hit by an RPG, to be able to fight back. Their formation was somewhat disorganized, and they were moving forward in shifts, using abandoned vehicles and piles of rubble as cover. He decisively rolled out of the vehicle. Maintain formation. Use the vehicle for defense. Jack, Oliver, follow me in crossfire to suppress those bastards on the left who are trying to outflank us. Carl's voice came over the Hellhound's internal communication channel. While blocking the recording, he instructed the other three, suppress them head-on. Don't let them raise their heads. Understood. Without a doubt, the other 5 immediately obeyed Carl's instructions. The only outsider on this transport mission was unconscious, and the communication channel was blocked. Since everyone present was in the know, there was no need for the elaborate disguises of before. Not to mention Jack and Oliver, Carl's longtime companions. Even the 3 members of the Hellhounds that Hans had planted instinctively obeyed and cooperated upon hearing KK's command. A key purpose of their trip had been to receive KK's guidance and improve their combat capabilities. Now that they had heard his orders, why would they hesitate to follow them? Carl opened fire first, his Ajax assault rifle unleashing short, precise bursts. He carefully controlled his rate of fire, each bullet seemingly calculated to land precisely near the scavenger's position, ensuring no trace of a powerful, accurate, or traceable shot. Carl's bursts of fire sent the scavenger into a momentary panic. Hansen's bastards are still alive. Be careful. There are still people on that train. They could be elite soldiers who got out of the train, more than one. A sharp voice boomed over the scavenger's communication channel. Suppress them. Get this over with. Stop hiding. Where's the bazooka? Give them another shot. Another voice shouted angrily. Idiot! Don't damage the car. The boss wants the cargo. The number of people on this car is off, and the defenses are too strong. Maybe Hansen is transporting something particularly important. Take them out before the Netherhounds arrive. Take the cargo. Someone who sounded like the leader shouted, his voice tinged with anxiety. Hurry! Don't waste time stripping them of their prosthetics. There's no time to rip them open. Get the cargo and retreat immediately. Under the command of a man who seemed to be the leader of the scavengers adjusted their formation, leveraging their numbers, which were 5 to 6 times greater than the Netherhounds, to reposition their advance. About 10 men continued to pour fierce, though inaccurate, fire from the front, pinning the 3 Netherhounds who were relying on the car's hull for defense. Another team of 7 or 8 men increased their firepower on Jack and Oliver on the left side. The red aiming lasers of their smart weapons repeatedly swept across the side of the car, forcing the 2 to frequently change firing positions. 5 or 6 others attempted a deeper detour through the ruins further to the right, aiming for the vulnerable rear of the vehicle. However, they were pinned to their spot by Carl's occasional barrage of sniper fire, making it difficult to advance effectively. In the fierce exchange of fire, bullets rained down on the armored vehicle like a torrential rain, emitting a continuous explosion. While the thick armor plating temporarily resisted direct penetration, the intense firepower began to dent and deform the welds. Occasionally, stray bullets or ricochets would penetrate the cracks, making a terrifying whooshing sound. Fuck. Have these mad dogs taken any medicine? Such intense firepower. Jack ducked his head to avoid a burst of bullets that struck the car door frame, sending sparks flying. No wonder they dared to rob the cargo. With that kind of firepower, they could blow up an entire city block. 3 o'clock on the right. On the second floor of that ruin. There's a jerk with a sniper. He's been aiming at us. Oliver calmly announced the location and fired a burst of shots, forcing the scavenger, who was trying to find an opening with his sniper rifle, to retreat. As he forced the scavenger back, Oliver saw clearly what the gun he was holding was. Damn it! Rumor has it they only made 300 ice storms. This thing is so precious to me, and I saw it on a bunch of scavengers. Oliver couldn't help but curse in the chat, and it looks like it's been modified. What a waste! I can tell by the look of it, it's probably got some kind of electric shock coating added to it, making it charge when fired. A sniper rifle can get that kind of modification, and he still complains it's not bright enough. Oliver felt like a model maker watching his treasured limited edition model get a bunch of fancy modifications added to it, turning it into a weird, nonsensical thing. Besides the pain, he wanted to pull the other person over and have a good talk. I helped you hack into this scavenger's equipment. He calls this modified ice storm electric sparks. You know what? If it actually fires with electricity, that's pretty fitting. Carl spoke as he neatly changed the magazine, and then raised his gun to fire continuously. During a seemingly random round of suppressive fire, a stray bullet happened to hit a scavenger who had just emerged from cover. The bullet lodged precisely between the scavenger's eyebrows. Although the scavenger was wearing subcutaneous armor, the upper half of his face was exposed, unprotected. In an instant, brain matter and blood splattered, and he fell backward without a sound. Those bastards have some serious firepower. Embracing a legitimate assault rifle, the scavenger leader was stunned by the unexpectedly stubborn resistance. He initially expected a single volley of RPG fire to disable the vehicle, leaving him with nothing but easy, joyful harvesting time. Instead, he encountered a formidable opponent. The enemy's firepower was well balanced, their tactics standard, while they didn't appear to display any impressive prosthetic abilities. At least no one suddenly sped up to the point of being indistinguishable from the naked eye, or launched a mantis blade from their arms into a devastating display. However, their defensive resilience, built on discipline, coordination, and tenacity, proved incredibly challenging for the scavengers, accustomed to attacking from behind, taking advantage of the situation, and preying on the weak. It wasn't like they hadn't attacked the Netherhounds before, but their weapons didn't seem particularly impressive, and they didn't possess any impressive prosthetics. Why were they so formidable? It always felt like they were just one breath away from overcoming them, but that final breath was always just a breath away, and they couldn't quite pull it off. The battle raged for over 20 seconds, with scavengers constantly advancing or falling from stray bullets. On the Netherhound side, aside from the driver, who was already seriously injured initially, only one member was grazed on the arm by a stray bullet that had penetrated the armor, staining his sleeve with blood. He simply cursed, tore open the first aid kit with his mouth, applied pressure to the wound, injected his full strength, and resumed firing. Don't underestimate them. Not to mention that the weapons division was originally a position where only Netherhounds with outstanding performance were transferred to enjoy the benefits. Simply because they were all hands men, able to lurk under Hansen's command, their skills were not as good as KK and the others, requiring their guidance and learning, but that didn't mean they were incompetent. To have earned the trust of a wary middleman like Hans, to work for him and support Carl, each of them was truly elite, worthy of a drink in the afterlife. Even in Night City, with its current population of 8 million, there are only a few thousand mercenaries qualified to take on jobs in the afterlife. To say they were 1 in 10,000 might be a bit of an understatement, but 1 in 1,000 is certainly not an exaggeration. It was simply for camouflage that they didn't wear prosthetics. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any need for Carl, Jack, and Oliver to take action. The three of them could have easily taken care of this unusual group of scavengers. However, their combat prowess alone was far beyond the reach of the scavengers' mere equipment and numbers. It's evolved from a roadside scavenger to one that barks a few times. For a scavenger, it's quite formidable. Carefully firing from behind cover, a ghost hound addressed Carl over the chat. Mr. KK, we received support and they be here soon. How much longer? Carl's voice was steady. A seemingly random burst of fire forced a scavenger, who was attempting to throw a grenade back. The grenade exploded not far behind the enemy's cover, drawing screams and curses. No more than 3 minutes, the team member responded quickly. Pretty efficient, But it seems the enemy team is well aware of this. Carl looked at the scavenger, cowering behind cover in the distance, and could already hear the furious curses from the other side's chat. Obviously, the speed of the Netherhounds far exceeds that of the NCPD back then. Not only the NCPD's own people are aware of this, but even the scavengers who often harass them are also very clear about it. Seeing that their own side has several times more people than the enemy, but they are unable to defeat this Netherhound team, the scavenger leader finally explodes. Useless. A bunch of useless. All these people can't take down a few bastards? Push on. Use grenades. Smoke bombs. Do whatever you want as long as you don't destroy the truck. Don't worry about your lives. The leader roared at the top of his lungs, but he himself retreated further behind the thick cover. At his frantic urging, the remaining scavengers launched an even more frantic attack, as if whipped. Several grenades arced around the truck, exploding one after another, shaking the ground and sending shrapnel clanging against the armor. Be careful to avoid. Carl's voice echoed over the channel. Boom! Boom! The blast kicked up a cloud of dust and debris. Thick smoke bombs were quickly launched, and the gray-white smoke quickly spread, severely obstructing vision. The smoke is obscuring your vision. Be careful, they take advantage of the chaos. Oliver warned over the channel. His prosthetic eye began to glow red, but the camouflage chip made it appear unchanged. Left. Footsteps. At least 3 of them are creeping through the smoke. Jack picked up on the subtle movement and immediately opened fire in that direction. The sounds of intense firefighting grew muffled in the smoke. The red lasers of the smart weapon swished through the smog, searching for their targets, and the whistling of bullets intensified. We can't let them get any closer. The Netherhound team member, with a wounded arm, gritted his teeth. He risked a glance and fired a burst of bullets from his submachine gun in the direction of the suspected footsteps in the smoke. He heard several cries of pain and the sound of a body falling to the ground, but this immediately drew even more intense counterattack. Bullets struck the hull plate above him, sparking and forcing him to retreat again. At that moment, the scavenger leader, hiding in the distance, seemed to see his opportunity. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Now, everyone, charge! They're right there. Take them, steal the car, and we leave." The remaining 20 or so scavengers, like chickens pumped with blood, let out frantic howls and launched a final charge from all directions, heedless of casualties. The clatter of footsteps, shouts, and gunfire mingled, echoing through the smoke. Only the sounds could be heard, but nothing could be seen clearly. "They're fighting?" Jack shouted, emptying his last magazine and quickly reloading. "Full fire! Don't save your bullets, support is coming!" Carl commanded, his firing rate finally increasing slightly, but he maintained his astonishing accuracy. Every burst of fire was accompanied by the fall or delay of a charging figure. However, the remaining scavengers were still too numerous, and they showed no regard for casualties. Bullets flew like water, overwhelming everyone, making it nearly impossible to raise their heads. A Hellhound team member was hit in the thigh by a stray bullet while reloading, and fell to his knees with a muffled groan. "Damn it!" he cursed, pulling out his grenade, clearly ready to unleash a vengeance on these scavengers. Just then, whoosh! A deep, furious roar of engines approached from afar, piercing the din of the battlefield as it approached at breakneck speed. Hearing this familiar voice, Carl smiled slightly. "Heal him first, Oliver." "Help him," Carl said, glancing back through the smoke. "Backup is coming." Amid the scavengers' terrified cries, several heavily armed Colby Hellhounds arrived. Chapter 864. After the Netherhound's reinforcements arrived, the remaining scavengers immediately fled. They had the courage to rob the Netherhounds on the roadside. Not just that, but they were quite brave. But to ask them to directly confront a similar number of Netherhounds would be giving them too much credit. A scavenger is a scavenger, even one with far superior equipment and prosthetics compared to the city's scavengers. In fact, if they truly had the formidable ability to fight the Netherhounds head-on, not outnumbered, but in a fair and square contest, they wouldn't have ended up as scavengers. Besides the dirty work these scavengers do, the most important thing is that they always target the weaker ones. Even if they occasionally muster the courage to attack the stronger, they run away faster than anyone else the moment they sense something's amiss. The reason they had been able to bravely charge under their leader earlier was not only because their vision was obstructed by the smoke bombs, but also because they believed they were outnumbered. With the tide turning, it would be strange if they didn't run. Facing the scavengers, who ran with their bare backs, oblivious to everything else, hoping only to outrun their comrades, the arriving Netherhounds skillfully piloted their Colby Netherhounds, using their weapons to harvest the scavengers' lives. They looked somewhat like the steppe riders driving back fleeing troops during war. After the Netherhound's reinforcements arrived, in the gradually dispersing smoke, Carl displayed his marksmanship at the level of an average Netherhound. However, as he watched a scavenger actually escape into the ruins of a roadside house, he followed them with his gaze. But he simply followed them, not firing a shot until the scavengers completely vanished. "Remember?" he asked Oliver and Jack in the chat. "Remember, you already located everyone after the hack. Don't look too closely. Tell V to see if he's finished his idle job dealing with cyber psychopaths, and come to Dogtown to clean up the mess." Oliver spoke in the chat, his eyes flickering, his fingers twitching slightly, finally restraining himself from slaughtering all the scavengers who had their backs turned. Although he had never actually fished, he had experienced it in Mutuo and understood the concept of playing the long game. This group of scavengers, gathered together and under human command, were well equipped and had new prosthetics. They probably had a dedicated base, and perhaps even the largest scavenger group in Dogtown. He'd leave their location, and have come to talk to them when he was free. The reward wasn't important to them. The absence of the scavengers was what mattered to them. Every member of Carl's team present agreed that V wouldn't care about such a small community service. There's not much difference between picking up trash and sweeping it. After the ghost hounds chasing the scavenger found no trace of him, they drove back. "Hey, is everything alright?" A ghost hound opened the car door and got out, waving casually at Carl and the others. "Those kidney-snatching bastards are still everywhere. Do you need medical attention? Our driver is seriously injured and needs to be taken to the hospital immediately." On Carl's side, the ghost hound, who had just been wounded in the arm, replied, "Another fellow was hit in the leg by a stray bullet during the firefight. He might need to be treated as well." "You?" The arriving ghost hound looked at the responding officer, his eyes darting over the casually wounded arm. "You're in pretty bad shape, aren't you? I have to move. This shipment is important, and it must be delivered by our people." The ghost hound, with a wounded arm, replied, but raised his gaze and looked directly at the man. "You know the rules. Don't ask any more questions." "I understand. After all, once the alarm is triggered, it's a 3-star alarm. It's certainly a serious matter. I won't ask any more questions, but—" The ghost hound who had arrived to provide support glanced at the heavily damaged front of the armored truck. "Is this truck still drivable?" "Not a big deal." Jack, who was inspecting the vehicle, approached. "Lucky. Although it took a hit, it's still drivable. The RPG hit it directly, but the armor and protective layer withstood it. Some parts were damaged, but it's still functional and doesn't require immediate repair." "Reparable?" The supporting hellhound looked at the truck in amazement. "Logistics is truly excellent. If this continues, transporting goods on the streets will be much more reliable in the future." Before he finished speaking, his personal communicator suddenly chimed. An order was issued simultaneously to him and all the surrounding hellhounds. If the transport vehicle is damaged, replace it immediately. The original crew will continue the transport. They must arrive within 1 hour. The injured will be handed over to support personnel. They are not allowed to inquire about the details of the mission. The order came from Colonel Hansen. Clearly, he was closely monitoring the attack and had a first-hand understanding of the situation. After receiving the colonel's order, there was no more room for joking. The supporting hellhound sprang into action. "Leave your men to me. You just mentioned the driver. Where are they? I take them back too." "They already been taken down," Oliver said, as he and Carl carefully carried the severely injured driver out of the car. The driver's seat was a shambles. Half of the steering wheel had been blown off, leaving only the wreckage barely hanging on. It was a miracle the car was still drivable. TSK, still breathing like this? What a tough life." The supporting ghost dog glanced at the unconscious but stable driver and could tell he'd been injected with a therapeutic agent. A hint of envy lingered in his tone. "You guys transporting goods really don't lack for good stuff. These things? I remember a squad was only given a few. We're all family, so how could we leave you out?" Jack was tactful. He reached out and openly pressed something into the other man's palm. "Thanks to you brothers for coming to support us, otherwise I'd be dead today. I definitely get together later and invite everyone along. It's my treat." The supporting ghost dog twisted his fingertips and immediately realized they were several data chips containing euros. He calmly accepted them and nodded understandingly. "Okay, be careful on the road then." After saying goodbye to the supporting ghost dogs, Oliver took the driver's seat. He was the only one present who still had the skill and ability to easily control the half-destroyed armored truck. But before he could start, a message arrived via the hellhound's comm. It was still instructions from Hansen, but it was a change of route. The target and route were both different from the original, a completely new location. I wonder if Hansen felt the route was exposed and switched the reception point, or if he had planned from the beginning to change course midway to avoid detection. Muttering, Oliver started the car. Amidst a louder engine roar and a rattling sound as if something was about to fall apart, the car began to move. Chapter 865. After the scavenger attack, the convoy changed its route and set off again. This time, no other blind men came to block the road. Perhaps because of the howling of nearby ghost dogs and the sounds of gunfire, the journey through the chaotic ruins of the neighborhood was relatively quiet, save for the occasional sight of a few wandering drug addicts. After turning left and right along the new route, the vehicle reached its destination, which originally looked like a small shopping mall. With the vehicle parked, the route guidance ended. Then, silence fell. The truck parked in the abandoned mall. There was no sound around. Even if one listened carefully, one could only hear the faint breathing of the people in the vehicles. What about the delivery personnel? If it were an ordinary ghost hound, it would definitely be thinking about this right now, but in Oliver and the others' minds. Does this group's disguises look strangely familiar, like the Ninja 100? In the driver's seat, he seemed nervous and stiff, but in fact, he had already taken in Oliver in his familiar disguise from the shadows. He said in the chat, "It seems we were right. Hansen is indeed in cahoots with the remnants of the Ninja 100. It's him who took in these orphan ninja. So these weapons are for them?" "Some of them," Carl said in the chat. While the Ninja 100 advocates for traditional ninja weaponry, they also keep pace with the times. There are quite a few members of the group who are proficient in firearms. After all, to protect Saburo Arasaka, they must be proficient in all weapons, and everyone must have expertise in various situations. They sound impressive, but it's a shame we haven't actually fought them. Last time, we had a chance, and we sided with them. So what do you think they're doing now? Observing, Jack said. Maybe they're trying to identify the threat we pose. That's quite vigilant. No wonder Saburo Arasaka has such a pack of dogs. It's a shame their vigilance and noses couldn't save Saburo Arasaka. Oliver's channel was filled with sarcasm, and then he received a new transmission. Verification. The message was simple, just one word. But Oliver understood it. He immediately replied to Sailing. This was the verification code, supposed to be entered before the vehicle reached the final checkpoint. However, due to the attack, many of the equipment inside the armored truck malfunctioned, and most of it was barely functional. Under these circumstances, it's no wonder the 100-man ninja team had to observe and manually verify the code. Sprinkle the water chestnuts. So that's what they mean. I should have thought of it earlier. Their slogan has that ninja vibe. Ninja sprinkle the water chestnuts. I remember seeing the Mutuo with that technique. Oliver, you're talking about the Mutuo from Fatal Escape, right? I've seen that too. It's got spike-like horns that trigger an explosion powerful enough to rip an entire leg apart once stepped on, yet it's just a small, inconspicuous piece of metal. Isn't that the one? You're the one who understands Mutuo, Carl. I can't even remember its name. After 2 days of casually chatting on the channel, beneath their outwardly tense demeanor, the ninjas who received the verification code had clearly developed a certain level of trust in them. Soon, a figure in a white suit, his face obscured by a mask, emerged from the shadows. Judging from his appearance, this member of the Ninja 100 looked nothing like a ninja, more like a member of the Tiger Claw gang, dressed like a Japanese street person. However, considering the current situation of the Ninja 100, perhaps this misconception of appearance was intentional. Has the cargo arrived? He walked up to the armored truck and said in a calm tone, I hope you have performed your duties perfectly. Hearing this tone, and the strangely condescending words, Oliver almost wanted to step on the accelerator and let this idiot get lucky. But he managed to hold back. After all, they were professionals now, and he had learned to hide his youthful temper when he first debuted. In the past, Oliver, who would have had classic San Domingo road rage the moment he touched the steering wheel, would have shown him the headlights. Please verify, Oliver said respectfully, opening the car door and getting out. He handed over the paper manifest, which had been placed on the passenger seat, and thus had luckily not been destroyed. Please review. The man in the suit and mask simply glanced at the item Oliver handed him, making no attempt to take it. In ninja training, casually accepting items from others could lead to contamination with toxins and pathogens, which could harm the person protecting their master. So, he simply glanced at it and walked past Oliver. I memorized everything. He reached the back of the car, but paused, his gaze clearly signaling Carl and Oliver, who had also gotten out of the passenger seat, to open the door for him. But before he could signal anything, the carriage door opened from the inside, and Jack and the only relatively lightly injured member of the Hellhound team emerged. The masked man in the suit glanced at them, and when he saw they weren't handling the load, the look in his prosthetic eye beneath the mask grew colder. "Move." He said that briefly, without further explanation or instructions, simply staring at Carl and the others. His meaning was clear. That little BS **** is quite cautious. Jack said this, but for the time being, he still followed his instructions obediently. He and Oliver and Carl, who had already boarded the carriage, each carried a box of goods. But the masked man in the suit looked at the remaining 2 boxes, clearly unsatisfied. He glanced at the Hellhound with the injured hand. "Move." He simply said this. Not wanting to argue with him, Jack didn't intend to let the injured man do anything. He took the initiative to stack the remaining 2 boxes, carrying all 3 himself. Watching Jack's arm strain to lift the box, the masked man in the suit studied his arm intently, noticing some subtle signs of modification before nodding slightly. "Follow me." Still untouched, he walked ahead. The remaining few glanced at each other, then followed, carrying their belongings. As they advanced, they wandered deeper into the abandoned mall, eventually leaving it behind and wandering through the ruins. Clearly, this wasn't their final destination. As Carl acted out his role, his eyes briefly scanned the surroundings. 8. Very good. The people here have been marked. Chapter 866. The group marched on, finally arriving at a ruined area that, on the surface, appeared unremarkable. Led by the masked man in a suit and watched by the surrounding ninja team of 100, Carl and his companions finally carefully traversed the rubble and arrived at a collapsed building that looked indistinguishable from the surroundings. The masked man in the suit glanced back at them, and then pulled a small device from his pocket. With a tap of his finger, accompanied by a barely perceptible sound, the ground before Carl and the others suddenly began to ripple. The optical camouflage gradually faded, the camouflage structure quietly shifted, and a hidden entrance leading underground suddenly appeared before them. Without further words, the group followed the masked man in the suit and cautiously stepped into the secret passage leading underground. The walls on either side of the staircase were made of cold alloy. The overhead lighting strips emitted a faint blue glow, and the air was filled with the scent of disinfectant. At the end of the passage was a heavy, airtight door. With a low whine of hydraulics, it slid open to reveal a vast space. The first thing that caught their eye was a vast underground training ground. The grounds were large enough to accommodate 100 people, and at their edges stood several combat robots and exoskeletons. On one side of the training ground, separated from the grounds by a layer of transparent bulletproof glass, a number of hurried individuals could be seen moving through. Judging by their equipment, they were all equipped in varying ways, and it was difficult to tell whether each person's gear belonged to a single company. "Carl, those people." Jack's words on the chat were met with a response from Carl. "That must be them, right here. Move your stuff over there." The masked man in the suit waved his hand, pointing to the space next to the training ground, clearly telling Carl and his team to put their belongings there. "You have 10 minutes to complete everything." Almost immediately, a new instruction came through Carl and his team's communicator. "Submit to Unified Control. Upon completing your mission, immediately proceed to the designated quarantine area for 72 hours. After the quarantine period is complete and no abnormalities are confirmed, restrictions will be lifted, and you will receive rewards for fulfilling your duties." Clearly, from the moment Carl and his team entered this underground space, any possibility of leaving was completely eliminated. For such a heavily fortified and tightly controlled place, a 3-day quarantine and inspection seemed reasonable. The so-called specialized quarantine area. Surely many others had gone through the same process before. Carl and his new team were assigned precisely because the armory section was severely understaffed. It was rumored that the previous group responsible for the armory had been transferred to the upper floors of the Beoshiking building as security guards after completing their mission. While that was certainly a promotion, wasn't it also a switch from one level of surveillance to another? However, given Hansen's suspicious and cautious nature, if they could truly persevere to the end, they might indeed be given important positions. That is, provided they could survive this immediate ordeal. Once taken to the isolation room, a thorough inspection would be inevitable. If they were asked to connect their personal devices and search their memories, then be prepared. Needless to say, Carl and his team were already prepared. Everyone silently pushed the cart toward a large room on the side of the training ground, separated by transparent bulletproof glass. Behind the glass, the smell of disinfectant seemed even stronger. "When the fight breaks out, remember to find cover and protect yourself immediately," Carl warned the Ghost Dog member, with a wounded arm over the chat. "You're injured, take care of yourself first." With these words, just as they were about to cross the passage connecting the training ground and the laboratory, Carl's eyes quickly crossed with his companions. "Give me 4 seconds," Carl said. "Understood." Without hesitation, Jack and Oliver stumbled, seemingly unintentionally, and collided head-on with someone pushing a transport cart. The cart suddenly tilted, and the heavy cargo box crashed to the ground with a dull thud, its metal parts scattering in an instant, leaving a mess. The cart pusher's subconscious avoidance, along with Jack and Oliver seemingly hastily steadying bodies, created a temporary visual barrier, completely obstructing the view of several crucial surveillance cameras atop the wall. "What the hell? Get ready!" Someone nearby, observing the scene, shouted sharply, quickly approaching. Now! With his back to the center of the chaos, Carl seemed drawn in by the unexpected event, but his gaze, taking advantage of the momentary obstruction, allowed him to clearly see everything around him. Then he found it. Breathe. With a gentle exhale, the world around him froze. The shouting mouths of the people around him, the flying metal parts, the deliberately panicked expressions of his companions, all became a near-still, slow-motion image. As his mind raced, Carl's figure vanished into a blur, too blurry to be seen with the naked eye, and he drifted away from his original position. He didn't rush toward the door, but instead swerved sideways, lunging at the alloy wall behind him. With a flick of his wrist, a single molecule wire sprang out, silently and effortlessly peeling back a panel disguised as a structural seam, revealing a dense network of data cables and power ports flashing with a variety of colors. His movements were so swift they left a trail of afterimages. At the end, he connected the single molecule wire to the interface. Authorization command, seize, power circuit, cut, penetrate the terminal, external communication line, cut, backup power activated, disable. In an instant, Carl had completed the fourfold command, access, cut the power circuit, block internal and external communications, and disable the activation of the logistics power supply. Completing such a terrifying computational invasion in a split second not only didn't cause him the slightest discomfort, but instead a strange sense of ease. Less than 4 seconds had passed, less than 2 at most. Just as the others heard the noise and tried to look towards Carl, diverting their attention, snap! Snap! The entire vast underground space, all lighting systems, simultaneously went out, plunging it into darkness. The hum of the equipment ceased abruptly. Not even the emergency red light could illuminate. The dome simulating daylight in the distant training ground instantly went dark. The light in the eyes of the combat robots simultaneously dimmed, frozen in place by the prohibition command from their programs. The absolute silence lasted only a moment, then was shattered by a sudden cry of surprise. Almost everyone in the darkness instinctively let out a cry of surprise. In the darkness, Carl produced his neurotoxin knife. The only thing left was to clean up. Chapter 867. What's going on? Quick, check the maintenance personnel. Move. The device won't start. Permissions have been tampered with. Someone's intruding. Activate emergency protocols. Quick. The guard's hoarse, yet barely concealed, panicked roar echoed from the darkness, but more commands were drowned out by the sudden chaos. After Carl turned off the power, Oliver didn't hesitate. His prosthetic eye quickly switched to a new mode, and the world before him was instantly re-illustrated with blocks of color of varying temperatures. The orange-red figures representing humans moved panicked against the cold blue-gray background, like torches blazing in the darkness. He moved. He blended into the darkness. The first guard to notice something was amiss had just raised his weapon, when a subtle sound of air piercing passed over his neck. He didn't even feel pain, only a slight tingling sensation, followed by a surge of suffocation and a sense of detachment. The weapon in his hand clanged to the ground, and he collapsed. The neurotoxin destroyed his nervous system in an instant. Carl wasn't the only one with a neurotoxin knife. Oliver had one too. 3 on the left, approaching. Jack's voice echoed through the encrypted channel, remarkably calm. In his arms, he had already broken the neck of the man who had just approached, having noticed the chaos. Roger that. Carl's figure, like a fish slipping into water, silently approached the 3 guards, who stood back to back, nervously glancing around. Although Carl's eyes hadn't been modified, he could still easily detect their location in the darkness. Sound, sense, and even the subtlest shifts in light in the darkness, barely perceptible to the naked eye. All of these became extensions of Carl's perception, allowing him to navigate the chaos and darkness with ease. He was accustomed to using night vision goggles in the dark, but now he discovered that he could actually see, or rather, sense, people and objects without them. Information was constantly being gathered and summarized in Carl's mind, presenting him with a vision even more penetrating than the brightest, allowing him to see everything clearly. The same neurotoxin-laden knife drew an invisible, deadly arc in the darkness, accompanied by a faint cutting sound and a muffled groan. In Oliver's prosthetic eye, 3 heat signals flashed violently almost simultaneously, then quickly dimmed and cooled. Ugh! A scream came from behind. It was the injured member of the Hellhounds. He had taken advantage of Carl's chaos to dispatch a member of the smear operation with his dagger. Without any intention, without specialized night vision equipment, he simply targeted the last person he saw before the light came on. In the darkness, Carl moved swiftly. He had memorized the locations of the 100-man ninja group and marked them, so now he had to follow the markings and eliminate them one by one. He had always heard that ninjas were adept at operating in the dark, so he didn't mind practicing with them in this area. Carl walked towards the training ground, his senses amplified in the darkness. Every heartbeat, every breath heavy with fear, even the subtle sound of fingertips brushing against clothing, rang clearly in his ears. A technician crouched beneath a console, his hands trembling as he attempted to access a separate physical terminal. Carl didn't even break stride. The neurotoxin knife in his hand flicked like a venomous snake, and with a single tap, the technician's body stiffened, then collapsed without a sound. Another guard sensed something was amiss. In a moment of mortal danger and fear, he blindly raised his gun and fired. The bullets missed, the sparks briefly illuminating his terrified face. That fleeting glint became his final sign of death. Carl's figure swept past him from behind, the blade precisely slicing through his carotid artery, sending warm blood splattering onto the cold alloy wall. Killing with a knife requires extreme precision, and because of its size, it doesn't have much margin for error, but for Carl, this accuracy wasn't difficult. If only V were here. This thought flashed through Carl's mind. If V, wielding a katana, were here, he'd be more efficient. I wonder if he has finished his work and is cleaning up the mess. While thinking this, Carl sensed a figure approaching. The remaining members of the 100-man ninja group were indeed the last elite, who had managed to escape after the enemy had gained control of all the information. They were all quite skilled. The moment darkness arrived, they adapted to it. Using their prosthetic eyes, they locked onto the individuals engaged in the killing spree and immediately surrounded them. There were 8 of them in total. 8 against 1. The first to charge was the masked man in the suit. He had already torn open his suit, activated his optical camouflage, and charged, brandishing his dark mantis blade, which was inconspicuous in the darkness. Next to him stood 2 companions, each with their Sign Weston activated. In the first moment, it was 3 against 1. Carl was clutching his knife. How easy. Faced with the siege, Carl advanced instead of retreating. He slid sideways just before the blade made contact, piercing the armpit of the ninja in front of him, who had activated optical camouflage. The first one. He counted in his mind as the ninja, unprepared to be seen through in the darkness, with optical camouflage activated, fell. Then Carl easily dodged the blade, which was slow even with Sign Weston activated. The second one. He backhanded the attacker through the throat. The third one. He took advantage of Sign Weston's overheating to slit the enemy's throat. The battle continued in an eerie, rapid silence. Just as the last ninja sensed something was amiss and tried to adjust his stance, preparing to retreat and regroup, Carl backhanded and hurled his knife. The 8th one. The knife sank precisely into the ninja's brow, and the battle was over. The 8 remaining members of the 100 ninjas could be considered the most elite of the group. Even against numerous odds, they still managed to escape Arasaka Nobuyuki's clutches, but they were completely annihilated by Carl. Feeling inferior to Oda. This was Carl's assessment. He wasn't saying that the 100 ninjas weren't as good as Oda Sandefu in a one-on-one fight, but rather that all 8 of them combined weren't as good as Oda Sandefu alone. If you think about it, the best have been chosen to serve as personal guards. The 100 ninjas were certainly formidable, but ultimately, they were just a bunch of leftovers. Compared to Arasaka Hanako's personal guards, like Oda Sandefu, they were truly far inferior. Carl wiped his knife with the last man's clothing before retracting it. There are no more 100 ninjas. Chapter 868. When light finally emerged from the darkness, only a handful of people remained alive in this underground space. This vast underground area, besides providing supplies for the 100-man ninja team, also served as a base for Hansen's secret forces. In other words, those previously stationed there were essentially all Hansen's elite. However, after the chaos, fewer than 20 elites remained. Compared to the original force of nearly 50, over 3/5 had been lost. The fact that these people survived wasn't because Carl was unable to eliminate them. It was simply a sufficient number to maintain basic operations at the base. Carl glanced at the men subdued by Jack and Oliver. They had been disarmed, their communications cut off, and were now tied up before him. He slowly scanned the crowd, counting their number. 18. Indeed, fewer than 20. They had acted too quickly. Faced with Carl, the sudden attacker in the uniform of the Hellhound, the survivors expressed varying expressions. Some stared at him intently, while others, still caught up in the chaos of the moment, looked bewildered. Nearly half of them were dejected, completely bewildered experimental researchers. These were the only people left. Facing them, Carl made no unnecessary gestures. He simply removed his disguise and revealed his true face. This face, without a doubt, was the ultimate proof. The moment KK's features emerged clearly, nearly all the survivors, regardless of their earlier expressions of anger, bewilderment, or despair, simultaneously held their breath. Everyone undoubtedly recognized this face. I don't think I need to explain my identity to you. Carl calmly glanced at the crowd and continued, there are many intelligent people among you. You should understand that I spared your lives because you are valuable. I don't deny that. I won't waste time, nor will I elaborate. I only ask one thing. You must conceal the news of my attack here for 24 hours. The power and communication outages just now have aroused Hansen's suspicion. He sent inquiries, and as the highest authority in the base, I temporarily covered it up by saying there was a power failure and the backup power supply had been activated. But Hansen is suspicious by nature. He will definitely send someone to investigate. I need you, those familiar with the base's operations, to help me by 24 hours. During this time, I want you to work together to cover all traces, so that he won't notice anything unusual here. Carl spoke with a matter-of-fact tone, and his words suddenly changed the look in the eyes of a member of the Nether Dogs. KK, the Colonel will never let you go. Clearly, the ghost dog had no intention of cooperating. He knew that if he said this, KK would likely kill him in the next second, but he still held on to his loyalty to Hansen. He would never betray him for this man. Well, maybe. But contrary to the ghost dog's expectations, KK didn't kill him in response to his words, nor did he express any unnecessary opinion about his lack of cooperation. Instead, he simply responded to his words, the Colonel will never let you go. I also think only one of you and Hansen will survive this time. Carl said with a matter-of-fact tone, but I think the one who will survive should be me. His words were full of confidence, almost matter-of-fact. But, is that the key point, Carl? Oliver said, somewhat speechlessly, why do you always get hung up on weird things? No, I just think that's the only thing he said that piques my interest. If he doesn't help, he must have made up his mind. Since he's already made up his mind, why should I dwell on it? I can only answer what I can, right? Carl listened to Oliver's words, turned his head to respond, then looked back at the ghost hound and smiled at him. That smile made the ghost hound feel like it was sinking into an icy cave. It looked so easy and relaxed, but in the ghost hound's eyes, it looked terrifying. He inexplicably thought of some of the rumors about KK. Death wasn't a terrifying prospect for this ghost dog, but if he were treated like the people KK had rumored. His body instinctively trembled. He tried to steel himself, but the psychological and instinctive fear still made him tremble uncontrollably. The others, listening to the conversation and seeing KK's smile, also began to tremble uncontrollably. Were they being tied to pillars and sliced into pieces, or were they being served their skulls as a buffet? A researcher with a weaker mental endurance had his eyes widened, barely holding on and not fainting. I'm happy to cooperate. There are those who are reluctant, and there are those who actively cooperate. A researcher who appeared to be of a high rank spoke hastily, his tone almost impatient. Please let me help you, Mr. KK. I know Hansen well, and I'm responsible for most of the base's daily reporting and management. Not to mention 24 hours, even 48, or even 72, I can definitely help you cover this up. Hearing his proactive stance, Carl shifted his gaze slightly, and quickly retrieved his information from the base database. This researcher had indeed been telling the truth. He handled most of the daily reporting. With his cooperation, even if someone else refused to cooperate, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. I leave it to you then. Carl smiled at him, unfazed by the fact that he might tamper with the report to Hansen. To him, this base was just a temporary resting place. Even if this person secretly passed on some secret information, the worst that could happen was that he would just turn around and leave. Dogtown is vast, and Hansen can't even manage his own territory, so how could he possibly catch him? Yes. The experimenter hadn't expected KK to agree so easily. Such indifference made him think twice. Generally speaking, the more important something is, the more specific instructions are given. KK's indifference now, could it mean? Mr. KK. The clever researcher proactively asked Carl a question. Will I have another opportunity to serve you in the future? Hearing this, Carl glanced at the researcher with a hint of surprise. It must be said, there are so many smart people, just these few words reveal it. Naturally, Carl had to answer wisely. I will give you a new Dogtown, he said. And this statement made the researcher's eyes light up. How could Dogtown become a new Dogtown? Naturally, the old king died, and a new king was established. Who was the old king, and who was the new king? No need to explain. The respected Mr. KK has finally extended his big hand from Night City to Dogtown. Chapter 869. After the high-ranking researchers swore their allegiance, the others quickly followed suit. To be honest, each of them possessed unique skills, having been recruited by Hansen precisely because of their true abilities. Having a unique skill meant they could thrive anywhere. In other words, they were never short of options. As for their loyalty to Hansen, perhaps there was a certain amount, but when it came to life and death and the future, it wasn't that Colonel Hansen wasn't a good person, but in comparison, they felt their future on KK's side was clearly brighter. Compared to the researchers, none of the Netherhound elites were willing to compromise with Carl. They truly deserved Hansen's support, and Carl had no intention of killing these refusing to surrender. It would have been fine if they had simply eliminated them during the previous chaos, but since they had already been spared, killing them now seemed unnecessary. Since they're loyal to Hansen, why not wait until Hansen falls and see? If they still refuse to surrender by then, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them along with the remaining Dogtown members. There's nothing wrong with being loyal to their former master, but this stubbornness always reminds Carl of the recently eliminated 100-man ninja group. Since they're willing to dwell on the past, let them fade away with the old era. Of course, if they change their minds, Carl wouldn't mind re-recruiting them, perhaps assigning them to new positions, like Dogtown's new security detail, which would be a good use of their talents. The NCPD is already short-staffed. Despite expansion and the reintegration of the terrorist squad, the shortage won't be solved overnight. Reincorporating the Netherhounds to manage Dogtown would save a lot of effort. After all, only a minority of the Netherhounds were veterans of Hansen's original command. Most of the Netherhounds now come from Dogtown, making it easier to manage with locals. Furthermore, even if those loyal to Hansen harbored hatred, their target wouldn't necessarily be Carl. Carl deeply admired Hansen. He was indeed a capable man, but his ambition was simply too great, so great that his own abilities barely matched it. Carl had no intention of eliminating Hansen himself. In fact, the plan he and Hans had agreed upon was to wait and see during Hansen's inevitable conflict with New America. Once Hansen was defeated and killed, they would naturally take over Dogtown. Carl would be more of a third party, standing aside, waiting for the right moment to step in. It would be a shame not to take over the ownerless Dogtown. Neither Chester Bennett nor Gago Zab had the ability to become the king of Dogtown on their own. When the chaos in Dogtown came, it would naturally fall to the capable. Carl's gaze swept over the bound members of the Netherhounds once again. If they refused to surrender, they didn't have to. Carl didn't mind. After all, when the king of Dogtown collapsed, they would be nothing more than a few stones supporting it with nowhere to stand. They could move wherever they pleased, or however they chose. Lock them up, Carl instructed Jack and Oliver, his voice steady. Just lock them up for the full 24 hours. As expected, that's about the president's deadline for action, and the matter will be over soon. He spoke indifferently, as if stating something unrelated. When that happens, whether they want to assassinate the new president of the United States or seek revenge on any capable member of his staff, it's up to them. If they still want to seek revenge, Carl wouldn't mind giving these loyal men a ride. But he never uttered these words. The personnel at the base quickly split into two groups and began their operation. The lab supervisor, who had sworn allegiance to Carl, kindly suggested, Mr. KK, the current number of personnel might attract the attention of Hansen's inspection team. We might need to have some disguised as members of the 100 Ninja team and the Netherhounds. If you agree, we can employ some technical means to achieve this disguise. He kept referring to them as Netherhounds personnel, his tone natural, clearly no longer considering himself one of them. We might be a little short on numbers though. If necessary, we can use guard robots and optical camouflage to disguise ourselves. That's not necessary. Carl shook his head slightly. I already called my men over. Since he was planning to take over Dogtown after Hansen's fall, Carl couldn't rely solely on his own men and hands. Putting aside the question of whether Hans might exploit Carl's shortage of personnel to expand his influence in the abandoned Dogtown and make it his own, Carl simply needed sufficient authority and manpower to return Dogtown to Night City. The NCPD was naturally a concern, but allowing them to enter Dogtown before Hansen's official downfall would be tantamount to declaring war. Therefore, Carl opted for the forces now fully staffed and fully under his command. Mr. Carl, long time no see. It's great to see you again. With an indescribable joy, the entire former Akechi squad arrived. Due to their nominal allegiance to the Pheasant faction during the previous corporate coup, all but a few remained in Arasaka, having been expelled. However, judging by their equipment, they were still fully armed, clearly receiving assistance from some mysterious individuals. The hacker girl, Shizi, greeted Carl warmly, her tone barely concealing her excitement. Long time no see, everyone. Carl smiled at his loyal team. He called them when he realized he could take down an underground base, and they weren't disappointed. They easily evaded surveillance and successfully reached this location from Night City. Clearly, some of the members' past experiences in Dogtown had had some influence, making their current actions more efficient and flawless when dealing with Dogtown. Who could effectively play the role of the Ninja 100? Besides those from the Ninja 100, the only ones who could do it were those from Arasaka, who had undergone similar training and had personally fought alongside the Ninja 100. Clearly, Carl's men were in high demand for such professionals. The inspector sent by Hansen arrived quickly. Nominally to inspect the circuits, but in reality, they were secretly verifying the base's condition. Under the direction of Carl, the former leader of the Ninja 100, and the cooperation of professionals familiar with internal procedures, the entire response was flawless, and the inspectors quickly reported all normal to Hansen. The footage they saw showed the Ninja 100 still on duty, the Nether Dogs members functioning as usual, and the only slight anomaly was the group of researchers, furious over a power failure that had compromised their experiments, and accusing the inspectors. Everything was perfectly balanced. Out of caution, Hansen had already divided the verification intelligence among different personnel to ensure no one person had full access to it, thus preventing the possibility of rebellion. However, due to this, each inspection team's portion of the information they reviewed remained flawless. After the inspection team left, Carl finally had some time to examine the base's contents. The dodo, believed to be the only successful experiment. Chapter 870. For biotechnology, what constitutes a successful experiment? This question was answered when Carl saw the dodo. Watching the creature, separated from him by a glass window, foraging in a classroom-sized environment, its plump body swaying as it moved, Carl's mouth dropped open. Doesn't this thing look just like a fat chicken? It has small wings, a plump body, a curved beak, and walks slowly. Carl searched his memory for something resembling it. Besides the fat chicken, the only thing left was a penguin. He remembered something he had known before. The dodo's tiny wings couldn't even lift it into the air. They were simply used for balance, just like penguins. Considering that some literature reports that dodos move across the water in a nearly gliding motion when catching fish, it's possible that their wings function similarly to penguins. After all, penguins also glide across the ice with their tiny, flightless wings, and they look quite plump. But no matter how it looked, Carl instantly realized what success meant when he saw the dodo. It was a living thing. The successful experimental subject was a living thing. It sounds a bit strange, but it's the truth. It wasn't a bionic animal, nor was it some mechanical creature that relied on mechanical structures to simulate an animal. It was a real, living creature. Biotechnology is amazing. Looking at the lifelike dodo, Jack couldn't help but exclaim, "To me, it really looks like a real animal moving." No mechanical or prosthetic structures added, purely biological. Aside from a hypothetical dodo behavior chip replacing its brain, this is a truly living animal. Carl flipped through the research on this thing by the Hansen research team and said, in other words, its body is already perfect. As long as the brain problem is solved, this thing can be considered a true resurrection of an ancient creature. However, for biotechnology, this is already a perfect experimental subject and product. Because the brain is a thinking problem, they might not be willing to add something that would adversely affect the product. Factors. As long as the brain problem is solved, it can be considered a perfect resurrection. Luckily, that old Saburo Arasaka is dead, and his backups were quickly decommissioned. Otherwise, if his people had truly figured out what was stolen from this biotech espionage operation, we might be facing a Saburo Arasaka with special parts of your body, Carl. Oliver sighed, but now he was pondering a question. So, as long as we study this experiment and understand the reasons for its success, Johnny shouldn't have any problems regaining a new body. After all, Unlike Saburo Arasaka, who demands a 100% perfect resurrection, Johnny is already a digital life form and isn't picky about perfection. As long as his body works, it's fine. That's right, Jack continued, his tone tinged with resignation. But I think with Johnny's personality, he might be drinking, smoking, and hooking up with girls before his body has even adapted. Who knows, after a while, he might ruin his new body before it even gets ready, Jack said, sighing as he considered Johnny's temper. Then he's dead, Carl said mercilessly. The relic isn't something you can mess around with. It's essentially a disposable personality overlay. Johnny's currently using Ball's old body, which isn't a real body yet, so the overlay and neural connections are relatively simple. But if he were to switch to a real body, the relic, designed specifically for human testing, would fully adapt to the nerves and various functions. He paused and continued, by then, unless Johnny uses another relic to recopy his personality, that body will be his last resort. If he messes up and develops any problems, I'm afraid it won't be long before we be calling him Johnny Iron Kidney or Johnny Gold Lung. I prefer Johnny Black Lung and Johnny Little Kidney. Oliver rubbed his brow. I have a feeling he'd have to stage a sunset reunion with Roger first. The awkward bickering and romance between these two old guys is probably even more exhausting than trying to adapt the relic. Maybe. I remember Roger had a son, I think his name was Tres Santiago, a media professional. If Roger and Johnny really were in a twilight romance. Jack couldn't help but shake his head. The emotional entanglements of the elderly were complicated enough just thinking about them. That famous Santiago? He's a big name in our homeless community. If Johnny suddenly had an adopted son like that. TSK, just thinking about it is a bit weird. Just as they were chatting, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted the communication channel. V? Carl's tone was slightly surprised. Have you resolved the situation over there? So quickly? How much effort does it take to deal with a bunch of scavengers? V's voice was somewhat relaxed. I followed your tracking signal and found 4 of their bases. They're truly cunning, with each one more hidden than the last. Taking them out was easy, but it took quite a bit of running back and forth, but we finally cleared them out. He paused, then added, these scavengers are quite well equipped. They even have several boxes of military-grade equipment. I'm just worried about finding people to transport it. Dogton. You know, reliable personnel are hard to come by. Then bring it over to our side. Carl's tone was perfectly natural. My men are all here, but due to infiltration restrictions, we don't have many weapons with us. Send this equipment over so we can do some maintenance and modifications, and use it as replacements. Oh right, I almost forgot. You're done there. Listening to Carl's words, V remembered his main purpose for coming to Dogtown. Volunteering to clean up the trash was just a side job. After all, they were just a group of scavengers. Their real reason for coming this time was something Carl had mentioned. Dogtown is our Dogtown, Night City's Dogtown? That's quite exciting. As V launched her operation, the new U.S. President, Rosalind Miles, also made her final decision. There's no need to negotiate with Hansen anymore. She faced Lita, her tone cold and resolute. Gather all your forces and prepare for action. I don't want Hansen to survive tomorrow. Chapter 871. Honestly, the roads in this stronghold are incredibly difficult to navigate. It's just a pile of rubble. No wonder the trucks carrying goods have to stop mid-route to be collected by Hansen's men. Without manual labor, we have to rely on hovercrafts. Even after delivering the goods, these still lamented the terrible road conditions. With the roar of the hovercraft, half of Dogtown knew something was amiss. That didn't sit well with Hansen's vigilant nature. Carl smiled, then marveled at the items V had brought over, belonging to the Dogtown scavengers. Look closely, there's quite a bit of good stuff. He even has a Nikomata. I heard the scavengers in Dogtown often go after Hansen's stuff. Plus, Dogtown's only specialty is weapons, so this is a strange situation. Oliver said, then took the Nikomata and began adjusting it. It's perfect. Our weapons haven't arrived yet, so I use this Nikomata for now. It'd be quick, I guess. I guess it'd be here in a little while. As Carl spoke, he used the base's hidden external cameras to observe the situation outside. To disguise themselves as members of the Netherhounds, Carl and his crew naturally didn't carry the powerful weapons that made them famous. They had been using the standard Netherhound gear. However, their essential equipment would naturally need to be on hand once things settled down, so Carl asked someone who was currently free to go home and bring it back. Soon, a dog appeared, carrying a large bag. I'm exhausted from running. Why didn't you ask me to pick this up? It's a whole bag, and most of it is filled with your weapon plugins. Carl, Are you really trying to tire me out? Johnny grumbled as he walked into the core control room, shook himself, and placed his heavy bag on the ground. Almost immediately, the notification sound of T-Bug going online came over their communication channel. At that moment, the team members were all present. Initially, only Carl, Oliver, and Jack had taken on the job, as 3 people were more than enough for the task. But now that the investigation requested by Mr. Blue Eyes was over, it was their turn to take on their own business, so naturally, they had to gather the team. I heard about it. T-Bug said in the chat. Carl, are you planning to take over Dogtown after New America and Hansen fight, and both are devastated? To be precise, after Hansen's death. I don't think Hansen can survive a president who wants him dead. Although Hansen may still hold out some hope, I think the best outcome for him is to reveal information that will force Rosalind Miles to step down. But before that happens, Hansen will definitely be taken away. Many people can probably see this, and Hansen himself probably knows it. But even the smartest people, at their brightest, have things they don't know. Hansen may have underestimated Rosalind Miles' resolve, believing that this president, known for her iron fist and actions comparable to those of FXS, wouldn't do such a thing. Aristotle, right? Hearing T-Bug's words, which evoked a sense of reading, Oliver immediately guessed what T was saying. Bug must be quoting her favorite philosopher Aristotle again, but now he understands it more or less. I understand what they say. Some people die before they die because they stop thinking. I think Hansen is pretty much like that right now. That probably means you need to think more, lest your mind become empty. V interjected, I think Hansen's thinking too much, rather than not thinking at all, has led to his current situation. You can't think too much, nor can you think at all. It's a difficult balance to strike. Jack rubbed his head. Luckily, I have a bright mind. And a heart of gold. Carl added with a smile, it feels like everyone in our team is more bookish now than before. Everyone can talk a bit. But when you think about it, it seems like there's really no one in our team who doesn't read a book. T-Bug and Jack are not to be mentioned. V used to read a lot as a wanderer, and he still has that habit. Now Oliver has gotten the idea too, so he's pretty well educated. Carl glanced at Johnny, but didn't say anything. After all, Johnny's level of education was self-evident. Although he smoked, drank, flirted, and was a complete jerk, to say Johnny was uneducated was an absolute understatement. While Johnny lied about his age to join the army as a young man and didn't even finish school, sounding like a reckless illiterate, he was also a renowned rock legend. Without a solid foundation, he probably wouldn't even be able to read sheet music, let alone write the melodies and lyrics that have become iconic. In terms of musical literacy alone, no one in the squad could compare. Johnny saw the meaning in Carl's eyes, and his nose immediately turned up. You really need to learn this. After all, young people these days only know how to shoot guns and blow pipes, and they haven't even grasped the slightest bit of culture. If I didn't see you at least understand my music, I have declared rock and roll dead. I went to school. Carl wasn't talking about before coming to Night City, but after. He had at least attended Arasaka Academy. Gaius's name was registered, so at least his high school education was definitely superior to Johnny's, who joined the army as a minor. I know you ran away after just a few days of school. Johnny mercilessly exposed Carl's experience. After getting to know him better, while he still had his jerk side, it shifted more towards teasing. He didn't know if it was influenced by Carl and the others. That's better than you, someone who hasn't even finished high school. Carl was about to retort, when a red signal suddenly flashed in the corner of the main control console. The others exchanged glances, and without hesitation, Carl recognized it as a one-way communication request and immediately connected, wanting to see where the message came from. Temporarily suspend research projects. The body modification project using biotechnology experiments is to be halted immediately. Dispatch the ninja team to arrive at Point X by midnight tomorrow, and be on standby to receive Colonel Hansen and key personnel. The president is likely about to launch an attack. This was the only instruction transmitted from the other end of the line, before it abruptly stopped. Clearly, to ensure maximum confidentiality, the channel was activated for a very short time and immediately disconnected after the one-way transmission. But the information contained within was sufficient. It seems Hansen isn't completely unprepared, Carl said. Tomorrow, perhaps, we will witness firsthand the power of the Phantom Hounds and the new President of the United States, determining the fate of both the King of Dogtown and the new President of the United States. Chapter 872. Dogtown, 7:32 a.m. Everything was normal. Today, Dogtown seemed unusually quiet. That wasn't to say there weren't chaotic gunfights in the streets, or explosions that would occasionally resonate throughout the town, but rather, the environment was exceptionally quiet. Every group that regularly operated in Dogtown had sensed a subtle aura. Today, Dogtown seemed particularly disorderly. Or perhaps it was that the ghost hounds, usually ready to roar at the slightest commotion, seemed to be operating at a slower pace today, as if every incident required reporting and verification before being dispatched. This eerie atmosphere was only unnoticed by the drug addicts on the streets. For Reed, who was making final preparations, it meant only one thing: Hansen had noticed. As a seasoned agent, he could discern the reason behind the Phantom Hound's erratic behavior. The intelligence he had gathered also revealed the various operations the Phantom Hounds had deployed today. Within those operations, Reed discerned a circle. It was a large circle surrounding Sapphire Blue, surrounding the stadium. All the probing and harassment deliberately instigated or commissioned by the new American personnel could only reach the edge of this circle. Beyond this boundary, no matter how violent the explosions or how widespread the chaos, the Phantom Hounds would remain motionless. It was as if the Phantom Hounds were not on duty outside that area today. Reed could see that the distance to the edge of this circle was the limit. What limit? The limit of the fastest the Phantom Hounds could return. The Netherhounds were now shrinking even the strength needed to maintain basic public order, like a clenched fist, unwilling to waste a single ounce. All their strength was being stored, ready for a fatal blow. Even their actions to combat the chaos seemed like a test and a test. If the Netherhounds continued this way, Dogtown, outside this circle, would soon be plunged into complete anarchy. By then, Hansen's title as King of Dogtown would become a laughingstock, and it would take an incalculable amount of time and effort to reorganize Dogtown. But perhaps Hansen was taking a gamble. He could gamble on the title of King of Dogtown, which he could reclaim with time and effort as long as he lived. But could Rosalind Miles, the President of the new United States, take the gamble? Her time was running out. The situation in Washington had become increasingly united due to Rosalind Miles's prolonged absence. If this continued, Rosalind Miles's position would be overthrown by the military tech faction within the New America, even before Hansen could expose her vulnerability. Hansen was simply gambling with time, stalling for time. He was gambled with himself and Rosalind Miles, determined to force Rosalind Miles to submit, so that he could hold the leverage over the new American president in his hands. He intended to use this threat to influence the entire New America. Hansen understood this, and so did Rosalind Miles. For Hansen, having lost external support and made such a drastic decision, only two paths remained before him. One path led to death, while the other, if successful, he would be crowned with supreme glory. By then, he would no longer be just the defected Colonel Kurt Hansen, nor would he be the king of Dogtown cowering in this dilapidated neighborhood. He would become the man who truly rewrote history. Hansen, the new America. Hansen. A man who held the president's secrets and could control the pinnacle of power. Mr. Hansen. For Rosalind Miles, there was only one path before her. She would not yield, and she must never yield. The political journey was never a game where surrendering would secure peace or yielding would secure stability. The only thing she could do was to move forward, ever forward, until no one dared to stand in her way. She had once held the high position of CEO of Militech, and then, thrust into the political maelstrom, ascended to the throne of the new President of the United States. She used her maneuvering to lead the new America to annex Militech, launching wars of unification, expanding national power, and even forging a temporary accord with her mortal enemy, Arasaka, despite overwhelming opposition. She never compromised. The Washington Congress wouldn't let her, the Militech board wouldn't let her, and even Arasaka hadn't forced her to yield. Now, a mere Kurt Hansen, assuming he had leverage over her, was trying to force her to surrender? Absolutely impossible. Kurt Hansen thought he had two paths, but for Rosalind Myers, there was only one. Either she died, or Kurt Hansen died. No surprises. Rosalind Myers had given Kurt Hansen a chance. She allowed him to voluntarily hand over the Lark, the evidence. But Kurt Hansen chose gamble and greed, and Rosalind Myers wouldn't hesitate any longer. If the Lark doesn't belong to her, then die. Kurt Hansen won't accept compromise, so die with him. No one can threaten her into compromise. Under Rosalind Miles' unwavering resolve, her most elite forces have been mobilized. This team has been entrusted to Reed, and another trusted aide, who had attended the military technology and Arasaka high-level meetings with her. Rosalind Miles herself is prepared to withstand all social and political pressure. Unless the entire Dogtown is completely wiped out from the face of the earth, which would inevitably trigger a huge wave of public opinion and be tantamount to forcing her to step down. Otherwise, even if a nuclear bomb is detonated in Dogtown, She has already granted the aid and Reed the corresponding authority. Reed's team already carries 4 small nuclear warheads, with a yield sufficient to completely raze the entire Gem Green building and the stadium to the ground. Rosalind Miles had even prepared a perfect excuse for this accident. After all, it was known that the power supply to Dogtown Stadium came from the fission reactor aboard the nuclear-powered airship Hansen had captured. So, a reactor runaway, causing a nuclear leak and even an explosion. Didn't that sound perfectly plausible? The new America was already prepared. Just like during the Corporate War, when Militech detonated a nuclear bomb at Arasaka Tower in Night City, yet was the first to accuse Arasaka of using nuclear weapons. Both sides clearly possessed nuclear weapons. If things got really tangled up, no one could explain themselves, and this confusion was more than enough for political and public explanations. Amidst the mutual accusations and evidence presented by both sides, the public, with only one side of the story, had no choice but to believe what they believed. Get ready. Reed took the box containing the nuclear warhead. He was known as the Morgan Blackhand among spies, and now, he was truly about to do what Morgan Blackhand had done. Chapter 873. Dogtown, 9:01 a.m. The silence was completely shattered. After long preparations, the moment the attack was launched, New America's elite agents, like scalpels, pierced the Netherhound's contracted defenses with precision and ruthlessness. Hansen had expected these infiltrators to launch their attacks outside the Netherhound's core control points, but their targets were unexpected. The New Americans who infiltrated Dogtown today chose not to storm the stadium and the Gemstone Blue Building, 2 core areas heavily defended by the Netherhounds. Instead, they attacked from multiple points along the periphery of the circle, gradually advancing inward. Even though they were a relatively small force, they still took such action. New America's purpose was clear. They would never let Hansen escape, nor would they allow him a chance to escape. This circle was like a gradually tightening net, and Hansen's fate was to be trapped within it. Whether he chose to make his final stand at Sapphire Blue, or at the stadium, the nuclear bomb would deliver the final blow. What is the most brutal meat grinder of war? For World War I veterans, it might be the endless trench warfare in the mud. For soldiers deep in the jungle, it might be the impenetrable green maze. But no matter how we debate, one battlefield will always be on the list. Urban street fighting. Close quarters combat, the brutal struggle for control without destroying the entire city. The New American assault team, divided into groups of 6, used hacking to disable the area's surveillance and automated turrets. Equipped with military-grade subcutaneous armor and smart weapons, they moved through the narrow passages, firing bursts of fire. The Netherhound patrols were often cut down by crossfire from overhead or from the side before they could even discern the enemy's direction. Despite their numerical superiority, the hastily engaged Netherhound soldiers were completely overwhelmed, relying on sheer numbers to barely hold their own. Casualties soared, and the communication channels were filled with pleas for help and the cries of the dying. At the Dogtown checkpoint near Taipingshao, only rubble remained. The motorcycles and vehicles of the Luandao Society howled and rampaged through the area. They were wolves hired by Hansen, attempting to maintain the position through sheer numbers. However, they faced Rosalind Miles' special forces. Their snipers occupied the commanding heights, equipped with anti-material rifles and heavy machine guns. The deafening roar of their engines made them perfect targets, and each well-aimed armor-piercing round could reduce a motorcycle or vehicle to a flaming coffin. The members of the Luandao Society were completely vulnerable to the professional and ruthless firepower. Amidst the fear and chaos caused by the increasing casualties, they not only failed to assist the Nether Dogs, but their disorganization during the battle also disrupted many of the Nether Dogs' own deployments. Amid the chorus of gunfire and explosions, Taiping State on the other side of the checkpoint seemed to have been silenced, plunging into an eerie silence. Heavily armed NCPD officers, the highly prepared Special Operations Team, and the low-flying terrorist mobile unit hovercraft stood like a cold steel barrier outside the boundaries of Dogtown. They silently watched the carnage within the walls, like a group of detached spectators. As a third force present, they had no intention of intervening in this war, nor would they allow any conflict to cross the line and affect even a single inch of Taiping State. The NCPD is Night City's NCPD, and it's also Pacific State's NCPD, but it's not Dogtown's NCPD. Perhaps after today, it will be, but only today, only until the struggle between the Netherhounds and New America ends, and until one of Hansen and Rosalind dies, Dogtown will never be the NCPD's Dogtown. Andy, fully armed, stood at the front, observing everything. He had received the message from Carl, and understood what was to come. So for now, he had to remain calm. To ensure the safety of the core control zone, the Netherhounds had concentrated all their forces within an invisible circle. In other words, those remaining within this boundary were implicitly considered to be associated with the Netherhounds. They had once enjoyed the order maintained by the Netherhounds, living in greater safety than those outside the circle. Perhaps some of their loved ones wore Netherhound uniforms, receiving salaries from Hansen. Therefore, when the flames of war raged, they were no longer innocent civilians. They were already part of the Netherhounds. After all, they were just people from Dogtown. But even so, beside Andy, his childhood sweetheart, Lillian, niece of NCPD Chief Johnson, watched his quietly clenched fists, aware of the turmoil within him. Andy might not have been a great mercenary in the past, because he failed to protect the people he was supposed to be protecting, but since that incident, he has become an excellent police officer. In the now revitalized NCPD, Andy is undoubtedly an outstanding officer. And how can a police officer, whose duty is to protect others, remain indifferent even when witnessing chaos and suffering beyond his purview? It was precisely because he was a good cop that he struggled so much. It shouldn't be like this. Lillian heard Andy say this clearly. Perhaps I become too weak. Andy said this, looking at Dogtown. Perhaps those who approach the sun always feel its warmth first. It is precisely because of this that they forget the warmth that comes with it, the warmth they themselves feel. That warmth, enough to warm the blood, no longer cold. The sun truly affects so many people. So much so that this warmth is spread to others. The Special Operations team members had already grasped their weapons. No more words were spoken, and they didn't even look at Andy, because they believed they were violating records and regulations. But at this moment, they wanted to do it. The NCPD officers silently put on their hats. Holding them firmly, the hats that belonged to the officers. Kurt Hansen and Rosalind Myers didn't care about the people below them. They cared little about the casualties their plans might bring. Any sacrifice, as long as their goal was achieved, was acceptable to them. The two men stood high above the rest. What they held in their hands, what they calculated, was the entire Dogtown, even New America, and even the world. The pieces they placed were also the pieces of those above them. But the chessboard, the thing that was considered a chessboard, existed. And perhaps it wasn't the pieces, it wasn't the board. It was the people. So, you want to move forward, Andy? Carl's voice came over the comms. His voice was soft. Then let's go together. With everyone else. Come and lend a hand.